there that doesn't have any faces in it.
We
Now
have
you're both
faces,
late.
damn it.
We have faces, damn it. Hello. Why do I have so many windows open?
You're live over here.
Hello.
look
And
at
now
that.
they know
Oh
that
my
Metal Commander
God.
has windows open. Look at that.
I have so many
A little
windows.
peek behind the curtain.
Hello, Caps Channel.
Hello,
Hey.
Caps Channel. Hope you're having a fine Sunday. We're going to talk about a movie today. We're going to wait for Metal to go live on his channel first.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to talk about 28 years later.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I managed to catch a little bit of the 28-week stream while I was in between my matches at the kendo tournament. I did watch the movie. I did not like it. There's my take. That movie kind of sucks.
While we wait, yeah, you can go in more depth if you want, but that does about sum it up.
I don't know if I need to think about that one too, because this movie didn't think about that movie all that much. Except
Yeah, kind of not at all.
yeah.
Basically, not at all.
The
Cap-
only
Cap was
point
correct
where they
with them
referenced
just
it
like-
was in some of those intercutting scenes of Norman
Yes.
Bowman. They threw some of the sniper scenes from 28 Weeks Later in, as
They're
you
like,
know.
that's good enough.
They're like, yeah, that'll pay lip service to the 10 people who care about this movie.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. It's like, why would you throw that in? Why would you acknowledge it? Just don't.
Just
No,
don't.
just pretend it didn't happen, man. Like I don't
Yeah.
I don't understand the movie theater
some
that I
degree they
went
do.
to see this one. It's called the Alamo Draft House, and they do like little. Usually, you get there early because they do little behind the scenes documentaries about the making of or the history behind the movie, and they put on a little show at the start, and it's a lot of fun. They're pretty cool. For this one though, they decided to just have somebody essentially explain the plots, the bullet points of the plots of the first two. So, like, clearly they were just like, people are gonna be wondering about this, and even the person doing the bullet point explanation in the pre-show bit of this movie theater could not help but point out how stupid it is that Don has a plot convenient skeleton key for some reason, or how Jeremy Renner doesn't tell the helicopter pilot about who the kids are and why they might be important to get out of Dodge. Like, why is it important to save the immune children who could cure the virus? He neglects to mention that completely. Yeah, she couldn't help pointing any of that out. That was kind of fun.
There sure is a lot of nonsense in weeks. Good thing there's absolutely no nonsense in years, right, guys?
Yeah, wow, what a movie film.
It was better than 28 Weeks Later. I'll give it that.
I don't even know anymore. I don't know. How I
It
feel
is.
about
It-
this
yeah,
movie.
It's better than
definitely was.
it's better than 28 weeks. If
I think
alone
parts of
just
it
for the
are.
fact that the action looks better for the most part. For the most part, it's shot
Well,
and edited better.
some of the action.
Some of it.
Oh wow, I think I'm going to be the odd one out because I really enjoyed it.
That
Well,
I enjoyed it
much
until I
to talk
started thinking about it. Then I got more annoyed.
I enjoyed parts of it a lot, and there were parts of it that I really, really didn't like. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
mean,
wanted to
overall,
like it. I wanted really.
The
bad.
only
Hello,
thing
Metal Commander
that
channel.
struck me as odd was the total tone shift of the ending, but it was like really jarring.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
There were
Like, I
breadcrumbs.
enjoyed it.
I feel like there were breadcrumbs for
Yeah.
that one getting laid.
Exactly.
And I wasn't a fan of those breadcrumbs either. So-
That's
The
why
bread-
I gave it a pass. I was like, okay, they're setting up the next movie. I get it. But like that, just going through the whole movie and like how the tone was, and it's actually a very emotional movie. So that's why, like towards the end, I was just like, oh, okay, this just came out of left field. This is wild.
Yeah,
Jimmy's.
I did notice the breadcrumbs. I did not know that is what the loaf would end up looking like, though. I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah,
not,
wow.
Not at all what I expected.
Yeah, we're not even just dipping our toes into schlocky, campy horror stuff. We're whole hog. We're balls deep. Let's go.
We're
Spoiler
hanging out
alert,
for
everybody!
dong.
Tracksuit ninjas, I guess.
Not even tracksuit ninjas, a very specific kind of tracksuit wearing person.
I
We'll
can't
talk
wait.
about
We'll
it.
talk about it. We'll talk about it. I can't wait to get to it.
Couldn't
Metal, are
fucking
you live
believe-
yet?
I don't know how many Americans
I am
we
live,
were.
yes,
Metal
I'm
is
just-
live. I
I'm
did
just
say
saying.
hi, Metal Commander's channel. I might have got drowned out.
That's fine. That's fine.
But hello, show which
It-
I am the co-host of.
People are used to cold opens. That is all Gucci. That's all good.
This one was mighty frigid.
Frigandus. Yes. Wait, was
Frigandus. Yes,
So that's a
hello,
spell.
everybody.
you're a
Welcome
wizard, Harry? Sorry, I
to the-
watched that clip earlier.
Welcome to the conclusion of the 28
Units of calendar
units of
time.
arc. Yes, we are here, and we're going to complete this journey
Well, for now.
for now.
For now.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't feel like we complete a journey in this movie. So
No. Well,
Um,
I don't think they intended to complete a journey in this movie.
no, and that annoys me. We'll talk about it. But yes, we're gonna complete our little arc here by talking about 28 years later. The, I would say, surprisingly anticipated legacy sequel to 28 Days and Weeks Later. And I say surprisingly because, you know, when they announced that they were going to make this movie, I was like, ugh, yeah, right. Okay. Like, why would I be excited for that? Why would I be excited for any new movie? But then they released a trailer, and the trailer was pretty fucking good, as many people have pointed out.
Yes.
It got a lot of people pretty hyped, myself included. And it certainly seemed to have the look and stylistic flair, not the exact same look, but a similar sort of like gritty, unique visual identity to the first movie.
The philosophy
Obviously.
behind making it on, an unconventional camera that definitely stuck
Sure.
out, as opposed to 28. The
Yeah.
flop of a sequel that was 28 weeks.
It certainly had vibes to the trailer, but then again, it was also set to be written by Alex Garland, who I have. If you are familiar with our channel, we have a very strong love-hate relationship with Alex Garland.
It's mostly
think
hate,
this movie
but there is some love.
Mostly, it is mostly hate, and I think this movie perfectly exemplifies our feelings about Alex Garland. So we're excited to talk about it.
My feelings on the writing were certainly mixed. There were times where I was like, "Oh, there's like characters I like in this," and and then other times where I had to really question what he was thinking with some of the universe rules. But we'll get there.
Mhm.
Oh, you don't
To
know
the
what
people in
online
the
is.
chat that have noticed that I sound different, yes, I am sick, but I'm going to power through. So there's
sit-
that.
Dude, Discord isn't like again fucking me over here. Jesus Christ. Hang on. Let me.
Boo, Discord, boo. Anyways, I'm
Yeah.
feeling better.
Yeah.
I was sick
How's
for
it?
a little bit.
It'd
but-
be like that sometimes with Discord.
It's been worse recently. I don't know what they did. It's just there's like two settings for noise cancellation or whatever they call it, noise suppression. The one just lets basically everything through, and the other one just doesn't take the first couple of sentences that I say or something. Sometimes it's really annoying.
I think I
Yeah,
have
if you
mine
say
on just
short, if you say like a
none.
3-word sentence, it just cuts you off every time.
Yeah.
Well, my mixing board's got like its own noise suppression and stuff, so I think I just leave it off on Discord.
I'm just gonna.
Capital O is infected with rage. No, I'm more of a George Romero zombie at this point. I don't think I am filled with rage
All
for
right.
this movie. I think I'm filled with like a sluggish apathy for this movie now, but we'll talk about it.
Which George Romero zombie movie? Which one? They're very different
Okay,
across.
so I,
No, they're
I
type of
switched
zombie.
my.
Broadly, the slow, lumbering, mindless zombies.
Well, that's the problem with George Romero ones. They're not
They
my.
get, yeah, they get less mindless as the.
Yeah,
as the
well, I
movies
haven't
go.
seen the later ones, probably for good. For good
Well,
reason.
that's Day of the Dead. That's the third one.
When he says the later
are we
ones, I think he
arguing
means
about?
anything past the mall. Anything past the one in the mall.
That
Hmm.
Day of the Dead.
Is there any
the-
work
the
from
one
Garland
after
you
that,
like
but-
more than you think it's good?
Um,
Well, I certainly enjoyed Dread, but as we talked about on our channel, I actually don't think Dread is super well written, but it's fun. So that's one that I like more than I think is good.
I would agree with that statement.
I don't know if that's a spicy take or not, but that's how I feel about it.
Good old Dread.
Um,
Dreadicus.
I mean, I still really like 28 Days Later. Like,
Yeah, but I
this
think-
movie
I think
didn't.
I think
28
28 Days
ruin
Later
that
is
one
pretty
for
good
me.
though. Is like
Yeah.
it's not.
Oh, yeah.
This is not one that 28 Days is
Oh,
not
so
one that I like.
okay, you mean
more than I
one
like,
that you
yeah.
got it. Yeah. Okay, so one that you don't think is very good, but you enjoy it anyways.
Yeah. And
I
I'd
was
put Dread in that
interested while
category
watching
for him.
Annihilation. The writing in it isn't spectacular, but I was at least intrigued.
Yeah, it certainly is not spectacular.
Yeah.
There you go.
that one really pisses me off.
Cap is also streaming. I was confused. Where is he reading those chats? Yes, there's double chattings happening. I should
Double
pull up
streams.
the-
We crossed the streams.
Yeah, 3 times in a row. I think we broke the continuum of time and space.
It was only.
Well,
It was.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
it's
actually
twice,
They did
right.
stream
last
last week.
week because I couldn't be fucked to just do it. So-
Nobody likes a smartass, James. You know that.
That's all we
Oh,
do.
I'm
on the
sorry.
internet.
I'm just trying to correct misinformation. It's not my fault you're wrong again.
It is now. I'll just say it's your fault for more misinformation.
How dare you?
Someone Clamp asks, "What about Sunshine?" I still have not seen Sunshine. So
Oh yeah, I
can't
meant to
speak
watch
to
that.
yet.
I
I've
did
seen way
watch
too much
Fantastic. I watched Fantastic Mr. Fox though with the puppies, and we all 3 of us enjoyed it.
Hell yeah, dog. That's a movie.
Yeah. I do like
That's
that.
a movie film.
We spoke of that a few weeks ago, which is why I brought that up. I meant to watch Sunshine and Fantastic Mr. Fox, and I only got around to one of them.
Double feature for the ages.
Double feature.
We have a chat that asks, "What are your takes on Danny Boyle claiming he regrets making Slumdog Millionaire now?"
That's so stupid.
Why?
That's nice
a good
for him.
movie.
It's
He
you
can
know
keep that
he can
to
he can
himself.
he can do that if he wants. I'm sure he doesn't regret the Oscar win.
I mean, yeah.
I think that still bills pretty highly on his when he puts Academy Award winning director Danny Boyle as his credit. He doesn't regret it so bad that he's taking that out. So, that's fine.
Someone made a
Yeah, if
tweet
you regret
about
it
that.
so
Was
much,
that one
give
of
your work back?
I think it was.
was that one
I
of
mean,
your guys or
Platoon
was that
did.
Platoon? It was Platoon. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
the one I
he
saw.
basically his point, which I think is the correct point, is that like, well, he's not Scottish, but he made Train Spotting,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I read that tweet. Yeah.
but like,
So
it only
is it that
matters.
he is? I didn't catch the original story though. Did he say that he regrets it because it like is about Indian people?
He said
Like-
It's
he
cultural
wouldn't direct it.
appropriation.
Yeah, because he would find an Indian director to direct it because it's not his place to direct it as a non-Indian person, etc. That sort of
Well, that's a little silly.
generic, lame cultural appropriation stuff that just won't die.
I
for
mean,
some reason.
he kind of created an Indian director with it though, because Dev Patel's making movies now, and like that was kind of the thing that made him famous.
Yeah,
That's
well,
true.
and,
I mean,
Danny Boyle,
yeah.
for all of his faults, I do think is a pretty talented and innovative and creative director. So I doubt Dev Patel regrets being in the movie and learning
Yeah,
something of
I would say so.
what to do from him by watching. So, yeah, I mean,
I didn't hate Monkey Man either. Monkey Man was pretty fun.
Someone said if he were given the project today, he would find a young 7-Eleven employee to make it instead.
No.
Danny, no, that's not better. Daddy, stop. You're doing a racism, Daddy.
Oh, boy.
Racismo.
Well, I mean, at least this one takes place on Great Britain primarily, and then a tiny island just off of it.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to feel bad about
about
telling a
Feel
story
bad
that's
about
not
it.
his
creating.
to tell.
Yeah.
Also
Although, I
tend to
mean,
be
I guess
feeling-
this was primarily Scotland too, right? So same problem with train
Um,
spotting, I guess.
The opening is the Scottish Highlands, and then the rest of it is Northern England, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
okay.
Well, did he have a Swedish ambassador on the set? Because of the force speed that's in the movie, for like
Eric
10
had a
minutes.
handler,
The token
second
Swede,
unit
yeah.
director.
Yeah. The Swedish chef was there on set to provide.
He doubled as a caterer and a cultural attaché.
One of the short films I made in film school, I had like some Cantonese dialogue in with like subtitles, and I got one of the actors to translate it, and I wrote it in English because I don't speak Cantonese, and then yeah, I guess I just trusted him though. Because like ultimately I still don't 100% know what the actual spoken dialogue is saying.
It's just the characters going, "This script sucks."
I mean, maybe like
No,
like
just
honestly, they might have totally trolled me. And to be, I probably was not very good dialogue. Dialogue's never really been my strong suit.
I'm just messing. I'm sure it was great, just like the movie we're about to talk about today.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we we'll do the thing from our show's format. Why don't we all just give like a quick kind of 2-minute blurb on what we think? We know that we have at least one person here who is more positive on it, so it might be good that before we start getting into arguments, we just give like our initial impressions.
Absolutely, let's go.
Opening statements. Let's do it. Do you want to start with James?
Shit, am I on the left?
You are on the left.
Yes.
Damn it.
We can go
I
right to
think it's
left
not
if
me
you
because
want.
my puppies are gonna.
No,
be
it's
growling.
fine.
We can start with metal. We can give metal his due.
We didn't
Wait,
make
I normally
metal
do
jokes.
last. That's crazy talk. I mean, I don't care. I can do first, but
It's a cross-stream show, metal. Jojo.
oh, I know.
Jojo,
It's just
relax.
it's funny because we went
no.
from the left.
Oh no, he's watching the movie.
We're taking too much time. I better go. So,
Infected with rage.
so as everyone else with this movie was, I was super excited because of the trailer. This movie has tempered that excitement. I think the overall thoughts on this movie is, if it wasn't called 28 Years Later, I think it just makes it a better movie in general. But as soon as it's connected to that universe, it brings up so many questions, so many rules and changes that I think it just fundamentally doesn't work, especially given the huge time gap.
Mhm.
But I think it has a lot of good character moments to a degree. And some of the camera work is a bit much, in my opinion. Especially a little bit in the beginning, a little bit at the end, not so much in the
Like
middle,
camera
funnily
work, I
enough.
guess.
Now, if I were to recommend this, it'd probably only be in the mindset of just consider it its own movie, because I don't think it's a good sequel to either Weeks or Days. And that's my blurb. I think I'll go with for now.
Nice.
All right.
All right, agree.
Well, I found this movie very disappointing. I think the best way to say it is that there are a lot of independent elements that I like in this movie. I like the way it's shot. I think there's some really fun over the top camera work and editing choices that I think are fun and stylish and unique. That's probably the thing I like most about the movie, is the way it looks and the way it's paced and all that sort of stuff. But every single independent element of the movie that I like is poorly set up and doesn't pay off later. So there are little moments, like, oh, that's a nice little chase scene, but unfortunately it makes zero sense. Oh, that's a nice little character moment, but it's not established beforehand at all, and it doesn't pay off in anything later. Oh, there's a really nice, likable father-son dynamic in the beginning, and then it's just gone from the rest of the movie. So every little thing about it that I liked at first just is ultimately ruined by being like poorly executed, poorly just set up and paid off. I am really, really disappointed in this movie because there's a lot to like about it, but every single choice in terms of how Alex Garland decides he wants to get these little pieces that I like is the laziest choice every time. He just won't put in the work to earn any of this, and I find it really frustrating. And ultimately, I think I was sort of fooled by the movie the first time around because it just looked really cool and had little moments that I liked. And then the more I think about it, I talked about it with EFAP yesterday, and it just sort of falls apart. Like, have you ever seen that video of a raccoon trying
You're
to
on
eat
analysis
cotton candy?
round too. I can only imagine.
Have you ever seen that video of like raccoons trying to eat cotton candy and they dip it in water
Yes.
to wash
Yeah.
it and it disappears? Like, that's what this movie feels like when I try to think about how any of this makes sense. It's like, oh, there goes. Uh-oh. And yeah, I don't like it. I'm saddened by it because I had really high hopes, and I don't think it worked.
Also, you
All
skipped
right.
poor Kree.
No, well, no, I think he's going by the Discord order. I kind of noticed that too. But it's okay.
Oh,
We can just go.
sorry.
with
On my end, I'm next in line on Discord.
Yeah, the Discord order is different for everyone, so I'll just wait
Oh,
for
that's very cool.
Cap
Oh,
to say
I was
which
looking
one.
on both of your streams. It's the same.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I see
Kratos-
that. But when I
Yeah.
look at it, I'm next for some reason. So
Well,
Canadian
so-
number one, go.
No. Well, I guess Kree would be next because you're probably looking at the members list on the right.
No, I'm looking on your
I mean Cap. I'm
stream
talking to
streams.
Cap. I'm not to
Oh.
Cap.
this is what it looks like in Discord. Doop doop doop.
Oh yeah, I see.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what it looks
okay.
like for
See,
me.
then
too.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, so
Yeah.
just keep going.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Kratos, what are your
I
thoughts
didn't
on the
skip you
movie?
on purpose.
It's okay.
I would have skipped.
Yeah.
it.
I don't really get excited for much anymore, but that trailer was really good. I was thinking, oh, this might actually be really good. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Then I watched Days and Weeks, and after Weeks, I was more like, You know, it's just such a step down from Days to Weeks. And it made me concerned for years, even though I know the guy from the first movie was coming back to do it. And it started off, I think, pretty strong. I liked the little town. I liked the opening scene. For the most part, the thing with the priest was weird. We'll get to that. And then it just consistently kind of goes downhill. And like the last 3 minutes of the film, I absolutely hate. So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I same as other people. I think there are some good scenes in there. I like the whole, it kind of comes off weird. I'm still mixed on it, but the whole doctor dude and his like reverence for death, I kind of like, but also it still feels weird. Again, that's something we'll talk about later when we get there. So,
All right.
yeah.
All right, Hugh.
Well, I don't want to sound too much like a parrot, but I was very excited after the trailer and after doing, the background research. Danny Boyle is coming back. Alex Garland has left the director's chair and he's back writing. The philosophy behind the making, the technical making of the film is similar to what they did in 28 Days, where they're taking an unconventional camera and making a cinematic experience with it. And there are a lot of technical aspects about the movie that I did really enjoy, although I think most of them are not leveraged in a particularly effective way. And we can talk about that as we move forward. But there was a lot of seemingly doing things just to sort of show that they could do them, rather than using them to emphasize certain points that you might want, from the flashy and creative camera work. That's about where my praise ends with the film. I did like the opening, and I feel like once the plot really gets going, that's sort of, for me, where it all starts to crumble and fall apart. I think it's poorly served by being a setup for a trilogy. I think that that's a big reason, actually, why the movie doesn't work for me very well, because it isn't a complete story. We end on a rough cliffhanger, where we've totally changed tone from what most of the rest of the movie is doing. I say most because I think there are campy schlocky elements that they try to incorporate that did, at the time while watching them, they did take me out of it. And then, to sort of go whole hog into the campy schlocky bit at the end, that kind of threw me for a loop. I really wanted to like it. I think there was some stuff that I was some writing decisions that I was trying to justify in my head as it was going along. And the more that I attempted to, the more I got angry that the movie was sort of having me run defense for it, because it's a little bit difficult for me to justify some of the decisions, even for the character moments. So there are good character moments sprinkled in there every now and then, but every single time we get one, I can't help thinking how much better it could have been if maybe a more if somebody had thought it through a little bit harder as to what might hit a bit better. So overall, I was pretty disappointed. I did enjoy myself in the theater for the most part, but afterward, I really started to sour on it. And I'm excited to talk about it now.
All right, Miss Slaughter.
Okay, so I'm a huge fan of the original movie, not so much Weeks, but this one I was like, oh, okay. I was curious to see what they could do in a modern setting, which that's actually one of my biggest praises of the movie, is that it tends to stick to the original aesthetic and vibe of the original movies, while also modernizing it at the same time, which I think was admirable. As for the story itself, I enjoyed it. I like where they're going with it as its own thing. There were some parts in the movie where I was just kind of off put, where they tried to leave that camp in there, like you guys said, but it just didn't translate well in the modern age with the story that they were going for. But I didn't let those moments sour the entire movie for me, because I did enjoy everything else in between. There were a couple issues I had with it, like a big part of the story is a father taking his 12-year-old son out for the first time to experience the mainland, where the infected are, because they live in a town that's separated from the mainland and heavily guarded and watched. So if anything tries to cross, they'll know about it and alert the entire town. So when he takes the little boy over there, it's like a big thing. It's kind of like becoming a man in that universe. Like, he takes the son out to hunt for the first time and kill his first infected. And that's kind of like the biggest plot point of the movie, because it's kind of like seeing this kid, become a man and be able to become a hunter for the first time and be self-sufficient and learn what he's going to be doing for the rest of his life, most likely. So, the biggest problem I had was the fact that Aaron Taylor Johnson plays his father, and he takes him out for the first time in pretty much the first part of the movie, and then later, we'll get to talk about the movie, but later the kid goes back out alone with his mother because his mother's sick, and there's supposedly a doctor that was lost on the mainland a long time ago, and they have a rule about not going to search for people that disappear when they go to the mainland. So my problem is that the kid is 12. He's only been on the mainland once, and he, just disappears with his defenseless mom too, who's sick. And for the most of the movie, we don't even see Aaron Taylor Johnson going after this kid. You know what I mean? That's his son. And that's kind of the problem I had with it, is I was expecting him to show up, because the moment that he realized his son was missing and his wife, you would think he'd be on his way. Oh, they must be at the mainland, because I had this conversation with my son about a doctor being on the island, and he's really concerned for his mom and wants her to get better and all that stuff, But I was just like, where is he? He's not really in the movie a lot. And that the writing choice there was really off-putting for me, because I don't think a parent would do that. I know there was contention.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, there was contention between them over, the wife and stuff. And you'll see in the movie, why the little kid is just kind of off put by his dad and just all in on his mom. So it's just that's why he's he thinks it's stupid that we go look for the doctor. He tells us not to, so I'm just going to go do it myself. I am a man. I've been on the island once, and I've killed my first infected, But the fact that just, he's gone, he's absent most of the movie, and, it's just not what a parent, especially him, even though he's a little scummy in some parts, you can tell he really cares about his son and stuff. So that's why I was just he's gone the whole movie. I was expecting there to be another arc with him coming looking for the son and the wife on the island, but that just didn't happen until he just him and the granddad just sit down like pretty much the whole movie and wait. Oh, they're gone, so we're just gonna wait. It's just like there is a part where he realizes that like the baby and stuff that gets left and everything. He realizes that he's out there, but I'm like, you should have known like where he was going to be and where he disappeared to, because you guys just had a conversation about it. Like, put two and two together. So that was kind of weird to me. And then I thought that the movie could have a little bit more action. It did have a lot of action, so I did like that a lot. I didn't really mind the camera work. I kind of liked that it was a little bit chaotic while still modernized, because it kept to the tone of the original movie. But my other issue was probably I like the doctor character a lot, but the whole Memento Mori thing, I really liked, but just the props and stuff that were used for like the totem and everything, like it looked a bit fake to me, and I just couldn't really fully immerse myself in that section of the movie, because I was just like, first of all, how is one man doing all of this? And just everything looked like it was straight out of like Dead by Daylight or something. Like, I don't know. Like it was like kind of weird to me the way everything looked. Like, it wasn't believable, like compared to like the first movie in that section. I like the messaging and like what they were going for, but like wasn't believable to me in aesthetic. Even though it was cool aesthetic, it just didn't look like it fit, I think, in my opinion. And then my last issue with the movie was the ending. Just, I know, like, I heard you guys had a criticism about it not being a complete journey, which I don't fault it for, because it's not supposed to be, because it's the start of a trilogy. So, like, I wasn't expecting them to wrap up any kind of, like, solid story through this movie, because they're setting it up for the next one. But the way they did at the end, it's just a total tone shift, and, like, this movie is very emotional. There's a lot of good character moments, and there's a lot of good, like, bonding between characters, and it's really tragic and stuff, like the child and his mother. And you go through this whole thing, and then right at the end it's just like they're playing some rock music or punk music, whatever that sounds like. It's in a like old UK dive bar or something like that, as it's like I don't know, but it's just
screams.
like really wild. And it just hits you out of left field, like blindsides you at the end, and you're just like, oh, okay, like I get that this is a cliffhanger, watch the second movie, but I think they could have introduced it a lot better, especially because of how weird it is. Like the kid is off on his own, and he runs into another group of survivors, and like you figure out who the survivors are because of the beginning of the movie, which I like the beginning of the movie. It was very 28 Days Later. But the end is just like, it's just really weird. You guys have to see it to believe it, but it's just really weird. But I didn't fault the rest of the movie for those moments, because it also seemed like it was their attempt at staying true to the camp and like some of the camp in the original movies and everything. So I was just like, yeah, but it's 2025 and it doesn't really work the same way. So, but I liked it a lot. My positives are, I did like the characters. I did like how it stuck to the same feel as the original movies while still being modernized. I love the fact that there's classes of infected now. I think that's really interesting. Like, instead of just regular rage zombies, there's like alphas and like, I don't know what they call the little chubby ones that just crawl on the floor and eat worms, but
Just crawlers, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, crawlers maybe.
Jojo,
I don't
no.
know. But those were really cool, and I liked a lot of the action with it. I was actually curious about the scene with the baby and not being infected when it came out and stuff. I have questions about that, considering that like
Me too.
like you're a infected pregnant zombie and you give birth to a non-infected baby, which is entirely weird, because I'm pretty sure you've been eating infected stuff this entire time, and babies get your nutrients straight from you. So that's why I'm curious about that. All they say in the movie is the placenta is magic. Yeah, the magic of the placenta.
God.
And I was
In
like,
the movie's defense on that one, that was the thing. I was like, the only explanation for this is that somehow the placenta filters the virus and like creates an
yeah.
immunity for it. So
I'm
when he
so
said that, I was
confused
like,
by
okay,
that.
well, at least they thought.
At least
of
there's that.
Okay.
At least there's that.
Yeah, at least there's that. Yeah, for real. Because I was just like, no, like I don't think that's how that works. But I mean, maybe in the universe. So there was that. Like, there's just little moments like that. But I did like the not mentally ill, but ill mother that's just, she had that connection with the pregnant zombie and stuff like that. Like, there were, like, good moments fit in with that, but maybe, like, a little bit underexplained. But maybe we'll get more info in the next movies. But I did like The Infected. I liked it. I really enjoyed the movie for what it was. It doesn't touch 28 Days Later for me. I still love that movie so much. I have a huge soft spot for it. But I think it could be something great. It's definitely like the pebbles of, building something great in this trilogy, but as long as they don't fumble it. So that is basically my blurb. Kind of long-winded, but
Yeah, it's okay.
That's fine.
Also, just real quick, did anyone else think the kid in the very beginning was supposed to be the dad? Because I thought that for the whole movie
Yes.
until
The
that
kid
very
was
end.
supposed
I
to be
did
the
think
dad?
that at first. That's
what I thought.
Let's let the rest of the blurbs play out, and then we can jump right into that because I do want to talk about that for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think mine's going to be relatively quick. Like, I've been kind of same thing. Like, anticipated the movie, although after I watched 28 Weeks Later, I was like, well, maybe this series isn't on the best arc right now. But and again, I did like it more than Weeks, but I had some pretty big issues with it. I quite liked the first 20 minutes to half an hour. Pretty like the first excursion to when they're back. I kind of just wish the tide was too high. They had to stay out and it was just the two of them doing God of War 2018 for the rest of the movie. Because I liked their dynamic. I liked that they had tactics where it was like a two-man thing where you run a bit and then you fire 2 arrows, you run again, and it's why it made it all the more confusing that the kid thought it was a good idea to go out with just his like infirm mother. And I was like, no, but you don't have a second bow for the 2-man tactics. What are you doing? What are you doing, Spike? Although speaking of Spike, no. I did quite like him. I think that kid's a good actor. I think he sold all of the emotional kind of beats that he was given. I don't think all of it was written spectacularly well, but I think that kid as the main character is not a terrible call. But yeah, I definitely had some issues with some of the rules of how things work now. And the more I think about it, I think the weirder it gets. I also thought that there was a lot of just poor decision making from the characters that didn't need to be quite as bad as it was. So I mean, we'll get into all those nitty gritty details, but I think ultimately I liked parts of it, but ultimately I didn't end up liking this movie. I was like, oh man, I was really hoping, especially when I've seen a lot of the like initial reviews were saying it's like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes and that this is like an incredible movie. I didn't let that really color my opinion going in. I was like, okay, no, it's Rotten Tomatoes, whatever. They're sometimes way off. But I was kind of hoping that like this would be one of those ones where it was getting such great reviews because it was undoubtedly great. But sadly, no. But we'll talk through it, and hey, maybe I'll end up liking it more by the end of the conversation. I feel like it might go the other direction though. So
yeah,
but we'll see. Metal Commander, your thoughts?
Whoa, it's me. Hello, hi.
Who cares?
Oh, okay, moving on.
The German scare.
Yeah, I didn't care for this movie at all. I watched it. I watched it today actually, so my memory is rather fresh. I mean, it was just same thing. Like, yeah, 28 weeks later, it was Garbundo. So I was like, oh, this is probably going to be a bit better. And it was a little bit better, for sure. But yeah, it's about the same. There's a couple of things where it's like, yeah, that's kind of neat, but the sad parts don't even come close to whatever 28 Days Later did back in the day. Like, those were so effective and strong that this just all fell rather flat for me. I have tons of questions about world building and the rules of the virus and what is going on. The idea of them having like this little island that's only available to walk to when the tide is down is kind of cool, but they don't do anything with it after they're done with the town in the beginning, so that was kind of lame. I was actually at I had the same thought as Mark, where I was like, oh, we're doing like a becoming a man kind of dealio, and they're gonna go on an adventure together. And for some reason, they get cut off from the island and have to wait until the tide is low enough so he can actually go back to the island. And then we ended somehow there, and have like the dynamic there. But as already it's been mentioned, the father just kind of disappears for like, I don't know, 60% of the movie, while he's going on his adventure. So yeah, neat visuals. I like visuals for sure. I found some weird things with the camera where I thought I was watching a Sniper Elite video package. So that was kind of odd.
I did really like those shots, like the kind of freeze frame on kill thing. I thought that was cool.
Oh,
There
I
are
didn't.
surprisingly many video gamey elements to this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Perhaps too many. And we'll
Maybe
get to
just
that.
a few too many. Maybe just a
Maybe.
few. Maybe a few. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we should jump into it. Yeah. From the beginning.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
we've all
Yeah.
got our
I was
blurb.
donezo.
Perfect. All right. Well, so
Were you actually done? That's
Yeah, I was actually, yes.
okay.
oh yeah. Sorry, it felt like we came to a full conclusion, right?
Yes.
So yeah, the beginning, the opening, the cold open of the film. We are in a house in the Scottish Highlands, and there are a bunch of kids watching Teletubbies.
Which is the true horror of this movie. They still have to watch
purple
I
one
know,
is
poor
Teletubbies.
Teletubbies.
kids.
Of all the things we saved, it was this. God damn it! Fucking creepy fucking son. Jesus
Son
Christ.
baby.
The sun, baby God.
And this sequence, so as they're watching Teletubbies, where we get a pretty tense scene where a woman runs in with a child, puts him in there, says stay in this spot and do not move, and slams the door, and then there's a bunch of chaos going on outside. I did like this part actually. This part felt very much 28 Days Later to me. I don't know if everybody else
I
agrees.
agree.
Yeah.
This one was maybe the most effective part of the movie for me, honestly, was watching all of this go down. And it doesn't go by quickly or great. Some infected bust into the room and tear a bunch of the children to pieces and eat them in front of Jimmy, who has been stuffed in here, at the last second. And he manages to escape, but as he does, he's running through the house, and everybody is getting destroyed, absolutely obliterated by a horde of infected. He has a really hard moment where he watches, I guess his mother, right?
Holy shit! I'm so fucking stupid. I only now realized who this is.
Yeah, this was one of the. This is why I was so excited to jump into this because.
Holy.
Yeah,
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah,
Mo.
this is
That's why I was
James
I'll
got
see
me
myself
running. Yeah,
out.
he revved the engine on this one. So this blonde kid is he's got to get out. It's a horrible situation. He's running he sees his mother scream as she's to run as she's transforming into an infected. He runs into a chapel and he finds his father, who's the pastor, who's just kind of sitting there praying, and he has a really interesting take on what's going on here, is that these are saved souls coming to bring him to, I suppose, some form of religious salvation, right? And that Jimmy needs to not be afraid. This is...
I'm going to interrupt you to
Yeah, go
ask,
for it.
is it interesting? I'm not so sure it is interesting.
I thought it was
found
kind of unique. I mean, it's unique
I
for...
found this. Is it unique? I
I guess
don't mean to
maybe.
be so aggressive about
I'm
it,
not
but
the
this
most I'm not the most devout Catholic, but I'm pretty sure that that's not how it was supposed to go down.
yeah. No, I don't like this bit really at all. I think he's deranged priest or whatever, and he thinks that the apocalyptic event is actually just the rapture. I'm like, that feels like the most played out thing I've seen in a while. You know what I mean? It just
I mean, before we
Yeah.
even get to all of that, how the fuck did the kid get out of the
How
house?
did he get out of the house is a good question.
Well,
Actually, yeah.
All the exits are blocked by infected.
They are everywhere, and they do a good job of showing you that there's not really a way out of here. So how did he get there is a great question. Don't think about it. Movie magic. We cut away.
Yeah, as part well,
wizard
the
did
end
it.
of the movie.
The magic
shows
of the
he has,
placenta is how we
no,
got it.
no, at the end of the movie, we find out that the kid has like superhuman parcour abilities.
Oh yeah, he's a ninja.
well,
Dude,
yeah.
I would have loved to see him do a backflip
They're
out of a
innate.
window.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, that probably would have set something up pretty
Like
well.
that
but
would
just,
have set
like,
something
he
up
does,
that
like,
was
a pretty,
like kind of
crazy
like
gymnastic feat, and you're
Yeah.
like, this kid's actually like a champion gymnast.
Which PCP? It's always PCP. That's true.
Oh god.
Well, it isn't. He is in Scotland, so PCP might.
My one little nitpick though is that the first zombie that bursts through the door into the kids' room is acting strange. Like the actor playing that infected, I think, was making this like really weird looking face, but not a creepy one. It looked sort of funny, and that kind of put me on the wrong foot. I was like, oh, that was. I don't know that was. I can admit though that is a nitpick. I just
Well, if we're gonna go for nitpicks, one of the little girls in that scene, while all the noise is happening and the door is closed, one of the little girls is supposed to be acting, scared, like crying, kind of like scared and everything. But it's quite obvious to me, looking at her, that she's trying not to laugh the whole time. She's like like a fraction of a second
really?
from breaking.
I thought the kids were doing pretty well.
It's just one of them.
I
It's
guess
just
I
one of
didn't-
them
I
that I
didn't
was
really
like,
notice
she
that.
looks like she's about like that. She's cracking a
Wait,
smile.
she's
like-
about to laugh, or there was one little girl that looks like she's about to have a meltdown too. Like she's on the brink of like absolutely
both.
crying.
There's both.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there
it's
was
like
one
the
of them in there who
contrast
I'm
of-
like, she looks like she's trying not to break for most of
Maybe
this
she
shot.
was entertained by the Teletubbies.
she's like, guys,
really-
guys, you're
that's her
missing comedy
visceral
gold.
reaction to
You're
watching
missing
the
gold
Teletubbies.
here.
Completely
Look
locked
at what
into the
Tinky
show.
Winky is doing and tell me this isn't hilarious, okay?
I hope they show it again. That's so cool. They do.
She
yes.
turns around, she gets
Yeah, that's like a small nitpick thing. Like that's not a huge criticism of the film, or I'm not faulting it for that. Kid actors are
But back to
notoriously
the
difficult.
church. I think the trope of the religious person who thinks this obviously not like these zombies that are just destroying everyone. Like how fucking crazy and out of your mind do you have to be to go like, yep, this is the salvation as promised by the Bible. This is how it's going to play out. Yep.
And it's
Like,
definitely the good ending. This is the good,
this is the good ending. Exactly. That's what he thinks. And I'm like, you actually have to be insane. I don't know.
You
it
have
just
to be
feels kind of
insane
like a
before
tired
that.
trope.
Well, so, hang on. Now I'm just thinking further. Now that you mentioned this, if he thinks it's like the salvation and savior, why does he just give the cross to his son? Just like, you hide though, I'll get salvation. You
Yeah,
hide.
you think he'd want him to die.
Yeah, you think he'd want to hold on to him. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah, and so how does he get to the church? Is it interesting? I guess maybe it's not. I thought it was kind of like okay, I guess maybe somebody would think that. I mean, he'd have to be absolutely bananas. But the kid hides
Already, yeah.
Yeah, the kid hides with the crucifix and watches as his dad is ripped apart by a horde of infected, and he whispers, "Father, why hast thou forsaken me?"
Yeah, it's a little.
little.
It's fine.
I mean,
it's
I
on
guess,
the
like,
nose, but
A
you
little
know.
on the nose.
Dad's a preacher. Like the kid probably would be told a lot of biblical quotes. So I don't know.
Yeah,
kinda fun.
my argument is I think it's just as impactful, if not maybe more, if he just sort of stays silent and clutches the crucifix. That would be
Yeah.
the only thing that I have to say about that. And then we cut to 28 years later. Now, you could be forgiven because of how we do this for believing, as James has pointed out already, that the child who we just watched is Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, the father of Spike. No.
Yeah,
This is
come on.
actually
Kid's-
the
the
tracksuit
kid's
ninja.
blonde, though.
Yeah.
At the end, well,
Tracksuit
Like,
ninja.
I guess I didn't think that just because the kid is like very blonde and Aaron Taylor Johnson has dark hair in this movie. So
Well,
I
some
don't know.
people,
Some
some
people
people's
happen.
hair goes from blonde to dirty
I
blonde
didn't
over
feel like
time.
I mean,
actually-
mine did. I was a
Yeah,
very
same.
blonde baby, and now I.
Funny
have dark
enough,
hair.
Mine did too, but like also, I
Yeah.
mean, the kid, he's not that young. Like he's
That's
not
true.
like a toddler.
That's true.
See,
I'm
before
not
I
sure.
had my revelation just a couple of minutes ago on who this is, I was just like, this was just the beginning intro. It's like, see, this is what happens
Yeah.
with the rage virus.
Just in case you didn't watch the first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get as they cut away from this. So this is the beginning of the story of our tracksuit chav by cross-dressing ninja who will appear
Yeah.
Cross-dressing.
He's wearing a tiara at the end. He's wearing a diamond tiara, and he's got like a bunch of gold like jewelry and very
He
flamboyant.
definitely seems like a diva for sure.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Who will appear in the last 28 seconds of the movie, essentially. So he's gone. This thread, we're not going to be dealing with this for now. This is sort of at the moment just a mood setter. And then
Jimmy Savile gang? No.
It's the Jimmy Savile gang. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be, and it threw
That is what it's
everyone
supposed
for
to
a
be.
loop. And I don't know how many Americans would even know that, because even I barely knew that. It took me like
See, I
30
saw the
minutes after the movie
documentary
ended.
last time
Wait,
I was
yeah,
over at
like
Mahler's
that Jimmy Savile?
randomly.
Like the
That sounds
Jimmy
like a fun thing to
Savile,
watch with the
the
bros. The Jimmy Savile documentary.
Holy shit. I wasn't aware of that person at all. When I saw that, I was like, holy balls. What an insane thing that happened there.
isn't he like a host of something that ended up doing a
Oh,
bunch
he
of
was
bad stuff? I
super
don't know too
popular,
much about
super
it.
successful, and he was like grooming kids and SAing them left and right. Like I think there was like over 500
boy.
people who called in after a while. But the saddest part about the story about him is he got away with it. Like
Oh.
it all came out when he was dead.
wait, this is supposed that I did not know
Yeah.
that this was supposed to tie into a real life.
Oh, me neither.
You,
The name
do
just came
yourself
up.
a favor
so-
and Google Jimmy Savile, or is it Saville or Savile?
Should we like just
Savile.
read the Wikipedia page to catch
Oh,
everyone?
there's,
up?
there's,
God,
a, there's like
no.
there's a
Wow.
We don't
really
need
good.
the details, but just Google him and see what he looks
Yeah.
like. Hugh,
Mind you,
and then-
the BBC covered it up for a long time too.
He did, yeah,
Like-
he did.
Oh
So-
wow!
You should, yeah,
Oh.
you should watch the Netflix documentary. It's really good. It's a really good documentary.
What? Why would they? Okay, why would they
I
do
don't know.
this? Is
Because he did a shit ton of charity work. That's the thing. That's
did,
what he's
yeah.
known for.
I know we're jumping ahead to the end. We'll talk about the specifics of the ending later, but yes, that this Jimmy from the opening scene, who will disappear for almost the entirety of the movie, only to show up at the end as the
Yeah.
leader of like Power Rangers kung fu fighting gang that
Yeah.
all dresses up like Jimmy Savile. Why?
You see like
Why?
2 writings on the wall that say Jimmy, and that's it throughout the whole
Yeah.
movie.
Well, no, there's a couple
Yeah.
more little things that we see from him, but he's basically
Oh, it
gone
was
from
a
the
wall.
movie. So the question is, why is he dressed like Jimmy Savile? And I'm sure that
don't know.
I mean it's a very odd choice. Obviously, the story justification would be that in like 2002, when basically British culture stopped or froze,
Mhm.
he was really popular and beloved at the time, right? Like I'm sure that's
Yes.
the reason.
Yeah.
But you know, if I were making this movie, I was making an American version of this franchise, and I had like a Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein sort of person,
shit.
like everyone's dressed like Bill Cosby from the Cosby Show. At the end, like you would still get the question, like, why though? Why would you do that? Like, why would
I
you
mean,
put
it's
that in your movie?
I would need to double check. I don't know when everything about him came out because that was uncovered like in the UK specifically. If that just never happened, that personality is just a good personality that people think is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
So
and
it could be it could be quite of an interesting thing when you have like the real life knowledge, but this guy's like, yeah, he was like the charity guy and everything, and nobody is any of the wiser. That could be fun.
yeah.
then again,
well,
you
he
can't
was
really
a-
do
the,
anything with
the
it.
allegations came out in 2012. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they would not have known about the bad.
So that would be
stuff.
kind of interesting. But the thing is, you can't really do anything with it in the movie because it never comes
Yeah.
out. They're just like, oh yeah, you look like this. So it's like it's basically
There's
more
just
like a meta meme, you
Yeah.
know?
It's kind of darkly ironic that they all look up to
Yeah.
him, and I suppose we'll get more of that in the second movie. But it's a very odd choice. especially just to drop it at the end of the movie like they did with no
Well, yeah, because
explanation.
while it took place before the credits, it's effectively a post-credit scene. Like it kind of has almost nothing to do with the majority of this movie. It's just, hey, just so you know, there's going to be a sequel and there's going to be wackier stuff in it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Bill Cosby, the Bill Cosby comparison just made me immediately imagine a ton of people in blackface running around.
Blackface and not just cardigans. Like, I mean, Cosby, like the Cosby Show version of Cosby, at least had kind of an outfit.
So that would be so.
That would be pretty funny. That's also, before we all knew it was wrong to do.
Well, really, the hypocrisy is the worst part.
Really? Because I thought it was the raping. Anyway.
Whoa.
So so the intro sequence, with Jimmy, he's mostly gone from the movie. There are little remnants of things he's doing in the world that are sprinkled throughout the rest. But it's basically, as you said, just a mood setter. And then we get the 28 years later in a little title card thing, and we get some text on screen establishing some of the world building. Does anyone have...
I do have it here. You remember 28 weeks later where they showed like the whole Paris thing, and it's like, oh, look there on continental Europe. The movie went like, nope.
No.
The rage virus laid waste to the UK. It was driven back from continental Europe. The British mainland was quarantined to contain the virus.
And so if you remember, at least for the people who were on last week, I was saying that, like, well, I mean, I guess it would make sense why the virus is around for 28 years if it's just like the whole world at this point. The thing now that really weirds me out about this movie, the state of Britain at this time in this movie, is why would you not just nuke the entire place? Like, I mean, this probably would be a use case for nuclear weapons if it was the only place that had this apocalyptic virus. And you've resigned to just everyone who goes here is now dead as far as the world is concerned. And if they try to escape, we're going to kill them, which I guess is set up a little later on. Kind of just like, wait, like how does this world state make sense? Like that's kind of what
it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It
That's
doesn't.
long and short of it. There's so much to say about it. Metal, why don't you read exactly what it says? Did we get all of it already?
Oh, that was the last thing is just survivors were left to fend for themselves, and then it just says 28 years later. I had them all almost there.
One of the things we talked about when we talked about weeks, I had said I kind of hope they just ignore weeks, which they basically do. But that still leaves, how are there any zombies still alive 28 years later? Because as we established in the very first movie, the zombies all starve to death and die out in about 60 days from the initial infection, because they don't actually eat the people that they kill. To be clear, that's made pretty explicit, and they all starve out and die. So this movie needs to explain how there are still zombies, much less different classes of zombies. We'll get all into that. How are zombies still alive 28 years later? And they don't explain that.
I mean, they do a little bit, because a group of them do eat a deer. So
they sort of
explain
retcon
is a strong word, because what they do is show they eat now. And they're like, okay,
I mean,
I guess they eat now.
Establishing that they eat does explain why they're not starving to death.
Yeah, they ran and ate Spike's fish that he was cooking towards the end too.
Yes.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that's not an explanation for how the zombies from the first movie have actually managed to learn how to survive when literally none of them did in the first movie.
Yeah,
I guess here I'm doing some writing.
Probably evolution.
You didn't say that either.
John was an alpha zombie, clearly.
I think less that and more that, like, now that all the people are gone and things like the deer population is starting to boom because there's not industrialized cities filled with people and stuff. I mean, we did see a massive herd of deer-like animals of some sort. So I guess it's just the forageable food situation on the landmass has changed. So I guess, I mean, to me, that it makes at least a decent amount of sense. But
the thing is that would happen after everything would be gone, though. So at least the population of the infected should be very slim,
Oh yeah,
very
and
low.
well, and I mean, I gather that it is. Otherwise, them going out to hunt them with bows wouldn't really be a good plan at all. If there were still
Well,
like
well,
massive
No,
swarms.
is
that's
it a
not
good
implied.
plan? In the plan,
Okay,
in the first
well, like I mean, it wouldn't be a plan anyone would think has any chance of winning if you're really talking about the entire population of Great Britain is what you have to thin out with a couple bow and arrow shots every now and then, you know? Whereas
I
if
also
it's
don't
like,
think
hey, there's like probably only tens of thousands of them at the most on the entire landmass, it's like, well, as we pick a few off every now and then, maybe in a few generations, they'll just all be gone, you know?
I don't think any of that is actually established. For example, I don't think that this movie makes it clear that there actually aren't many infected. They're in a very remote area of the country, and there's a lot.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one of the things I was wanting to hit on too was if we're going by weeks later, they said there's 15,000 people that were brought back to the UK. I don't know, like I that amount of people wouldn't fill all of London, let alone the entire island. Like they should be safe out there if there's only 15,000 of
Yeah.
them there.
I think
And less
that,
than
like,
that, because a lot of those got killed in weeks too.
it's kind of playing fast and loose with the idea of like how desolate the island is now, after 28
Yeah.
days. So like 28 days really kind of relies on the idea that like there aren't very many left, but they're concentrated mostly around cities, right? And then, when the cities go up, they push out into the woods, right? That's sort of what he said, what the soldier says in 28 days.
Mhm.
If there are pockets of survivors out there, right? Like there's a finite number of them that can be turned, and we did establish at the end of the movie that they are starving to death. So,
Yes.
like James had said earlier, I think this functions a little bit better if you're not looking at it as a sequel to 28 Days and you're looking at it as its own different kind of movie with a different, like, similar but different, same but different kinds of zombies here. Because it just doesn't, the logistics don't make a lot of sense to me as to how we can get the numbers that we're getting consistently for 28 years.
Yeah.
It just...
I hate to get video gamey, but the perfect explanation would have been we grabbed a carrier, we took a sample of the blood of the virus, and then we fucked with it because we're stupid scientists, and we modified it, and now we have zombie variants. Because that's the setup for a lot of zombies equal. That's the setup for Dying Light 2. Is like we took the original virus and we fucked with it, and then it got out because we're stupid, and now the world's dead.
That's all of Resident Evil too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
if you remember
essentially-
in Weeks, the mom was immune, but she was still infected. So I'm thinking
Well,
it's
she was carrier.
because, yeah, so I'm thinking it might be some kind of like mutation or evolution of the virus. That's like the alphas take so many shots to take down. They're like overpowered. So I think it can be explained. If you actually try to connect the dots, but like it's
I think
still
it could have
there
been
are loose
explained,
ends.
but it just wasn't explained. And I think because
Yeah.
mostly what the movie wants to do is just go, it's just like this now. Don't think about it too much. We're here to have fun. And like that seems to be the attitude the movie has, because I think essentially it does very little to try and connect itself with 28 days and weeks in terms of the continuity. Basically what it's doing is like, I mentioned this when we talked about it yesterday, that it kind of has as much to do with the original movie as like Fury Road has to do with the original Mad Max. Like
that's
we
actually
get
a pretty apt
so much more
comparison.
stylized, we get so much more campy and over the top. And if you look at them back to back, you're like, these aren't the same world at all. And that's kind of how this movie feels to me, which can be okay. I can, if I basically, when I, started watching this movie, I was like, oh, this is not really functioning as a sequel at all. Really, it's just kind of its own thing. We have whole new classes now, and we're not really bothering to explain any of it. So it's just like, cool, I'm going to turn off the how does this connect to the original part of my brain and just sort of enjoy it as its own kind of more stylized, more over the top sort of thing. But I just don't think it functions very well as a sequel, which isn't the biggest deal, but it just
Yeah, I
I
kind of
kinda-
took it like it's its own thing anyway, because
Yeah.
like new characters to focus on and stuff, and new part of the country or like world continent.
Yeah, well, and so
So-
I want to. I'm okay with doing that for this one. Where it's going to become not okay for me is when we get to the. So I don't know how much everybody's read into what they're planning on doing with the sequels. They're being kind
Nothing
of
at
hush
all.
hush about
Not
it,
at all.
but they are planning on bringing Jim back as a character for the next.
Yeah,
movie.
and
Yeah,
the third
that's-
one.
that's
I
a
guess he's supposed to
mistake.
be a big
Mm.
deal in the third one.
That's
Yeah,
gonna
that
be a
is that is
problem.
which
I'm gonna not
feels
like
like a
that.
really big mistake, especially if we're trying to sort of like if the best way to sort of look at this is to distance itself from the original and just sort of look at it as its own thing, that's fine. Don't bring the character back. There's
Right,
your
yeah.
solution.
Yeah.
Don't bring Jim back. It's not a good idea. But we got to bring Cillian Murphy at his
I was
prime.
pretty hit. I mean, he is. I think he was an EP on this or something.
He
I
was,
saw him
yeah.
in the credits.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the things I was actually pretty happy about with this movie is that Jim and Selena were not in it. I was
Right.
like, okay, well at least they're safe.
Yeah.
For
I
now.
don't like
Well,
hearing that they're going to bring him back.
One thing that you notice in terms of the world building, the text on screen that Metal read earlier is that it's very deliberately ambiguous as to whether it's even taking weeks into account or not. Because if you
Mhm.
think about it, like nothing is explicitly contradicting it, but you can also read it as if it's ignoring weeks entirely. Because implied in the first movie is that they actually beat it back on continental Europe and also in New York, and only, the UK was actually taken over by the virus. So, or that could be referring to the fact that it escaped again at the end of weeks. But still, we don't get any of the sort of connective tissue of like, okay, but how do we end up with alphas and little pig crawlers on the ground and they can
Yeah.
eat now and
Well,
all that
and
sort of stuff.
survivors
and have
were left
babies.
to fend for themselves is not directly contradictory of, well, we tried resettlement with about 15,000 people and
Yeah.
it got fucked, and so now
Really
we just
gave
said that we just gave up after the attempt. So
It's actually
Yeah, let's-
something I wanted to touch upon because I did say that I like the idea of this little island being like cut off from the rest of the mainland. And we do establish that apparently they have like patrols and everything going around the British Islands and everything. I'm just, if we have this island and they probably, like, whatever military is doing the patrols, they're probably aware these guys are here and have been fending
Yes.
off themselves for
have to be.
28
They
years.
have to be, and they just
And they
leave them
just
there?
are like,
Yeah.
hey, can we
Yeah.
send like 3 helicopters and get like these 30 people out of here?
Or if you want to help them,
Or-
depopulate
You could
the island of
supply them.
zombies, yeah,
Or
you
supply
could
them
supply
something,
with
yeah.
guns. You could give them guns.
you could give them guns, you could give them food, you could give them medicine. Hey, there's an idea.
You could give them a doctor.
You could give them a doctor. You could
We'll get to that.
medevac, potentially sick patients to somewhere, I don't know, like maybe Norway, Finland, Sweden. They're pretty close. Yeah, it's not like a crazy trip. Hey,
I mean, I'm assuming, and again, like, because they don't make this clear, that like the idea of evacuating anybody is what they're taking off the table in the event that anyone ends
Yeah.
up being a carrier. I mean, they don't
Sure.
say that, but I can't really think of any other reason why you wouldn't. Especially if they can see your boats from the settlement, you can see their fires, right?
Yeah.
Like you'd be like, okay, yeah, there's definitely like a village of humans here that are on this little thing that's separated by a little sandbar kind of land bridge thing. Maybe we should help them out. But if it's like, no contact, no help, they are left to fend for themselves, and that's the rule. I feel like maybe giving us more information to establish what the terms of that are might have been a good idea. But
I fundamentally do not believe that they could not have figured out a way of safely determining that everyone here isn't infected in 28 years.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the timeline thing that screws it for me because
Yeah.
if there's just an infection breakout like in weeks, okay, I can understand being concerned. 28 years, come on.
Yeah, and the other thing is worth mentioning here is that I don't believe that all the countries of the world have just agreed to leave the British Isles completely alone for 28 years. No one's coming in to try and clear the island. No one's tried nuking it, whatever. Like they just go like, nah, it's fine. We'll just make sure no one comes off, and that's just going to be how it works for 28 years.
Except that one
Like, I
time
don't-
when we tried it and it didn't work out because we gave
maybe.
some
Assuming that
moron
even
a
happened,
skeleton
yeah.
key
Mhm.
for no reason.
So, didn't Alex Garland say meta-wise that they like nuked France?
He
He did
I mean,
something like that.
he did say something like
That's the-
that.
To be
that's the
fair,
best
it would be
writing Alex
incredibly
Garland's done
funny.
in
It would be
years.
incredibly funny if in universe they decided, yeah, we're gonna take the chance and nuke France, but the British Islands, where it comes from, we know it's that's
Yeah.
gonna stay there.
So my
Just because
immediate
they're
thought
French.
is one, why didn't they immediately confirm that in the movie? Have that be the basis to quarantine everything off, because they could say the radiation spread throughout the UK through the winds, and then use the radiation as an excuse to say it mutated the virus. That's like a 3-kill
Well, I mean,
shot.
viruses do naturally evolve on their own too. So I mean, I guess the changing of the virus didn't really bother me all that much when you're considering the time span.
It's based
especially.
off Ebola,
but-
though. The virus
Well,
is based
but
off
it's-
Ebola.
Yeah, but it
It's
turns
not
them into
Ebola.
zombies.
Like,
It's not
yeah.
Ebola.
Like I mean,
it's a
not
sci-fi.
exact-
It's a sci-fi virus. You know, it can do. I'm willing to give it a pass on doing some weird shit. You know, especially if
Yeah.
we're sort of disconnected.
I think
yeah.
the thing that I guess we're trying to address here is what are the odds that there would actually not be any assistance for these humans that are settlers here, like that are actually still like living and creating a tiny little society, when like what's the justification for giving them no help at all? And I think that the answer to that ultimately is the movie just wants us to not think about it that much. And
Yeah.
I generally don't think that's the best plan for writing a movie.
And the same thing applies to the fact that all the zombies are still alive and didn't starve to death. You could have a line about, the virus evolved or something like that. It could just be that simple, but it's clear the movie doesn't care. The movie's just like, I don't know, they're still alive.
They're still alive, and some of
well-
them turn into bloaters, and some of them turn into giant roid rage Jason Momoas. And don't think about it. Okay?
Exactly what I thought too.
Yeah.
And those Jason Momoas get a fucking foot-long dong.
Well, yeah.
The camera likes to show off.
I hope that
Well, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you?
I would.
I hope
Maybe
that
if it was
actor
real.
gives one interview ever, and all he says is, "It wasn't a fake dong," and then just leaves and never does another interview about the movie again.
I'm
Well,
pretty
no,
sure
he's coming
the
back,
actor said it
man.
was fake.
We need the Momoa Dong trilogy now at this point.
we need Samson. Is that what he's?
Yes,
Is that what the
Samson.
alpha
Yeah,
is?
And I have
Yeah.
problems with that, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
Oh, there's so many problems to discuss. But yes, so that's the little bit of text on screen world building, and now we are on an island that is called Holy Island. Is that what it's actually called?
Oh,
I
did
think
it
that's
have
what
a
it's
name?
called.
I don't know.
I actually didn't even catch that.
I
It's
don't
it's an
remember.
island off the coast of the northern part of England. It's rather remote, and this is where we are introduced with the people that we are actually going to follow for most of the movie.
Yes, Aaron
Yeah.
Taylor Johnson and his son, Spike.
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 Yes, like Buffy.
The one thing I
From
was
Buffy.
thinking, I'm like, it's like I was thinking because there are people that have Spike as a name, but I'm always like, is that a nickname for something? Like, who names their kid Spike? Like, actually,
I mean, well, 2002, most of Buffy had already happened. I think that would have been like
that's true.
season
Like,
5.
obviously, Spike Jones, I think, is a stage name. I don't know if Spike Lee is as well, but it's an odd name.
Hey,
Good
he's
Buffy
he's a
character,
fan
that's
of
what I'm
James
saying.
Masters. What can we say?
Yeah, Marsters. Marsters? Yeah, I think it's Marsters.
Yeah, no, Spike Lee is Shelton. That's his actual name.
Who's he?
Spike
Anyway.
Lee, the director.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, just Metal said.
Metal was asking who that is.
Oh, that's
One of our most famous basketball fans.
Okay. So I said I see, not who's he. I
Oh,
thought I'd just say that.
Sorry.
I just had to realize why you guys were confused. Like, what did I say that sounded like who's he? It's like I see. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, okay.
Anyways, the
one
boy's
one of our
name is
chatters
Spike.
is telling me that Lindisfarne is the island that they're on. Yeah, so famous for Viking raids. back in the
Lindisfarne,
day.
also called Holy Island.
Oh, okay.
Is the land bridge real?
I think so. Yeah,
Oh, okay. There you go.
I think the causeway is a real thing. There's a
Yep,
sign that they
Holy
step on
Island.
a couple times.
Holy Island Causeway. Yep. It's a cool location,
Yeah.
for like a people that have managed to survive. They fortified the island. I wish we did stuff with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish we would. I
The
wish we were going to
majority
spend a
of
little bit of
movies.
time there in any capacity.
Really
Yeah.
beyond the first,
30 minutes.
This is a movie that feels like several movies stitched together, and has been mentioned early on. Like the opening is not the cold open, but this like opening act of the movie is probably the best stuff because it
Yeah.
sort of takes a nosedive afterwards. But there are so many things you could do where the story centers around what you set up in the first act that would have been really, really strong. And that's part of why I find this movie so disappointing, because I liked a lot of this early stuff.
Yeah, me too. We meet Spike and his dad in this part where Spike is preparing for his first trip to the mainland with his father to do a little bit of hunting. They're gonna blood him. He's gonna go become a man. Have his first hunt. We establish that he's maybe a little bit young. Yeah, he's a couple years younger than they usually would do, but his dad has some pull with the community. He's sort of a big hero in town, and he's gonna have him go out and be the one of the younger to ever really accomplish this feat. And we also established that Spike's mom, Isla, is that her name?
Isla. Yeah.
Isla. Yeah.
Isla. She's not doing so hot. She's a little bit erratic, and she's constantly got a headache. She can't get out of bed. She's infirm.
She has memory issues. She has moments of lucidity, but otherwise she's got brain problems. She has very convenient for the plot brain problems.
Yeah, especially once we get to the end of her story. But so she is struggling with her short-term memory. She's kind of in and out of time, essentially, and she has violent mood swings as well when Spike's dad reveals that he is bringing Spike to the mainland to do a hunt. She kind of loses her mind a little bit. She's not happy about this, and she's very, very vitriolic towards her dad. She's calling him a cunt over and over again, and saying he's a baby killer. And this is pretty good stuff, actually. I kind of like. And then she completely forgets what she's just been raging about, and Spike lies to her when he says, "I've got to go." She says, "Oh, where you going?" He says, "I'm going to school." To kind of comfort her. So all of this so far is pretty good, I would say.
Yeah.
We got some strong character work going on.
Good performances too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like 28 Days Later, which played a lot with like the rage of non-infected people. I feel like this scene is very much in keeping with that. Obviously, we see her sort of like raging out. She's not infected, and we're never going to imply that she has has the virus or anything, but we are sort of playing around with rage in some of these performances, which I think is really interesting. Also, we skipped over it, but like one of the opening scenes is the Spike. He's like putting his bag together, and he decides not to take his little Power Ranger toy with him. He decides to leave it behind because he's like, "No, I'm a man now. I'm gonna leave the childish thing behind." It's just a nice
Power
little
Rangers
touch.
are for babies. I'm into anime now.
He's gonna meet some real Power Rangers soon. He doesn't need this one anymore.
Exactly.
Oh god.
And then he goes downstairs. Aaron Taylor Johnson, his dad, is making breakfast, and on Spike's plate is some bacon, but there isn't bacon on Aaron Taylor Johnson's plate. And he's like, "Oh, did you eat yours already?" He's like, "Yeah, I ate mine already. Whatever." He's sort of like, "I made bacon for you." Obviously, it's kind of like a rare resource for them, which makes sense. And he's like, "No, you have it. This is your big day. You need it." So like already, I'm like, "Oh man, we have some nice dad stuff."
Yeah.
That was one of the most. That was one of the things that was most refreshing about the first movie when I watched it for the first time several weeks ago. Is that the dad stuff in 28 Days Later is really strong. You have a lot of like likable characters, and I've watched quite a few of Alex Garland's recent things, and likable characters, especially men, is not something he likes to do much anymore. So when I was seeing all this, I was like, oh man, this is actually like we're returning to our roots here.
Danny Boyle got him back on track. Yay.
I know, that's how it felt.
That's
That's
how it
certainly
felt. That's how it felt for a good 30 minutes, I would say.
Yeah.
We also kind of glossed it. So Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's making the bacon. Spike tries to give him some, and he puts it back on his plate. And then Spike wraps it up and takes it upstairs and leaves it for his mom to find when she.
Which is also very sweet.
Which is another sweet moment because we establish.
Yeah.
So we establish in two easy ways, right? Aaron Taylor Johnson really cares for his son. His son is very devoted to his mother. This is a strong family, and we can see what's important to each one of them, right? And that's A plus,
and also
good stuff.
There's some tension between the father and the mother about like, obviously she's barely lucid, but she obviously is not thrilled about him going on this rite of passage onto the mainland. She thinks that's going to kill him. There's some tension there. She's very aggressive and hostile towards Aaron Taylor Johnson. That will be important later. But it's an interesting family dynamic. There's a lot of nuance and subtlety there, but generally likable characters right off the bat. I'm like, hey, this is a good start.
Yeah, I was pretty in at this point. I was like, okay, I feel like this is gonna be a good movie. It's definitely already better than 28 Weeks Later because there are characters who I enjoy.
Exactly. So,
Jeremy Renner being a charming actor doesn't count, okay?
No, he's just he's good guy in that movie.
Soldier, good man.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's not the script. It's just Jeremy Renner has charisma.
Yeah.
True.
We also have the grandfather here who restrung the bow for the boy.
I don't think he's the grandfather.
Is he not?
I don't think he's actually
grandfather archetype. Even if
I don't think he's actually blood related to them.
Oh, well, I just thought because he's hanging out here at night as well, looking for the mum. So I just expected him to be part of the family.
A man who they treat like family.
I
think calling him grandpa is, I think, sufficient for our discussion at least.
Yeah.
Well, because the only reason I made the correction there is because she will rant and rave about her father in the later part of the movie, and like he's obviously not around anymore, and she hasn't really taken that well. So I don't think he's blood related. I think he's just the town, handyman.
He's an old sage,
the town grandfather.
For the town, and this is a community, a community where people probably are not getting old very often, right? Because this is a volatile time. So I think I like this character as well. I like him as sort of the counterbalance, especially when we get a little bit later. Like he has reliable male role models to look up to, does Spike. So
even in this scene too, when Spike says, "Oh, it didn't need to be restrung," he's like, "Well, maybe I did it for me." He's like, "I needed something to do, so I restrung your bow."
Yeah,
and I thought that was like one of those little lines that just adds a little bit of character.
We're establishing how the community looks out for one another, right? Like they take care of each other, and this is how they've managed to survive for 28 years by looking out for.
I spent my leisure time doing a favor for boy.
Yes.
Yeah. It's also just a big deal for everybody that he's going out for the first time. There's like, yeah, look at him go. Get a little applause. Some kid comes around, it's like, here, my mom has some, was this an apple or a peach or something?
The apples.
Gives him.
The apples will come back a little bit later.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's just a very tight-knit community, it seems, with a lot of friendship between each other, you could say.
Yes. And so when they get down to the gate after they've had, he's getting his claps on the back, he's being celebrated. He gets there, and the village, the elder matriarch of the village is sort of gives him the layout of the rules, right? You're allowed to go and you're allowed to come back, but if you go and you get stuck, we do not send out rescue parties. That's our code. That's our rule. Right? Do you accept these terms and conditions before going and playing Arma the DayZ mod? Are you good for this? And he has to sort of ceremonially agree, and they decide, they go to let him out, and we begin our adventure as they cross the causeway. The drone shots of the causeway are great. I think those look pretty
Yeah, it
spectacular.
looks cool as fuck.
They do a lot of really cool things with the camera work, and the
Agreed. There's a lot of really beautiful shots.
yeah. I really like how he leverages the size of the iPhones when he does some of these, and the drone shots and everything like that. So that's great. And so we're on the mainland. We get to the mainland, and Spike is astounded at how big it is. Right, that's his thing. It's like, can you get to a point where you don't even see the ocean? Right, which is a fun character moment. He's never not been around the sea. I like that. I like that a lot. And
which is actually kind of fun, because normally when you have this, it's like the opposite. Like they've never seen the water, but in this one, it's like, all I've seen is the water. You could say he grew up surrounded by water. I swear I didn't plan this.
Ryan.
But yeah, I think that's actually kind of neat. There's like just the other way around, because he's just on this island the whole time. It's like, whoa, there's like no water here.
Yeah,
it's nice.
It's a fun little subversion, and we get some nice father-son moments, right, where his dad is sort of explaining, because his dad has been here, and he can ask him the questions, and his dad's very open about, telling him what it's like out here in the field. During the causeway scene as well, we get some of the beginnings of the really creative editing, where the poem from the trailer starts to come in over as a voiceover, and we start to see some archived footage of like soldiers in World War I as they march. We start to see the footage of some medieval archers shooting down, like charging horsemen, and it's an interesting. I think it's an interesting way of using kind of a non-traditional editing style in this. I don't know if everybody feels that way.
Music video-ish in a way, like and I mean, I think it would be more off-putting if they didn't recur it. Like it is a thing that they do quite frequently through the movie, and it sort of becomes a stylistic thing that makes some sense. And I like that.
Some of the later battle scenes, they bring
creative editing.
They bring the archery back, and I think that's kind of neat. Honestly, I think there are very few movies that would have tried that, and I think kudos to him for taking.
He's certainly trying. He's taking some big swings visually in terms of the filmmaking here. One of the things I like specifically about using the shots of archers from, I don't know, like some medieval battle and stuff like that, is it feels like we're sort of doing this thing, at least in the first section of the movie, where obviously, civilization has collapsed and we've sort of regressed due to circumstance back to a sort of like mythic, English past. And we have this group of people on this island who are trying to reclaim that as a way of like keeping their civilization alive. And so they've sort of reverted back to the sort of like coming of age rites of passage and stuff like that older societies used to have that we don't really have much anymore. And there's imagery of like and the other thing is, well, when we talk about the alphas, like there's obviously sort of reminiscent of giants, which is something that was like very much a thing in the sort of like mythic lore of the British Isles, is that they were full of giants and things like that. So there's a lot of things we're doing where it's almost like we're returning to this sort of mythic, heroic past of England and the British Isles in general that I thought was really cool.
I think we're also establishing some of Spike's ideas of what this particular, because we'll see at one point a list of roles in their society, right? And I think he's sort of establishing that the hunters who go out to the mainland in search of supplies and food and anything like that, that they, for him, are sort of associated with knights, knights and soldiers and, the brave and the bold, the chivalrous sort of imagery. And I think we're doing a pretty good job in visually tying that in, right? Like that's sort of how he's feeling as he's making his way across the causeway.
But ultimately that sort of disappears from the movie. A lot of that stuff. It's just gone. Like it's here at the beginning and it's like, okay, this is cool. Like I'm jumping ahead, but eventually like his dad's going to describe him as a giant killer, but he's like not thrilled about being described as a giant killer because he didn't actually kill one. His dad's just kind of like telling,
He's his
tall
hype
tales
man.
and exaggerating. He's his hype man.
Hype man,
And
yeah.
so you might think in a good movie that later he actually finally would kill a giant, but he never does. It's like, Alex, come on, you set up all this cool stuff. Like, where is it in the back half of the movie? Like, you forgot about it.
Well, it's going to be in the
It's in the
next
third
one.
movie.
It's gonna
Yeah.
it's gonna be in the next
No,
movie, which
I have
like
no-
so
no, I have
we
no
talked
faith
a
in
little bit
that
about
at
this
all.
earlier, right? I had mentioned that it's not a complete story and it's not meant to be because they're working on setting up 2 more films. I think the problem with that, and I really don't like the argument that gives it a pass to not be a complete narrative, because most of the best trilogy, I mean almost all of the best trilogies really, their first narrative is a complete one, right? Star Wars is a complete narrative. Lord of the Rings has 2 pretty, like in Fellowship, there's 2 pretty much perfect heroes' journeys, one in the first half, one in the back half, that still lead into more coming, but there's a complete narrative and an adventure that they go through on the way as part of the bigger adventure. This one does not have that by the end, I would say. It doesn't give us that, like, it does some stuff. Gives us some arc, but I don't think it's an arc that pays off what is being set up here at the beginning and in the first 30 minutes overall, which we're going to finish expanding out. I think it really
Includes
drops the ball.
Spike sick mother arc.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Did we talk about the sort of clumsy exposition for the causeway scene as well?
Oh, where
it's
he
just like,
asks,
"Tell
he's
me
like, what
about
are
the
what are
causeway."
we on? The causeway. All right, now tell us why it's important. Yeah.
Just like, there's got to be a better way of doing that.
Yeah, you should have known that by now.
I mean, I don't. Well, no, because he's not.
He's
not
kinda drilling him.
explaining it to him. Yeah, he's
I
making
know.
sure that he knows, right? Like he's saying now, like, okay, so why do we not go across it when there's high tide? And then Spike's the one that answers it. So I think it's more like it's like one of the things that's very important for if something happens to me and you need to get back home is that you understand how to get back home without being washed out to sea. So I don't know, like him.
I understand he's
quizzing him,
drilling
like,
him.
makes-
It just feels like it just feels like first draft idea of how you get this information across.
If you'll allow me, Mark, what you just did there, right? If something happens to me, right? This is how you're like. You just remember you can't make it back home. Right there, that's more effective, I think, than just like explain to me why the causeway is important, Spike. Yeah, like explain to me why this is. I think just adding that little bit right there of like, look, if something does happen to me, I'm not saying that it will, but if something does, I need to know that you remember the main rule of this causeway, right? Like, so let's hear it. Already, that's a bit more effective for me. So good for you. Good job. You wrote best. Your dialogue is improving, man. Very good.
Sorry, I've got a growling puppy. That's why I write bad dialogue.
True.
Okay, now repeat all of that.
Yeah, it's just it's always interesting to think like, oh, I just added like 2 or 3 words. It's like, oh yeah, this feels like much more natural now immediately, like something that's all you need.
Yeah.
Just to not make it sound as clunky, or well, as I said, first draftish, I guess.
Yeah, I've got a couple people in the chat pointing out, like, as if a teenager growing up on the island who idolizes the hunters who go off wouldn't know how the causeway works. But
Yeah. And so like obviously he's drilling him on it, but it just felt like the simplest
way to
cheapest way
get
of
that
putting-
information to us, like it could have. There was a more effective way of doing it. This was not it.
Yeah. Also, no, this is not a spoiler-free review. Far from it.
So we're on the island.
I'm gonna finish typing my message anyways.
Yeah, so we're on the island, and he's experiencing the mainland for the first time. The first thing he finds is they get into the woods and they find the bloated fat crawlers that are like slurping on worms, right?
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
Harkonnen was canon in this universe.
There are two classes of zombies: the Harkonnens and the Atreides. That's what we call them. It's from a book. You wouldn't know it.
You would know.
You wouldn't know.
Stellan Skarsgård was spectacular.
All the
in this
copies were
scene.
lost.
Yeah, so their first encounter, obviously they're looking for zombies because he's going to like get his first kill as part of this rite of passage. And so the first zombies they find are a totally new class of zombie that look like swollen human worms that crawl around on the ground and eat worms.
And they get
make
picked at
pig
by
noises
ravens
when you shoot them.
You know, they get picked
Yeah.
at by ravens and crows as they're crawling, and I liked that a lot. Actually, I thought that was kind of cool, where the raven is like eating the decaying flesh off of it and everything. One of the things I do want to mention here, though, surprisingly, for people who are dealing with infected, you know, the hunters don't have in their kit, like a pair of goggles. Or like a mask.
Yeah.
Or
we
something.
kind of went over that
That's
28
true,
days
actually, yeah.
later. That's the speed of infection and bodily fluids getting into your eye, making you get infected.
Have we
within 10
learned nothing from
seconds
the
is-
first movie?
Well, and have they?
It's
like,
a rule they kind of drop in 28 days later too.
Yeah, they 28 days later plays fast and loose with it as well. But this one, you know, it's been 28 years. We will have a scene later where some infected blood gets on his mom's forehead, and he tells her not to blink, you know, be careful, and then it's okay, none of the blood got in your eye. You would think that people who are routinely engaging in combat with these things, they might take some more precautions to protect their holes, is all.
Well, we know we
Yeah.
know they've established
Goggles,
the technology
armor,
to make masks.
anything.
They do have their infected masks that they wear for like training purposes and stuff. So it's like, well, guys, maybe you could design some masks that might be good to wear when engaging with infected.
Yeah.
Bandanas
face
over
shields
your
or
mouth,
something.
goggles,
Also,
something.
Also, I
It's
mean,
so-
you
yeah, go ahead.
clearly do a lot of medieval training stuff. Armor might be a thing to look into.
Some
as
armor
well.
might be. Some armor would be on theme with everything you've set up in the
Yeah.
beginning. You know what I mean? If they had like old school, like really thick cloth armor, that would be hip. That would be
Yeah.
cool.
It's a really annoying thing that happens in so many like infected / zombie shows, movies, whatever. It's like, man, if you're gonna get bit, you probably wanna wear something thick, protect
it's one
everything
thing-
with anything.
Yeah.
So the
And
World
they just
War
never-
Z
they just
movie, World
never
War Z
do.
or Z, because that letter is Z, wasn't phenomenal. But I really like that Brad Pitt takes the time to like wrap magazines and duct tape them around his hand,
Yeah.
like his
Yeah.
arm. I was
Yeah,
just
see,
like,
that's
why
cool
don't
shit.
more movies take stuff like that? And like there's things you can protect yourself with all around you. Magazines and duct tape. You know how hard it is to bite through a magazine? Pretty hard. I've
Yeah.
tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
it's
uh,
And then there's probably like the part where it's like, yeah, but we need to see their faces so we know what they feel. It's like, you really don't. If you do it properly, you don't need it. I just watched Andor and I knew what BB-8 was feeling. Wait, no, B,
K2SO.
just
K2SO.
BB-8 is the
the
soccer
little ball,
droid
the
from-
little soccer ball
Yeah,
that follows
yeah.
Ray around.
Oh no, he calls him B all the time, right? I did not
Are
remember
you
that.
talking about the other droid?
K2SO?
No,
Is he
no.
No. I
Talk
mean,
about the other droid.
the small
Oh,
one, the
yeah,
red
okay.
one.
Yeah, I don't ever remember that one's name.
I think he calls
Yeah.
him B, if I remember correctly. And the way that thing acts is
Yeah,
just
very
you can see
emotive,
when
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's very emotive. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can definitely do it.
I mean, if you want to go for the early
B2EMO.
2000s aesthetic too, like you could roll with paintball masks or something. Like
Yeah,
that would be
yeah.
kind of fun
Yeah.
to see.
Well, I know Hugh and I would
Something-
be safe because he can wear his kendo kit, I can wear my Humo kit, and it's we're pretty much fully protected.
Just anything, really.
Any
Yeah,
little
something
thing
I
would
want-
go well, especially since they seemingly are very well aware that even a drop of blood in, like, they all watched the first movie. They know a drop of blood in the eye will cause you to turn immediately. So
Yeah.
you would really think that like swimming goggles or something could come in here, right? Like that would be a prized possession for somebody who is going and actively fighting these things. And that follows into my criticism a little bit of the next scene, because I like the point where Aaron Taylor Johnson tells Spike to shoot is the jugular vein, and when he does it, it sprays out like crazy. And I know they're far away. I know they're using bows and they're far away. You would think that like that would not be if you're not wearing masks or goggles or anything like that, you would think that you don't want the vein.
Doesn't he
right?
tell him to shoot the neck so that it won't make noise? Like I thought that's why he said neck as opposed to head or something like that. I go, well, I mean the head.
The head will stop it from making noise too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I got the impression that he was saying shoot through the neck because if it starts like screaming, then it might draw more of them, which kind of does end up happening.
But yeah, but it still screams when it gets shot in the neck.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, it pig squeals.
Yeah, it does its pig squeal, and then they have to move because they drew more infected to them by the screams.
Yeah.
Also, I also have to point out, I find it really silly that the crawler ones that eat worms all day are like these chungus people.
Yeah. Like, they find a lot of worms, man.
Yeah.
You could be like, hey, I'm not going to get fat because all I eat are these like low calorie tortillas or something like that. It's like, well, you eat enough of them. That's a lot of calories.
Yeah, but you eat 17 every day.
So you eat 3 full packs of them. It doesn't matter how much it says they're gluten free.
The mutal infected. How fucking dare you?
Yeah, so they shoot the first one, but there's another one sort of slowly sneaking up from behind, and it's like, how is it sneaking up on them? It's crawling over dry leaves on the ground.
Why is Aaron Taylor Johnson not like he's the one that's
looking
kind of
around
on watch? So it's like you're not gonna like do a quick scan. It wasn't
he
even
said,
like at
he says
6.
multiple times that like where there's one, there's more, and then when it like screams that others are going to be attracted to it. And so he knows that they sort of come in packs or herds or whatever. He's not looking around, and there's just one. It shouldn't be sneaking up behind him. Everyone knows what like stepping on like a dry leaf bed sounds like. You know what I mean? It's writhing around on the ground.
It is very difficult to move quietly through the woods, and like that's one of the things that actually in the army they teach us how to do, and our method is not even very great. Like it cuts down a bit
really
of the noise.
Fat and roll around on the ground. Is that the
no? You step with your toe lightly, and then you use your heel to kind of brush any like twigs and stuff aside, and then you shift your weight onto the heel so that you're just mostly stepping on soil as opposed to
that's interesting
leaves and branches.
Yeah. You know, that would be I pretty
cool
much can't do it. The hunters trying that, especially if noise draws infected. You know, like
Well, I'll tell you this much: it's not something you can do with a prosthetic foot that you cannot point the toe of. So they don't send me on a lot of stealth missions these days. I can leopard crawl really well, though.
But nonetheless, Spike gets his first kill. He shoots and hits the big fat one, and it squeals like a pig. And then Aaron Taylor Johnson hits the second one, right?
Yep. And then a third one, a third child runs up, and Aaron Taylor Johnson gets that. And then a fourth one starts running away, and Spike doesn't want his dad to kill it.
Why?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Why? Why does it run away, first of all?
Well, I see. Like what I thought they were going to do.
You just asked all the questions I was about to bring up.
Yeah. I thought we were about to get some pretty
the rage virus
Sorry.
does not make you start to run away. I mean, I can see Spike being like, "No, don't kill. It's just a child." But then the father would be like, "Yeah, but it's infected though. Shut up!" And then just spike it in the face.
I didn't even get the implication that Spike was saying, "Oh, don't kill the kid." I thought he was saying "Dad," as in like hit it, because he was freaking out because of the one that was behind his dad. So I thought he was trying to encourage his dad to kill the baby, and his dad just does it.
Unclear.
It is a little bit unclear, but I think it's attempting to show that Spike is like concerned about empathy. He's got empathy. He's unlocked empathy at the ripe old age of 12.
He's turned 32.
Aaron Taylor Johnson's character also tells him the more you kill, the easier it gets. So that he knows that, and he's trying to train it out of him.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the interesting thing about the next scene. Once we get to that, the more you kill, the easier it gets scene in relation to this one, because part of what he's saying there is like, yeah, that's not a person anymore. It's just a monster. And
Yeah.
like it's almost a
He
mercy.
mentions
So
they
it's like,
don't have a soul anymore because their
Yeah,
mind
no
has
mind,
been
no
taken
soul.
over.
it's kind of like, well, do you want this kid living in like a unwakeable nightmare, or you want to just maybe put it down? Like, you know,
Yeah.
which one is the moral choice? Because
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a
I'd
little
kinda
bit of
lean on the side of kill the
like a
kid.
problem, I think, that he lets it go instead of just shooting it. Because like I feel like if Spike tells him, so if we redo the scene, right, and Spike is like, "Dad, don't do that," right? "Dad, what are you like? It's a kid," and he shoots it, and then they've come
Explains
across
to
this
him,
other
yeah.
one that's been hung up and left to die, and he's like, "Nope, you need to take this out because the more you kill, the easier it gets," right? That sort of shows his values in that scenario where he's like, "Look, you told me to stop on that one, and we can't have that. You have to learn how to kill these things, and you have to learn how to look at them without mercy. They don't have a soul. It is better to do this, right?" That keeps his character consistent between those two scenes. I don't know what the choice of
don't get it.
accomplishes of him letting the littlest one go.
I feel like they wanted to do a character things like, oh yeah, but I'm not a child killer, but obviously that doesn't work in
Yeah,
this
It doesn't
scenario
work. It
at
doesn't
all.
even a little
So
bit.
I think
And
that's
also-
what they wanted to do, but as you just said, followed up by the next scene where he's just like, you need to kill more. So it gets easier. It's like, yeah, but you just let another one go, show mercy to the infected, so doesn't work.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work. And the other thing is the implication is that, oh, wait, do some of them have like more of a survival instinct now? Like, is
Yeah.
that part of their evolution and change? No, that never comes up again. So
hmm
it just runs away. Why does it run away? None of them ever run away except
Yeah, it looks at them
the alpha
like, oh, he's
is
not aiming
capable-
at me anymore. Now I'll run away.
Yeah. Otherwise, in this movie, the alpha is the only one capable of doing anything but trying to kill whatever they see in front of them, because we've never established anything otherwise. So I don't know why this kid just runs away. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It could have been something interesting, perhaps, if part of their evolution is that they're,
Starting to feel fear.
yeah, or they have more self-preservation instinct somehow, and so they don't just mindlessly attack every time. Like you could do something with that, but they don't.
Yeah. We got a super chat over here on our channel from Muggy. Thank you very much. It says, a zombie movie as a modern medieval story is an amazing concept. Too bad they didn't push more into it. I would have accepted the variant zombies as a sort of medieval fantasy monster replacement more easily. Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
I mean, that's kind of what they were doing.
They're
But
kind of
I don't know,
trying
they
for it, but they did, like if they had
A little
really
bit.
like gone like that extra mile to make it feel that way, I think it would have been a little bit. I might have a fewer questions, maybe. We're still tying this into 28 Days Later, and that would already raise some flags for me. But I think you're right on the money there. Yeah. So we've got the little one runs away, and they keep exploring, and they come to a cottage where there is a body. With the word Jimmy carved into its torso, and it's
hanging
hung
upside down from the
upside
ceiling,
down
yeah.
with its head in a bag, and it's not moving. It looks dead, and Aaron Taylor Johnson calls Spike in, and they have a little conversation about it. He says, there's some strange people on the mainland. It looks like they tied him up and left him for the infected.
Maybe as a punishment.
Maybe as a punishment.
Maybe it's a warning.
Mhm.
I think is what he says. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go further, what's Aaron Taylor Johnson's character's name?
I think it's Jamie.
Yeah,
Oh, it
that's
is
why I was
Jamie.
confused.
I should have remembered it more easily then.
Oh yeah, there you go. I think though
yeah.
that because Spike's our perspective character, he's most commonly referred to as Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has the same name as me, so I can't believe I forgot it. Anyway.
Well, you
And
only
so,
hear it
yes.
once.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
so I thought it was
most
like
of the time you
Jimmy.
hear him say "Dad." So
Yeah.
yeah. And to be fair, he's not in the movie for very much longer. So
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
we'll get to that.
don't get too attached to him. Yeah, so they find the dead body hanging from the ceiling. Some weird shit going on here. Leaving someone for the infected, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But then it moves. Oh my gosh. So it is infected. but it's sort of writhing around. It's got its head in a bag full of blood. It's pretty gnarly. It's pretty grisly imagery. I really like it in isolation. And so he's like, all right, son, you got to kill it for the reasons we mentioned already.
Don't look away from it. You gotta have to see this.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like that. He's like,
Have
no,
to get
he's
used
like,
to it.
stop.
This
It's
is
like,
all
this
great
is the thing
stuff.
that you need to see.
I like it. And then there's a big build up, and he's like, "Come on, you have to kill it. You have to kill it. You have to kill it." And he's
Do it now. Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it. Kill her.
What are you fucking waiting for? Just do it.
yeah. Well, then ultimately, Jamie, the dad, is about to step in and do it for him, but at the last second, Spike shoots him. Right? Is that what happens?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he falls down and then he shoots it, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And he finally does it, and he's not. He's kind of overwhelmed by it, right? Because I think there's a nice escalation here, because I don't know if Spike has ever seen an infected before. He might have seen pictures of them and whatever, but the first one he encounters are far less human-like, and so it's maybe a bit easier. These weird monsters that writhe around on the ground, but this one feels a bit more like a person. And so you can tell he has a harder time with it, which I think is a nice little choice.
You can't even see its face either, so it's like, oh well, I don't know, how monstrous is it? It's covered up. Like, I feel like I'm killing a person now, and
Yeah.
Right.
At the same time, the second it like falls down to the ground and becomes an immediate threat, I'd be like, oh okay, let's put 6 arrows into this thing just to be sure.
Yep. So Spike accomplishes his goal. He doesn't feel great about it, but he does accomplish it. And they do some more exploring, and they come across a giant herd of stampeding deer, which is a pretty neat idea.
Great.
It doesn't look good though. Yeah, the CGI is
a
not
neat
great.
idea. The CGI is not great, but
what can you do? You take what you can get. That's fine. So they have that moment where we see the deer, and I'm pretty sure this is where we start cutting into the like red and black night vision of the infected, right? This is where that begins.
Somewhere in here, yeah.
Yeah. I like, in isolation, I like this. I think this is really neat. I'm not sure, I kind of wish this wasn't going to disappear so soon out of the movie, because I think it's some of the most effective like gore horror that the movie has to offer.
It is weird because we introduce a soldier character and it was like, oh, we're probably gonna get more night vision stuff now because he probably has one in his backpack, right? That's why we want this character to be here, to have these cool shots with infrared, but that doesn't happen, unfortunately.
No,
it's
this
odd.
is a shame, because like there's a couple little editing choices in the beginning where they show little flashes of, some of it is like archival footage from the past, some of it are things that are going to happen later in the movie. And so when you insert like, okay, we're doing a sort of non-linear sort of expressionistic editing from time to time. So when you see that all red night vision infrared footage of zombies killing a deer and stuff like that, you're like, oh, that's going to be a sequence later in the movie. It isn't.
No, it's more like, whereas it's at the like in 2 strokes essentially. We're establishing they eat now, and we're in a jungle, right? Like this is what is lurking out there in the woods. It's providing a threat. Like we see what the stakes are if Spike and Dad are captured, but it kind of isn't, because they don't seem like, now they don't really seem to eat other people. They seem to just sort of turn them to create more. So it's a neat looking choice. I'm not entirely sure if it accomplishes much other than to sort of say like, here's the creepy zombie thing you expect from the movie, right? And it's not going to stick around.
It looks so cool. I want to see more of it in an actual scene.
Yeah,
because it looks great.
Yeah, I'm disappointed we didn't get more of the night vision stuff.
Yeah, because it really is cool. I mean, I really like the part where he rips the stag's head off is brutal, man. Like that is fucking cool. Georgius Rex in our chat asks, on Spike being reluctant to kill one, we're not setting them up as an allegory for accepting the other, right? Zombies as stand-in for Somalis, etc.
What? No.
No, I don't think that's not what we're doing.
I mean, I
No.
guess there's a bit more sympathy for the infected, I guess you could say, in this one over any of the others, but
there is
it's
the
one
weird
scene in particular.
scene
But
later,
and,
yeah.
we'll get to it because I'm sure there'll be things to discuss.
Sisterhood. Anyway.
Yeah, so we get the deer intercut, the deer scene, and Dad and Spike then discover the mutilated corpse of a deer in the woods, and the stag's head is ripped off and stuck pretty high up in a tree. And Dad sees this and goes, uh-oh, an alpha did this. And
That's bad news.
That's not good. That's pretty bad news, man. Bad news bears. We got to get the fuck out of here. Actually, let's go back. Like, maybe we need to leave now.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It's when Spike reacts to hearing this about the alpha, does it seem like he's familiar already with what an alpha is? Or does this feel like news
Not
to him?
nearly familiar enough. He doesn't seem to respect the danger that that at least Aaron Taylor Johnson seems to be implying that they're in very much. Like,
I feel like he should already know this.
Yeah,
I feel like he should, and also I feel so. Here's the other problem that I have with this. Did he not expect to run into one of these, and why?
So there's the big problem here is that like they treat it like, oh, I know, like we knew that they were out there, but they're pretty rare, and so encountering one is like oh fuck. Like most excursions, you don't run into one. Like that seems to be the implication. The only problem is that there's two in this area in this movie.
Yeah,
and so
that's really rare. Where it comes in. Like they do not treat them as if they're rare. They sort of set them up as if they kind of like could just be over the next hill at any given moment.
Yeah.
That's my big issue with it, is that like if they are rare, I don't mind this, right? Like, oh wow, normally we wouldn't have run into this. This is bad. One has moved in here. That's a problem. But
like I've heard tell of them, you know, kind of thing.
I've only had to deal with I've only had to fight one ever, right? So like we have to get out of here. They're scary. He doesn't seem to think it's a like, because he's bringing his 12-year-old son out here. He doesn't seem to think it's even remotely a possibility that they'll run into one until they do. And I think that given how common the appearance of them are as we move forward, that doesn't feel like it's meshing to me. You know, we're disconnected here a little bit.
Yeah, maybe should have been established earlier on that hey, these things are pretty rare. We probably won't run into one, but I need to let you know what they are because holy shit, they are dangerous.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if he didn't want to do that, right? Like, if he was trying to keep him, like, I could see him trying to keep him, not freak him out, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but like, we're gonna run into alphas a lot in this movie, and I think that is a not a great choice, to make
an oversight.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a lot? I don't know.
Actually,
I mean,
only two.
There is
only two.
Like,
is there two or three? Because the soldiers get killed by one. Is that the same one they encounter?
I think that's Samson.
I'm pretty sure that's the same one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Samson.
And I mean, I don't know that they're being two in a generally fairly large geographical area is still would make them not rare, but I guess it just seems like really bad luck, which not fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For like to be like, okay, these are things that we essentially never run into, and it's like, well, in the span of a day,
in the span
like,
of a week, we're going to run into
this,
two of them. Yeah.
Yeah, which unless they made it say that like where there's one alpha, sometimes like a line saying they sometimes fight over territory. So it's like, well, if there's one here, it means there might be more. So, but then it would kind of turn the movie into Aaron Taylor Johnson going back and be like, hey, I ran into an alpha. We need to think of a plan because there might be some more of them around now. Like, if
But
the-
Yeah.
it would force him to have to take a more active role in the second half of the movie, which I wouldn't be opposed
which-
to.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that would be a
we
great
all
idea,
pretty much
actually.
agreed that shelving Aaron Taylor Johnson was maybe not the best thing that this movie did.
Well, we only get one line for Samson later, where the doctor's like, "Oh, he's been here for like 3.5 years." I'm like,
yeah,
what the
well,
fuck?
we'll address that when we get to it too.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude! Like
jumping ahead. We're still in the first movie here of the like 2 movies that this movie is.
My that's like the only reference we get for like are alphas territorial. Maybe.
Yeah,
And
we do not establish much about
that's
them.
kind of what I was getting at. That like maybe running into 2 isn't that strange if you've run into 1, but I think that the movie would have needed to do a bit more to make that clear, you know, because then you could still have them be a super rare thing, but it's like, well, but where there's 1, sometimes there's more. Because I mean, just in the name that they chose to use for them, alphas would mean that yeah, these things are competitive, so this might be an area that a couple of them were fighting over. So there might be 2, there might even be 3, and then we're fucked. Kind of like, you know, it's something you could have done in a couple lines, and I think they probably should have.
Or why not even just have them stumble upon a dead alpha?
That
And they're like,
Yeah,
I mean,
and
that could be a good one actually.
that's
Like, if they stumble upon a dead alpha with its, or like a, you know, one of the infected's heads and spinal columns that have been ripped out, as is their signature move, because they're all big fans of Predator, apparently.
I was
Mortal
gonna
Kombat,
go with Sub-Zero, Mortal Kombat 1 fatality.
Yeah, like if that was their signature move, and they find an alpha's head in the trees, and Aaron Taylor Johnson, or Dad, is like, "Oh fuck, let's get out of here!" Like that would I think that would solve this for me, actually, completely, if we had that instead of just a stag's head. I like the scene where the stag's head gets ripped off, but you know, we can create a little bit more world building that way. Like if the alphas are at each other's throats because they're, you know, sort of establishing territory and everything, that would be kind of cool. Kind of cool to see.
I do like the idea of a bigger zombie enemy that's like a giant, you know, for the reasons we talked about earlier, but and also just giving more weight to certain enemies. You know, there's a lot you can do with that. I quibble with the fact that they're described as like, well, you know, he says at one point, I've seen one take like a dozen shots. It's like, it's such they're treated like a video gamey type thing where like you actually have to hit him a certain amount of times. Whereas like, I feel like if you shot him in the head with a bow and arrow, that should just kill him once. You know what I mean? Like, why do you need a dozen shots? Like, obviously he can tank more damage, but if you hit him like straight between the eyes with an arrow, that should just kill him, right? And isn't that true for all of them?
well, I mean, they say the alphas are supposed to be smarter. So my only thing would be, why not have that be a visual thing on the alphas? Why not have the alphas have like funny little shields on them?
Oh, shields would be interesting, actually. Yeah, they have shields. They have reflexes. They can, you know, sort of dodge or duck around. Yeah, that would be interesting.
And that's why they take a dozen shots, because you can't exactly aim for the head because they know better.
Yeah.
Or even if you don't want to give them shields because you want them to be very primitive, you know, creatures, like, you know, if they have a bit more self-preservation instinct because they are smarter and they can dodge things, because we never see the other zombies dodge or take any evasive maneuvers. They just kind of run full bore right at you. So, you know, like if the difficulty in killing them is obviously that they're bigger and stronger, but the big thing is that they're smarter. Because basically this movie treats it like, they're just more durable. You need more shots to hit them. And so...
And they can also, like, they can weasel out hiding places better, right? Like, that's sort of their thing. Like, we'll see a couple times their big advantage is that one of, you know, this one, who they're about to establish, follows them, like, allows them to get away so that it can follow them to the causeway.
Kind of. We'll get to that.
Well, yeah, we're about to.
I just imagine an alpha with like a fucking skinny infected torso using its intestines to wrap it around its arm and just using that as a makeshift shield.
See, well, you know,
that'd be so over the top.
Well, it would kind of fit with some of what's going to happen later. That is true.
There is one thing I want to mention quickly about their durability thing. We see a regular infected take an arrow in the leg, and it doesn't slow him down. Or and that kind of ruins the durability thing for me. It's like, well, they don't seem to be affected by what should be a serious injury, anyways.
Yeah, I was speaking of that leg injury, because that's about to come up where Spike will hit one in the leg, and Dad will turn and say, "No, head and heart." Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a
it's very difficult to run after you've got a puncture wound to the leg.
Isn't there a pretty big artery in the leg as well?
Yeah, your femoral artery, which I mean, like you could maybe say, okay, he didn't hit that, even though there was a ton of blood when he shot him. But yeah, you can die by being shot in the leg. That's
you would have trouble running at full
someone.
speed.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
You're
I mean,
at least
and that's the bigger
incapacitated.
thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that
Half your quads
shooting
on
it
the
in the
ground.
leg probably should have disabled that one. And I think maybe like even if he said like just give him a debrief afterwards, it's like, yeah, he's like, you did get the shot off and you hit him in the leg, so it couldn't keep running after us. But always go for the head and heart, because if we were in an area where we couldn't just keep running, that thing would still be a huge threat. You know?
Yeah.
I think that would have established the lesson and not made it so that the rage monsters still have full function of their leg after being shot with an arrow.
Yeah, and
Speaking of the arrows, can we talk briefly about the fact that they never try to reclaim any of the arrows they shoot?
Yeah,
Also,
that was kind of
that was
bugging
kind
me
of
too.
annoying. And that, and also that like they're presumably meant to be foragers and like maybe spend multiple days out in the field at points, but they don't. We don't get to see the dad attempting to like make new arrows or anything.
Well, I assume the reclaim thing is because of the blood. I wouldn't want to touch anything that has infected blood on it.
Would be great if you
Why
had
do they
gloves.
only have like 15 arrows?
Maybe bring gloves and masks and goggles with you, I guess. Like, because you're gonna need you're gonna need to reuse those arrows, right? Like, you have a limited supply.
I think she made a good point though. Like not wanting to recover at least arrows that have hit when it like a drop of that blood getting in and like a scratch that you didn't notice you had
It's
could
just
be the
too
end
risky.
of your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they probably could, if assuming they're not still running in the moment, reclaim some of them and like clean them and like put them in a fire and burn off whatever's on them. The main issue here is that they should have more arrows if they're never going to try and pick the ones that they shoot up, because they're going to run out of arrows really quickly. Like, I mean, super quickly. And it's like, guys, that's not good at all. It's really bad, actually.
I forgot to bring up this point. When they're exploring the house, he tells them to leave all the spoons and forks.
Oh yeah,
and
we have plenty of spoons and forks and everything.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you take that to melt it down?
Yeah, the metal.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
important.
And he
maybe make armor out of it.
No armor. No, that's not. No, we don't do that. We use arrows.
I didn't. I didn't get to mention it earlier because the conversation was going really strong, but part of the thing that bugs me about them not having armor either is the fact that when Frank is introduced in the first movie, he's literally wearing riot gear. He has a riot shield.
Yeah.
And the fact that no one else
well, I
does
mean, the first movie, like, Frank forgets about his riot gear as well.
Yeah.
In our discussion a couple weeks ago, that's one of the things we went over, that like self-defense means kind of get forgotten past the like halfway point of 28 days later.
Because that's a pretty sweet riot gear and riot shield setup he has that he just forgets for the second half of the movie. Like if he was wearing that face shield, maybe a tiny drop of blood wouldn't have gotten in his eye. But yeah, so that's a problem with the first movie, but in this one, it's just especially bad, I think.
Yeah, you think a group of survivors who have been doing this for nearly 3 decades, would have come up with some self-defense mechanisms besides bow and arrow.
You think so?
I mean, I guess on that point, I do think it's a bit strange that they don't also bring a melee weapon of some kind with them, like be it a sword, an axe, something.
Yeah, well, he does bring a knife.
A pocket knife.
It's a pocket knife.
Yeah,
but that never comes back. That doesn't
help
get
me
used.
against
like,
and the range on that, like you have to get
Oh,
so
yeah, it
close
doesn't.
to like you have to get so close to kill anything with a tiny pocket knife, man. Like
Yeah.
it's
Oh no, that,
it's
like,
not the same
it's-
as having a sword or a spear or
It's so
something.
a
right?
spear would be like you would think the ideal
machete.
one, right? Like yeah, a
Spear-
machete like
spear,
Selena had,
yeah.
but a spear is pretty like that one can you can keep them at like a 4-5
Keep your
foot
distance,
distance,
yeah.
you know. The pocket knife, by the way, he does have, and we make a point to call out, "You've got your knife." Yeah, right at the beginning of the scene, "You got your knife, right, Spike?" And he says, "Yeah." He never uses the pocket knife.
Oh,
Yeah.
he uses it to threaten his dad later.
Yes, that's the big use that it gets.
And he uses it later in the train, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, to cut
That's
the
the opposite
oh,
of
God.
killing.
Oh
Oh my god, that's so deep.
Yeah. Oh wow.
You're welcome.
Whoa,
Oh wow.
that's good writing.
So yeah, the alphas are on them. They go back to the meadow, and we get actually a pretty fun scene. I like the setup of this one where there's one on the horizon staring at them, and then a bunch of them come over the hill, and they're doing their weird janky running
Yeah.
moves in silhouette, and it's pretty fucking cool.
It's
And-
certainly a cool shot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dad yells, "Get back to the trees! We got to get back to the trees!" And they take off and they run.
Well, something I want to mention quickly. At first, it's stand still because if you move,
yes,
they
that's
might
true.
be able to see you.
Their vision. is
Then the
based on
alpha
movement.
walks over who isn't jittering, and that's when Dad Man is like, "Oh fuck."
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah. So like I guess the regular one's vision is based on movement, and the alpha's.
I don't know why we've established that here.
Well, maybe
There's
he's
never been a
he's
thing.
just sort of hoping, like, hey, maybe if we stay super still, they won't notice us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they get down into the grass, that might have been better than just standing still in the wide open field.
Like in Guardians of the
Personally.
Galaxy, if you just stand still.
I don't know why we're doing Jurassic
Right.
Park rules.
Or Jurassic Park, yeah.
Yeah, but hey, it's a tiny thing.
What is a zombie but a tiny dinosaur?
Especially
Just
the
zooms
alphas.
onto his massive dong.
They do move in herds.
Oh my god! So yeah, the zombies give chase, and they're in the woods, and we see, like Mark mentioned, some pretty cool tactical stuff. I like this where you run. All right, now first shot, second shot, and then we run again. You know, I think that's pretty smart to include that. It seems like Dad knows
I
what he's
think
doing.
He even says the word
Mhm.
like 2-man drill. Like so
Yeah.
it's established that it's like no, this is something that they've practiced and like that it's like this is how we survive with these weapons. And I like that was established, and Spike
And-
just I guess forgets how important that is immediately.
We are gonna get to that because I have a big problem with the way he with the way he decides to move forward here. I really
Yeah.
don't like it. I
Oh,
think-
we'll get there.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, 2-man drill. Spike is kind of nervous. He's missing his shots. He does hit someone in the leg and incapacitate them, but that's not it's not good enough. Head and heart.
Mhm.
They do take a few out, and they manage to get back to the empty shack where the guy was hanging upside down. And there's a loft that they can get up to that the infected probably won't be able to reach because it's a pretty big jump, and they can't do parkour. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's good for them. And there's a nice tense moment. I did like where they're trying to get him up, trying to get Spike up into the attic. And he stumbles because they're coming in hot, and he's got to stop
Yeah.
and take him out. I think that in isolation, this is a good scene. This is a lot of fun. It's really tense. I kind of breathed out at the end of it when they finally make it up into the attic. I enjoyed that a lot. And then they don't seem particularly concerned with whether or not the infected know they're up there because it's not like they're like shh, be quiet. They're just kind of like, okay, good.
Yeah, they can't reach us up
Yeah,
here.
they can't reach us up here. And
The big word is urgency here,
yes,
which a lot of movies tend to forget. Like he's currently helping the guy, helping his son up, and when that one infected comes up the stairs, he's like, all right, I'm just gonna let go and just fire away, release my arrow into his face, and that's exactly what he does. Which then, in turn, makes Spike fall down. They have to do it again, and then they get up. So yeah, it's just good tension and makes you believe that shit might go wrong.
Yeah, and I also really like the point of view shot from the zombie who's coming up the stairs only to see, oh wait, there's no one here anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some really strong choices like that. Question though, why didn't the Alpha follow them?
That's a big one.
Yeah, that is
well, because it's watching from the hill. How else are we gonna get that creepy silhouette shot?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's
wanted
like,
some
why
entertainment.
is that its plan? Like, if what it wants is them dead,
or
then
part of its herd, I suppose. Like, what do the alphas want? Is a good question here, because
it's a good question throughout, but especially in this moment, it should want to kill them. And so when it didn't, I was like, oh, okay, so they're smarter. Maybe he's going to like follow them or trail them later to like find his way to like wherever their home is. Like maybe he's got that sort of like 4D chess strategy going. That's not really what they do, unfortunately. But
it kind of is.
They
well,
do it.
no, because how he handles it is absolutely retarded if that's his plan. So like, no, I don't accept that. We'll get to it. But I basically just don't think there's a good reason he shouldn't be trying to kill them here based on what happens later.
I mean, yeah, I guess if his plan is to tail them, if we establish that, okay, that's why he doesn't kill them, then sending the flock to kill them might also have not been the best plan, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, if you do want to find their home, then why not just tail them and not even reveal yourself? But I guess also, like, we don't have a great idea of exactly how smart they are, so that can be a bit ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah. But aside from the fact that the Alpha doesn't chase them, I quite like this chase sequence, and I like how they end up in the attic. And as we're about to get to, there's some nice little character moments in the attic that I really appreciate. I don't remember if it's one of the first things said, but Spike is beating himself up for having missed so many of his shots. And the dad's like, "Hey, man, you kept shooting. I've seen a lot of adults fail to even do that. Like,
they can't even. Yeah, they're shaking so bad they can't even get the arrow on the string. You did good.
Yeah,
man.
You didn't freeze up. Like you were still trying your best. You kept your head, and like you didn't just go catatonic, which can sometimes happen to people in combat situations. So,
I really like this. This is really good. He's a good dad to him. He's very supportive.
I can't wait to see the dynamic for the next hour of this movie. It's going to be so good.
It's going to be so good, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how refreshing it was, this scene. I was like, man, I was so in for this part of the movie. What a shame.
Yeah, and what they look out.
The thing is, again, I said it before. Yeah, it just came back to me. It's just like so annoying because there's like, oh, here's our reason why they're not in their town right now. So obviously now they need to survive for the next hour and then get to the town, and then we close up there, and then I don't know, we got the alpha danger, and we need to protect the town in the next movie, whatever. But that's just not going to happen. Like, they have the perfect setup right now that they can't go back because the tide goes up, down, blah, blah, blah. So we can do all kinds of things until the next morning or whatever. Maybe they need to retreat to somewhere else because we get like this stampede going on in the next scene, I think, or whatever that was.
That's a dream sequence. Yeah, he's having a dream with the stampede happening, and it's
because
right.
Yeah.
The house is falling down.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a callback. Yeah, that's just bad luck. Which is, I kind of wish there was a more active antagonistic role going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But
like the alpha maybe or something.
Like the bigger, stronger, 8-foot tall alpha that can
shaking the house.
that could hoof it faster than a football player. That would be that'd be kind of interesting. Maybe
I liked his little dream sequence just in terms of how it was filmed and everything, and I liked there's like imagery of his mother. Like
I laughed at that particular bit where she's just standing in the water, head is
Just
not in the water.
Her head is the only thing
Looks
above
at
the
him,
water.
not reacting, like, I'm drowning.
Oh, there she is.
Made me laugh.
I liked it.
It's
I
a
liked
good
that
movie.
bit too. it's a good ride in the
sense.
uncanny valley. You know, that's what I.
But I can buy, that's how he feels, right? About his mom's current situation. I don't like where they go with it, but I just, I like the sort of dream sequence thing, the sort of blending, like what's actually happening with, what he's dreaming about. And then, of course, the attic collapses, and they're like, well, fuck me. This old building just couldn't handle two guys chilling in the attic. So now we need to, we don't really have any other option. We need to go back towards the causeway.
And he says,
And
well,
we
the
have to be
tide,
very,
is
very
the tide,
careful.
the low tide in. He says, it'll be low enough. It'll be low enough. Let's go. Which I liked. I was like, okay, well, he's basically keeping his calm. He's like, gotta go. Kid's asking questions. Kid's nervous, and he's just like, no, we'll be fine, And he's doing a good job. So they get back to the causeway, and this is where like the Alpha sort of like I guess allows them to escape. It's the thing. He puts a homing beacon in their spaceship, and they get back to the base. I don't. But either way, he comes. They get to the causeway, and tide is low enough, as Dad said. Right, it's shin deep, so they can make their way across. There is a little bit of a lack of urgency that I think still maybe you should have. But
because they get to the water and they're like, we did it. And it's like you got a
very long
across.
walk across and in water, man. Like that's you should probably like not like.
Yeah.
This is a moment where I'm like, yeah, maybe Dad should be like, we ain't over till it's over,
Yes.
Also, I don't think you have like the time to get your boots off, right? Probably just leave them on and just start running.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how that. I think it's easier to move in the water without your shoes in that instance.
Probably. I was kind of more thinking that if, like, in the event that you fall and have to swim, you can just swim a lot more easily if you don't have boots on your feet.
Yeah. That would. So they established that they can't swim it because the current will pull them out to sea, right? So I was sort of thinking that, like, maybe at some point one of them might like have to leap off the causeway, and there would be some, maybe some dramatics as he has to sort of fight the current to get back, and he manages to do it. That could have been an interesting thing to add to the little heroic celebration later.
Yeah, I was low-key expecting the dad to just tackle the Alpha into the water at some point to save the son.
Yeah, I was expecting the dad to
die in this
again, expecting a longer journey with the father and son. I was expecting the dad to die at some point.
That would have been
and a sort of heroic sacrifice kind of deal.
Especially once we get past this point and establish the father's negative traits and sort of have a redemptive moment for him. That would be
let's stop the podcast here.
we could So they start going across the causeway, maybe with a little less urgency than I would like, but they're getting there. And the Alpha comes barreling out of the tree line.
Well, okay, but before that, the thing the Alpha does that I think bothered me the most of anything, like, when did he gain the ability to summon ravens?
That
honestly, like, to me, was the weirdest thing in this movie. I was like, okay, well, why? How?
Yeah, that didn't make sense. I think it was just for dramatic effect.
Yeah, it was cool shot, I think,
because it's not even like he just screams really loud and disturbs a bunch of birds. Like, he summons them to attack. Which I was like, wait, hold on.
Maybe they're all infected ravens. I don't know.
But if that's the case, the entire world is fucked.
Yeah. If birds are infected, we are screwed. Like,
it's over.
Like, I think they don't have
any trouble crossing the causeway.
Well, I'm sure they would be, because remember in 28 days when the blood drips into his eye, the crow is eating that infected corpse.
Well, yeah, but in 28 weeks they say it didn't jump species.
Yeah.
but it
But
obviously
it
evolved in
started
this
from a
one,
monkey
so
to a human.
yeah,
So really, nobody knows what we're doing.
that too. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
In fact,
Oh,
there's a
man,
swarm
man.
of rats in 28 days when they're in the tunnel, and the rats aren't rage infected. So
Yeah.
Well, they
maybe
call back
most
to that in
animals
this
are
one,
fine,
too.
but
They call back to the rats in this one. There's a swarm of rats.
right when they go
Yeah.
into the train.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I think like this movie does actually, honestly, most zombie movies would be very difficult to explain as why everyone is not dead if birds can be infected.
Yeah.
Like it would be so over.
That'll be a
'Cause, like,
bad time for everyone.
where could you ever hide, and how could you ever ensure that you've cleared an area? Because it's like, man,
It's like a birdemic.
you have like
Hey.
drones and- yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Good night, everybody.
Oh
Anyways,
my
like,
goodness.
yeah,
The
Yeah, so
alpha.
he screams in some raven. Like I forgot about the raven summoning. That's such a weird
Yeah.
outlier because it's
like-
never coming back. Like the
Hold on,
birds.
I'm sorry. There's 3 Birdemic movies.
I guess so.
Unfortunately.
4.
Sorry,
including
just
this
Google
one.
that and it's 4. That's 4 too many,
Including
probably.
this one, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no,
go on.
I just
shocked
wanted to get
by this
that out of the way
information.
because honestly, like in this whole first act, I think the alpha summoning the ravens was the thing that bothered me the most because I was just like, wait, hold on, like what? Are we
No,
doing
why
here?
did that happen?
On it. So
Wait a
one
minute.
of our chatters just said Krebine from England, and I remembered that in the theater. I was like, is he like communicating with the crows? Is he like Saruman guiding the crows
Oh no.
and
Well, like, that's
spying
the
on
thing.
them?
It's like, are they actually magic, like medieval fantasy monsters at this point? Like, I knew there was like some allusions to that, but not. I didn't think it was literal.
Well, none of the other.
Dude,
well,
I thought-
the other alpha doesn't do anything similar to this. So like, do they each gain
Imagine
their
this
own
is-
special power?
But this is where this is going. Like the rest of the world, just as we know it, but just England and the UK just becomes this fantasy medieval world with like alpha monsters that summon birds and start throwing fireballs and shit.
Orc class and ogre class monsters.
Yeah.
The ogres are magic, also.
So they narrowly escaped the birds. His flock of ravens spell did not cast properly, and then
Damn
they
it.
look behind them, and he is hard, just like barreling
Huffing it.
towards them.
Luckily for them, he's not hard right now.
I was thinking the
My
same thing.
God.
Well, he might have been. Maybe that's why they were so terrified.
He's like, oh god.
Oh God, run! But he is like really coming at him right now, and he's got fantastic form for running through the water, kicking
Oh,
up streams,
Yeah.
kicking up wakes behind him, and they have to get going. They're blowing whistles. This is also where we find out that the guard I guess just is accustomed to falling asleep at their post, like the whole guard of the
Pretty cool.
island. You know, I understand that happens sometimes, but you'd think that I don't know.
Like, so if you've got 2 people on a sentry duty and one guy's getting tired, generally you'll say like, okay, well, take half an hour and then I'll
there's
wake you
3
up, and then I'll take half an hour. Like,
Yeah.
you do shifts.
Yeah.
right?
There's 2 people in the tower and 3 more below the tower. Like you could have
Yeah.
just like, hey, can you take the shift a bit so I can have a nappy?
Yeah, you'd think that maybe an hour or 4-hour rotation would be something that happens
Well,
to
they
prevent
probably
all
are
of them
on,
falling
like,
asleep.
less so than full shifts, being like, while we're on here and it's a night shift and we're getting tired just because humans tend to get tired at nighttime. Like, less like it's not go home and go to sleep. It's like, okay, take a little nap. I'll be sure to be awake. But if anything happens, I'm waking you up right away. And then I don't have to go like find you in your bed, right? Like,
Yeah.
You're still right here.
Yeah, the fact that all of them are asleep kind of bothers me, I would say. But we're creating tension. So the whistles are blowing. They all wake up and they snap into action. Good for them. They're calling out orders. We're getting more illusion, more juxtaposition of these old medieval movies of archers, longbowmen shooting down cavalry. and they're getting ready. And you know what? I like it. I
They're
think that's
playing
pretty
like
cool.
a really odd, like classical sounding piece that sounds like it's Wagner or something. It's like the vibe is very strange.
Yes,
in a good way. I think it's kind of fun. The music is very, clashing with the threat that's happening in a way that I actually find really interesting.
Yeah, music's used strangely in this. Even at the beginning, the music from the trailer is sort of playing over them crossing the bridge and stuff, and
the boots montage kind of thing.
It's sort of a like music video style of like editing and directing. But I didn't hate it.
This is a really effective
like
sequence in isolation. Yeah. So this is the reason I don't accept the idea. Let's finish the sequence first. What happens?
Well,
I will be right back.
There's some close calls, but eventually the crew on the top get one of their ballista lit up, and they fire this massive bolt straight into the heart of the Alpha. It kind of looks like he explodes a little bit, which is and that adds a little bit to the tension as they move. They get to the gate. They're waiting to see. Now, okay, they get to the gate, and they're banging on the gate, like screaming to be let in. Let us in! Let us in! And the old woman is like, wait, we got to make sure they're not about to turn.
Right.
He's very frantic. And now, am I wrong? There was only the one Alpha chasing them, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
So the threat is done.
Well, they want to make sure they're not infected.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that the frantic response of like banging on the gate and freaking out about being let in, that feels.
Hey man, they're pretty worked up.
Okay,
all right,
that's fair. That's fair.
I think he'd be terrified still as well.
Okay, that's fair.
What if he gets back up or something? I can buy that. Okay. He's a little frantic. He's just running for his life with his kid.
Yeah. But they're clear. They're in, and now we're at the triumph. Spike's triumph.
All right. Before we get on to that, the reason I don't buy that the Alpha was like, I'm gonna wait and watch and tail them so I can figure out where their home is because he just tries to bum rush them before they can get there and then just gets killed in the process. Like he didn't watch them and see where they go and then went, I'm going to get a horde of zombies and we're going to come attack this place later, which is what I thought was going to happen when the Alpha didn't immediately follow them. And I'm like, oh, cool. Now we can have like a siege kind of scene. Like what if he chased them all the way there and then like right at the last second he stopped or something like that and then he left? Like that'd be kind of terrifying. Like, because maybe now he knows where they are. Maybe he's going to come back. There's a lot of possibilities there that might explain why he didn't just immediately chase after them when they first saw him in the field. But as is, he did just want to kill them. And he just very conveniently for the story never chased them when they would have actually been in danger and waited to the last possible moment when they could have escaped. I'm like, that's just really cheap and convenient. In my opinion.
I see what you're saying. I take your point because like if it had been watching and learning how they get across the water, that would have been one thing, Yeah,
that would have been kind of terrifying, right?
Yeah.
Adding to the like, oh shit, they're smart now. That's not good.
Yeah, if you got a shot of him walking up to the causeway and he just kneels down and looks at it and sees the land under the water to cross. And then you get a shot like the next evening or the next day at some point, and he has the whole swarm of zombies with him.
Yeah. Or if that becomes the conflict for the second half of the movie, is like that now there's a problem because, or a conflict within the second half of the movie that could be interesting is like, the village has to defend itself against a horde that has been clued in to how to get there. Yeah, that could work.
Yes.
Board with the boss.
Yeah. Instead, we're actually almost done with the village for the duration of the
that's the craziest thing. Because I was like, but this village is interesting. And I thought, surely, this world we established at the beginning of the movie is going to be important for the rest of the movie. No, not really, actually.
Nope. At least not in this movie.
Yeah, pretty much the best part of the movie's done.
triumphant return. At this point, I'm still in, right? Because
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I love the excitement that they have when he comes
Yeah.
back and the
Come
heroic
back.
welcome, and they're all singing and dancing and celebrating him. That's really cool. Like it's similar to
Yeah,
like how
it's
they're
nice.
all clapping and cheering for him when he was about to go on the journey. I was like,
Mhm.
this is nice. I like
I
this
mean,
little
you
community.
even see a couple of shots in between their adventure where you see them like kind of setting the tables for when they come back and get ready for the party.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look,
Well,
it's
yeah,
like a
and
big interesting happening for them. Like we got a new man here now. He's coming back. Possibly has his first kill. Got some scouting. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have fun when
so
we
for
come
me,
back.
I thought those shots were going to set up that like, oh, they had this big welcome back party ready for them, but they got cut off by the tide. So Aaron Taylor
Yeah.
Johnson and Spike are on an adventure for the whole of this movie.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, they're not coming back. And then that would create drama with like the mom being like, I knew it. He killed my son by bringing him out there. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
but the movie just takes a hard left turn and just does something entirely different.
Yeah, man. It's
And
crazy.
again, if they did have the father and son out there, and only the son returns, the father sacrifices himself at some point, like I mentioned earlier. You could have
Yeah,
that whole
party would be
like-
kind of a bummer. It's like,
yeah.
yeah,
Bittersweet.
but you could also
well,
have an
please.
emotional payoff at the end of the movie when the son does return, despite everything that he's been through.
Mhm.
Yeah. Don't even do that. How crazy is that?
Because,
Anyway.
Oh my
like, I
God.
think that's the thing. It's like the whole the God of War 2018 setup in Act 1 is just like it's almost like a feint. It's like no, that's not the story we're telling at all. The dad
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
sucks, and here's why.
Yeah, we're about to get to that because we're gonna lay it on
Yeah.
thick with the dad in a very short amount
Yeah.
of time. But they get back, and the dad is telling tales of their heroic journey, and he's embellishing, to say the very least. He calls his son a giant killer, which obviously that didn't happen, and so the son is made a bit uncomfortable by these things that he's saying that aren't really true. He's making him seem like he's better than he is.
I guess he did.
Um,
They did lure the alpha into the town's defenses, where the alpha was then killed. So
Yeah,
all
lure
part
is
of
a
the
strong
plan.
word, but
he
yeah,
got the
he's good.
assist. Like he's on the board with the assist.
He's got the assist. That's true. And so everyone's cheering and drinking and all that sort of stuff. And like the kid drinks a little bit too, but then he gets drunk and throws up directly onto the camera. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then
And that
he
was the
sees
train
his,
spotting shot.
yeah. So as the party goes on, everyone's celebrating their return. He sees his dad wander off with some young lady that isn't his wife / Spike's mother. And he's like, uh-oh, what's that about? So he follows them. And he sees him go down on her and go under her dress. Maybe he's just the town gynecologist. You never know.
No.
Well, I mean, they
No,
might.
they don't
need
have
one.
doctors. We're gonna establish
Yeah.
that pretty soon.
No. So he's like, he's cheating on my mom. Now, at first, when I didn't know where this story was going, I was like, okay, that is an interesting little bit, like giving him a flaw. That totally works
Mhm.
for me.
Yeah.
Like there's some nuance here, and it's like, he's a good dad to him, but clearly he's struggling with the fact that his wife is slowly dying because, as we saw earlier, when they do interact, she's very hostile towards him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no love there anymore, and it's just really difficult for him. And so he's looking for that, love and affection elsewhere. Like that is a totally believable flaw for his character to have.
Yeah, I also, we forgot to mention earlier that while they're camped out in the cottage, in the attic in the cottage, Spike sees a fire burning, like way off in the distance.
Yeah, that was very important.
This is actually hugely important. Yeah, can't believe we
yeah.
forgot to mention this. He sees a
We missed
fire
the
burning
entire
way off in
thrust
the
of Act
distance.
2.
Yeah, he sees a fire burning way off in the distance, and he asks his dad, "What do you think that is? What is that?" And his dad says, "I don't know, never been there," and just kind of brushes him off. And Spike asks another question. He says, I don't know, man. I've never been there. Stop asking me." Yeah, he's a little bit defensive about it, and Spike drops it, and then all that continues. So after Spike watches his dad do cunnilingus on a strange lady in an alley, he goes home because he's a little bit depressed, understandably, from what he's just witnessed. And he has a conversation with Grandpa about it. And he mentions, that his dad has lied. He's embellishing a little bit and making him sound like some sort of hero when he's not. and he doesn't like that very much. That clashes with his idea of what being a bold hunter is. He mentions also that there's the fire going on, and Grandpa says, "Oh, was it to the southeast?" And Spike nods, and he goes, "Well, that would be Doctor Dr. Ray Fiennes. Dr. Ray Fiennes.
Dr. Ray Fiennes. I don't remember his name. Kettering. It begins with a K. I don't remember what it is.
Kensing?
He actually
is it Kelman? I think it's Kelman.
Kelson
or Kelman, yeah.
Thanks,
Dr. Kelson.
Dr. Kelson.
Thank you.
He says that'll be old Kelson. I wonder if it was old Ben out there in the. I wonder if he means Ben Kenobi.
I mean, honestly, it's not all that different. It's like, oh no, just stay away from him. He's trouble.
Well, he doesn't even say that. He says, like, can you believe he was my GP back in the day? And he's like, what's a GP? Oh, it's a doctor. And that okay, so we've had this is an important thing to establish here because this is our big conflict that's going to prompt Spike's development moving forward, right? So he's uncomfortable with his dad embellishing his achievements in the field. He doesn't like that because it's a little bit of an imposter.
He doesn't feel like he earned it.
Yeah.
He
doesn't feel like he earned it.
And he also sees it as an example of his dad being very provably, at least to him, dishonest.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. There's also the cheating, right? That he witnesses.
Again,
so we've got that.
Dishonest.
And then all three of them hit on dishonesty.
I'm getting really annoyed because we don't get anything more with the dad. There's so many fucking things they could have talked about. It's like, oh yeah, like they never have a conversation with each other. It's like, wait, why are you talking all this bollocks to these people? Like, clearly you've been hyping me up way more than I actually was. And what about all the things you've done? This is even true. And they could have had things like, listen, we've been here for like 28 years. People need something to look forward to, some hope. So we're going to give them some stories that might not be completely true.
They
and just give them.
Honestly,
talk, don't they?
No, it's not
really
particularly.
Thin, but I mean,
wait, I don't think they did have that.
I do not remember them having that conversation.
No, don't they have that? Or I mean, not like with the specific points, but I mean, because when he confronts him on Dr. Kelson, and like he also kind of doesn't he mention something about him saying things about him that weren't true at the party, and then kind of implies that he knows what's going on with that other girl?
Yeah, to Metal's point, they don't have a conversation about that as its own thing at all, and I think that's a real missed opportunity. He has a conversation with
Grandpa about it. He says, he's making it sound like I'm some sort of hero, and I'm not. And Grandpa says, well, I expect to him, you probably are. And that's an interesting line that I actually really liked. And okay, so basically all three of the points of conflict between Spike and his dad are about him being dishonest, right? Because he finds out in the course of the same night that he's a liar, he likes to embellish, that he's cheating on his mom, and that he lied about there being a doctor available to them.
Yeah, which is the big one to Spike, at least.
Well, well, that's the biggest one is that, but I think the other two are pretty, like, he sticks with that pretty importantly. I think, given the fact that Dad is about to disappear from the movie entirely, this feels like an incredible missed opportunity, because why isn't he in the rest of the film with him? Why did he... The choice to make Spike go off on his own and to just sort of leave this unresolved and to have the dad just sort of sit in the sidelines until the end is
twiddle his thumbs.
Such a waste. It's awful. A colossal waste.
As like Kelsey pointed out in her blurb at the beginning, it also kind of doesn't make sense with how like Dad deals with Spike through most of the movie. Because if anything is going to make anyone break the rule of once you go out, no one's ever going to rescue you, it's your kid who you just had a conflict with,
and your wife
worried might
who is
die. Well, and I mean, I guess like he at least he seems to be under the impression that the wife is probably going to die soon, regardless. So I think it's mostly that more so than the wife being in danger, it's like Spike might die hating me.
Yeah,
And
there's
like,
that. There's also
you'd
the
be
fact that
well,
like
I would rather go out die trying to save my son than have him and my wife die with both of them just thinking I'm a piece of shit who doesn't care about either of them.
well,
And like,
and either
so
way,
him staying on the sidelines kind of just doesn't make sense for the character.
no,
And
not
And the
at
weirdest
all.
part is the cutoff is so abrupt. Like he runs away, and then we don't even see a scene from the dad where he's like, "Wait, where's my son? Let me out of here" or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't
waiting
like
for that to come, and it
put
never
him in
did.
chains or something and say,
Yeah,
"Nope, that's the
anything.
rule. We can't risk you. Like, we'll give them a day, and that's it. Like, they're coming back on their own or not at all. Because if you go out there and die, we've lost one of our good hunters in addition to Spike into one of our future hunters.
And
But there's no scene of
he
that.
would absolutely go chasing after them. He would not let
Yeah.
anyone else stop him from doing
Exactly.
so. Also,
Like, if Spike can escape, so can the dad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
and even if the wife isn't a driving factor because he's resigned to her death and they're strained already, he's at least going to understand that her erratic behavior is incredibly likely to get Spike
To
killed.
get Spike killed. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
because it basically should have in this movie. We'll get to
100
it.
times.
Yeah.
over.
Well, the
Yeah,
other
I mean,
the other thing is, and I know we're jumping ahead a little bit here. He knows exactly where they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
He knows
another thing.
exactly where they're
good
going.
point. Yeah.
Although, actually, wait, have we gotten to their conversation yet, or did
No,
kind
no,
of
we
jump
haven't.
ahead?
We
I know
skipped
the
over
grandpa.
it.
We
But we're just
jumped
so
over.
excited to complain about it.
Yeah.
Because I have thoughts on the reason why they don't go find the doctor. Also,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
suppose
me too.
We'll
yeah,
get back
yeah,
to
yeah.
that.
So, well, okay, so we got to the point where Spike is having the conversation with Grandpa, and he sends Grandpa to the party and just stays with his mom. Which is this because that's really the moment where we sort of establish the three big problems that Spike has with his dad. Right? It are those three. And so then the next morning,
there's another one coming.
there's another. Yeah.
Don't-
I'll
so-
just say that I
Keep
did
going.
like the shot of him kind of snuggling up with his mom. I thought that was pretty cute.
Yeah. No, I like that. I
They're
think
nice
that like
little moments.
there's nice moments in here. I think this is really where everything is kind of starting to go off the rails for me. This is where the movie really starts to like stumble and make a lot
That's
of
why I'm trying to
unforced
give
errors.
this sequence the points that it has. It was like him like kind of cuddling up to his mom and then saying like, "No, mom, it's okay, I'm here." Like I was like, "Oh, that's sweet."
Yeah. So the next morning, Dad stumbles home, and he kind of is shocked that Spike, he's like, "I didn't see you. Where are you at the party very much? Where'd you end up?" And she says something like, "You look like you've been dragged through a hedge." He's like, "I probably was. I woke up in a field," and they collapse on bed together. But Spike isn't really feeling it because he's got a little secret knowledge that he doesn't want to reveal. And so he leaves, and then the relation, the mood between mom and dad sort of sours, and Dad gets up to go make breakfast. And
Spike's like, "Dad, why does your face smell like that?"
Yeah. Yeah. So they go down to start making breakfast, and this is Spike's confrontation with Dad. And he's not happy about it. He's why didn't you tell me there was a doctor? Why are you sneaking around with that other guy's wife? You think that he would be very happy about that? He hits him in this argument. It escalates to the point where Dad smacks Spike across the face, and then you sort of see him. I mean, you see him immediately regret it, right? Like he's got that.
He regrets it immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
he's like, this
But,
is
yeah.
just another strike in the movie's opinion on
Yes.
him as like
Yeah.
a justification for why we don't need to care about the dad anymore.
Yes.
Yeah,
'Cause
and
we're-
I kind of think it muddies the waters and was sort of unnecessary. I was like,
I agree.
I
Mhm.
don't think you needed that. I think you've already given Spike enough reasons to be very, very resentful of the dad, and I think having him strike him was like, I don't know. I think if anything, it makes it less ambiguous and therefore less interesting.
Yes, but
like
here's the
TJ
thing:
Livingston.
we need to separate them and not feel bad about the fact that he's going to be gone from basically the rest of the movie. So the writer's like, "All right, what's an easy way of accomplishing that?" Well, he
Yeah, have
cheated
them
on his
hit him.
sick wife, so that means he sucks. He lied about there being a doctor, so that means he sucks. Oh, and he hit him too. Ooh, there you go.
Yeah,
There-
and he
there-
and he
Yeah,
lied
and-
to the whole town about his accomplishments. So it's a quadruple hit. Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit.
later we're gonna-
And I think we
Later
didn't
we-
need that
we-
third strike. I'm just like,
No.
I think that made it. It's the like, I don't know. It's the interview saying, "Oh, by the way, they could have found a cure in The Last of Us, so Joel was actually a bad guy for real." You know, it's like, well, isn't the question more interesting when there's a bit of ambiguity to like
Yeah.
what exactly is
Yeah.
going on here? Like, I don't know. I don't think you need to make it that.
we're just
certain.
gonna pile up reasons all in the span of like 2 minutes of movie time, so so we can rush to the next movie that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so lame. Yeah, but so when does he mention why that he
It's
can't
right
go to
here,
Dr.
basically.
Kelso?
He
No,
asks
that's-
him.
He
that's
tells
here.
the
Yeah.
story here, and holy shit, was
What?
this not a good enough
This
reason?
is I
No.
legitimately
It's like
leaned over
it's
to my
terrible.
girlfriend. I leaned over to my girlfriend at this because she made a face at me when this line came up, and I was like, "There's got to be more. There's got to be more." Like he's established as
Yeah.
like he embellishes. He's a liar. There has to be a history somewhere, right?
I mean, like, this would be the time to embellish because all you said is, yeah, no, like, it was a terrible stench of death. We got over
He
the hill.
waved
There
at
was a
me.
whole bunch of bodies. And then he seemed to be super friendly and, like, saying, like, yeah, here, come check out what I'm doing. And we were like, yeah, we never went back. It's
We
like,
never went back.
why?
We ran away.
What
It was
could he
too-
have
it was
done
too
there that would have
horrible.
made- like, I was like, hold on. It kind of sounds like considering he was a guy standing over a bunch of bodies that he was, like, systematically burning. What could he have done to seem like less of a threat? And I
don't
can't
think
think of an answer to that.
And I think in the clip they showed during, I don't remember him having like any kind of weapon on him
No.
or anything that
No.
He's
implies
literally got
any
he's got a
danger
corpse
at
over
all.
his shoulder, and he kind of turns around, looks at him, and he just kind of very friendly waves and goes like, "Come on,
Yeah.
come on down.
Yeah,
Why
like
don't you?"
come over here. Like, and
He's
it's
got a-
like, wait, hold on. It's like, why would, especially if he's a guy you know, like, it's like, oh, that's Dr. Kelson. What's he doing? Like, what the hell? This seems really strange. And he's saying, hey guys, come down. Would you not want to go talk to him when you're a group of armed men? That like you could probably protect
Considering-
yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Considering
Yeah,
how
I never
important-
understood why he was like so weirded out about the body pyre because like
Yeah.
you know, he was just, you know, burning them so they wouldn't get desecrated by the infected and
There-
stuff.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that's
There-
admirable. Like there's nothing
Yeah.
to be weirded out about that. Maybe like his willingness to touch bodies and mess around with their skulls and stuff like that might be weird to the average person, but
He's
I
a
don't think
doctor.
what he was doing. Yeah,
See,
I don't
if they
think what
would've-
he was doing was inherently wrong. So
It's so funny because if they would have encountered him like in the current timeline we are looking at when he has like these big corpse piles and towers built, I was like, yeah, maybe I'm not gonna go there right now. That looks a bit threatening. But here's just like, yeah, it's corpses and he's burning them, so they probably don't stink up the place anymore. when
Yeah,
they're
it's
done.
like-
perfectly,
Yeah.
perfectly reasonable thing
It's like-
to do in
exactly,
the
it's like-
situation.
and it's
Why
also
would-
bait for the infected to leave corpses around and stuff.
Yeah.
So to
Yeah.
burn them, it,
like,
you know,
just-
would make sense.
general illness too. It's like
That
maybe
too,
having a bunch
yeah.
of corpses around and not either burying them or cremating them is a bad idea. So a doctor cremating a bunch of corpses is like, why do you have an issue with this?
For real.
Why
I
do you
don't
have
get
an
it
issue with
either.
this when you have no doctors in your village and you know he's a fucking doctor?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You should be doing
We need
everything
to-
you can to bring him back.
we
Like-
need to talk about this because there is no way they wouldn't have a doctor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Period. They act like, oh my god, I thought doctors were extinct. Like, fucking what? No, you would just have someone who's the doctor, even if he sucks. That would just be like whoever's got the best idea of how to handle basic things like
His
that.
mom was a
It would
nurse.
be the
That's
doctor.
close as we get.
They can
Yes.
forge they can forge for books, right? Like, because I mean, ultimately, it's
Yeah.
They
like
can-
you
yeah,
got
there's abandoned
school,
hospitals.
you're teaching kids science and math, presumably. Like I mean, because you're not only teaching them how to shoot infected, because they like the mom does say like, "Are you going to school today?" So it's like, okay, So as you're doing like secondary and post-secondary level education, why don't you pick the kids that seem to have the best best grasp on science, math, all the things that you would need in order to become a doctor. Give them every single anatomy, physiology, and like every medical textbook you can find. Have them study the living hell out of it, and it will only take so many generations of that before you've got someone that is basically a doctor. You know, and that should be priority one.
Yeah, they would have a doctor, and this is a quick and easy fix. This is part of my big issue with this movie is that there are a lot of things that could be fixed pretty simply, and one of the simple fixes here is that they have a doctor, they're just not very good.
Yeah,
like they're a doctor who was like, I don't know, they were a firefighter, so they have some basic training, but how to handle someone with brain cancer, they don't know anything about that.
I mean, it would be if we all just ended up in a society, I would probably be the doctor because I'm an army medic, but I can't help you with brain cancer. I'm sorry. That's just not, that is not in my
sounds like
practice.
You're a bad medic, Mark. Wow.
I mean, well, you know, it's been a long time since working at my clinic. I've had a brain cancer patient that they've been like, okay, QL5 med tech, figure out a way to fix this. But I'd be like, I give him some Tylenol and Advil. I guess that's pretty much it. I don't need a doctor to sign off on any more powerful meds.
Well, I'm sorry to say, I don't think even a qualified doctor can deal with cancer without the proper equipment. So
yeah,
well, I mean, we're gonna get to that point like later on. Like that's sort of
that is what the movie's going to conclude essentially. But considering how unbelievably important it is to the story of this movie that the dad doesn't trust Dr. Kelson, you have to have a better reason than this, because this is unfathomably stupid. Everything Dr. Kelson is doing is eminently reasonable, and he seemed very friendly. And they're like, nah, he's insane, man. Like, no, you need to do better. This is awful.
Well, and like even as Kelsey was saying there, why not have them find him once he's already constructed like bone temples, right? Because like at that point you could be like, we got over the hill and there were like towers of bones, and none of us want to go anywhere near that because it's really, really strange, and we feel like he might end up killing us.
At the very least, that would be better. Yeah, that would be better than what we got.
How long ago did he say he ran into him?
Wasn't it like 3 years ago? Like,
I don't.
If it was only
like,
I don't remember if they give a specific time frame. It's just like once I was out there.
10 years, maybe. And no one's seen it. No one's tried it in 10 years. I think there is a line where he does give a time frame of when that was.
Just like if this guy's been doing this,
I think it was 10, maybe.
If he's been doing this for 30 years, he should at least have some of the bone piles starting to grow.
Should be begun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess they didn't get close enough to see that.
No, he waved at them, and that was too scary.
Yeah, that's like
that's just standing there menacingly.
Absolutely. It's like, wait, no, hold on. What was scary about him? Like he just waved at us, like
he
there
waved
was nothing
and like signaled us to come by.
And this is why you decided our camp should not have any medical support at all forever. What do you mean, Dad? Are you insane? I'm going out now. You want to come with me?
He was being nice. that freak.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah. No.
Really bad, actually. So this leads to a big confrontation, the biggest confrontation. Spike goes upstairs to see to his mom, and Dad comes up to see if there's anything he can do, and Spike comes out and threatens to kill him with his pocket knife.
Yeah.
That's a really big, quick.
That's a big step.
Dramatic step for one slap across the face in the heat of the
he saved
moment.
your life several times over, like within 24 hours. Like
yesterday.
That's what I mean.
Ago.
Like
yeah.
It was recent.
I mean, granted, I don't I'm not justifying what Spike did. I do think it was a bad idea, but at the same time, I guess I can see why a 12-year-old might escalate that hard.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, kids are impulsive, and he also just witnessed his dad cheat on his mom while his mom's obviously dying. So, like, he's probably feeling a lot of emotion. and just did that impulsively, just like, get out of here, obviously you don't care, I'm the only one that cares, and it probably hurts him.
Mm,
Like kids that young take things to heart. It's traumatic. So
but
I can kind of justify it that way, but it is a leap, you're right.
I don't know.
More
Like
so than
I
that
know,
too, he does
yeah.
imply that he thinks the dad wants the mom to die, like actively,
Yeah, that
so that he
too,
can go
because
be
he's
with
not
that other
searching
woman.
for, yeah, that too. And also the
What
fact
I
that he just doesn't put any effort in trying to get to that doctor.
what I thought was going to happen was that Spike would sort of essentially guilt his dad into going on this excursion to
Yes.
find the
Yeah.
doctor,
Yeah.
and that they'd go together, and the dad isn't going to be thrilled about it, but he's going to feel bad
Yep.
about, letting Spike believe that he doesn't care about the mother. You know what I mean? And so
That
then
would
they'd
have
go
been a
off on a
better
journey
plan.
together because Spike should know that he
Well,
can't do
so
this on
one
his
one
own.
of the big problems that he has with his father is that he feels like his dad embellished the story about him to the point that it made him seem more competent than he actually was. So I'm not
Yes.
really buying that he thinks he can just go it alone now, regardless of whether or not he's impulsive and a kid.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Bought
really
his own
Yeah.
hype.
that doesn't fly for me. And I
I would half
understand that
expect
he
him
makes
to Sorry, I would have to expect him to try and if he's not going to convince his dad because he's too upset with his dad, whatever, that maybe he try to convince the grandpa to come with him or
Yes.
somebody,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, the dude whose post he takes over at when the fire happens, like anyone, because what have you been taught? Your 2-man drill.
But then again, kids always do stupid things because they think they're invincible to some degree. So
He doesn't think
He
he's
doesn't think that.
invincible.
Yeah.
like
They-
well, yeah,
and
but
that's
they
the
still do
problem, like-
stupid things, and his love for his mom is obviously super great, and he thinks that he's never gonna crack his dad probably because of how firm his dad was on not going to that doctor. So he probably was just like, you know what, it's up to me. I'm officially a man now because I've been taken out for the first time, and it's
The
not
only-
like super far fetched.
It's not
Granted-
impossible. It's thin because for the reasons we mentioned already, he doesn't feel invincible. He doesn't feel like he's ready for this yet. That's what we just experienced in the whole last day and a half.
But when you
Yeah,
feel like
with-
you have no choice, you do stupid
that's the
things,
part
like
that-
losing his mom.
I can I can understand. I didn't say it's impossible, but it is just it's crazy that he just decides to go on his own.
And I mean, I
Yeah.
think the thing about it is like assuming he decides to go on his own. I think that's a jump, but I feel like I could get there for it. For again the reasons Kelsey was saying about him just being like, no, I can't trust my dad. I need to do this on my own. Then the next thing that I was blown away by is bringing the mom.
Yeah, bringing the mom was
that also.
Yeah.
honestly.
I was
So
like,
Mm-hmm.
the kid,
dude,
see, I
step
can-
one might be contact the doctor and say, hey, look, I've been told that you're a crazy, violent psychopath person, and I came out here alone because I've got to take the chance that you're not. My mom
Yeah, I
is
agree with
very
you, Mark.
sick.
Because
need
like
you,
she's such a liability, dude. Like, why would you do
Yeah.
that? And
Yeah.
especially if you were responsible for getting her killed because you led her into infected while you're trying to save her life is crazy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I can buy that kids would do something stupid if we hadn't just spent a bunch of time establishing that the main conflict between him and his father is sort of the opposite of what he's about to do. Everything that he's about to do is not. It doesn't tie into what he's experiencing here. He doesn't feel capable. He doesn't feel invincible. His mom is sick and he feels like he needs to try. And then his reaction is going to be, instead of trying to convince his dad or guilt his dad to coming with him or convince the older guy to coming with him because he doesn't feel like he can handle it on his own, he decides, no, I'm the man. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take my mom with me, who he's aware that she's kind of irrational and can fly off the handle at any, he knows this about her. But he's like, yeah, I'm going to take her with me and it's going to be fine. We're going to make it there. I'm going to find a way to do it. It just doesn't work for me moving forward like this, especially when the father's not going to be involved at all. Right. Like if it's one of those things, like he goes to his dad and says, we have to go get the doctor. And the dad's like, I'm not doing that. No, absolutely not. We're not risking that. And he goes, well, then I'm going to do it myself anyway. And then the dad follows him. I'm a little bit more
Yeah.
on board with this, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the way it's
Well, the
set
dad
up
should
here,
have followed them either way.
regardless, the dad should have
Yes.
come with them, yeah, because
Or
he's
followed behind.
yeah,
or
follow.
something like
He's
that.
gonna
Yeah.
he's about to start a fire to cause a distraction to sneak
Oh,
out of the
God.
front gate. Now,
Yeah.
I didn't notice. I didn't notice what building he sets on fire.
It's like a supply shed.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so it's it
little
is
sup-
a supply shed. That's crazy. You set the
Yeah.
supply shed for like we've established that supplies are in short order here. There's signs all over it that says take only what you need, and he lit
Yeah.
that on fire to get them away from the gate so he could sneak out with his infirm mother.
So
I think the reason for that is the sense of urgency that would cause.
Yeah.
Like that would get everybody away from the gate to be like, oh my god, save the supplies.
Wouldn't
So I
any
think that's
fire?
why he chose it.
well,
I don't know.
maybe not. That I think
Yeah.
she's right
I don't know
because
about...
but you're talking about
It's
pulling
a theory.
the guy
It
who's
wasn't
on
explained.
watch
Yeah.
off the like the idea of the guy who is like, no, I'm on watch and I'm the one who's got to like ring this if another alpha tries to run across that land bridge that happened like yesterday, then I think you would need to make it a situation that sounds important enough to be like, no, they
Super
do
dire,
need your help
yeah.
right now, and that's why I'm here. I'm going to be on the bell.
Well, but he doesn't come to them and say the supply shed's on fire. He says there's a fire. They said to just bring anybody, right? Like he doesn't.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't specifically say it's the supply shed. It just looks like one, right? So it's not
Yeah.
that they use that as leverage to sort of get that guy off the thing. He just comes up. He manages to just sell the fact that because there's a fire, they sent him, and you need to go.
But
So-
also, I think we're examining the kid a little too much as if he was a full-grown adult with like more rational thinking, because he still is just a 12-year-old at the end of the day. He is
Do you
going
think
to
a
do stupid
12-year-old
things.
in this world would deliberately sabotage the supply shed of everyone here? like, it-
Possibly, yeah. There's not a lot of smart 12-year-olds nowadays. But yeah, I think they rationalize things in their own way, and it may be stupid to adults, but they see things differently. I just think like we're holding him, a 12-year-old, to too high of a standard. Like
I
he
really
probably
don't
sees
like the
things.
justification for like bad decisions being that he's just kind of stupid. That's not real. I don't.
It's not
I don't
that
like
he's kind of stupid. It's just he's a kid. You know what I mean? It's not like he's gonna be thinking something through as much as an adult would be. That's why he goes out with his mom and stuff like that. Like I don't see it as really far fetched. I can see why you have criticisms, but I feel like it could be rationalized.
Yeah, I didn't have a massive problem with this. I thought it was like kind of reasonable, but I mean, at the sense like, okay, I think the whole plan is generally pretty bad. So there's that too. But
I just don't think it
I-
gels
like,
with what we've established about his character. Like I just don't think it works that way. Like I know that you're saying that he's in a vulnerable position and he feels like he has no other choice. So I just don't buy that this is his only option that he thinks he's reduced to. You know?
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I kind of processed it as him trying to create a fire with a sense of urgency that would be enough to pull the guard off the sentry off the gate. But I guess if they don't actually mention that, then I think that's a script problem. They maybe should have specified why he picked that shed as opposed to just, I don't know.
I would be
bathroom or
more
something.
okay with it if that was involved. Yeah.
The other thing that his crazy, poorly thought through plan entirely hinges on is the mother not being lucid until it's far too late to turn back, because she has very, very convenient lucidity and sort of brain problems. Because later, they're in a field. She's going to be like, "Hey, wait a minute, where are we? Oh man, we're on the mainland. That's not good. We got to turn back." So she would have objected to this at any point if she happened to be lucid, and it just kind of happens to be very convenient for the story that she doesn't object at any point here. That's also setting aside the fact that he probably just should have gone to find the doctor on his own rather than trying to bring, because trying to sneak out with the mom also. Good luck with that.
Yeah. That's one of the parts that did really bug me. I was thinking, okay, How long before the dad shows up? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Oh, never. Okay, thank you.
5 days maybe. However long they're out in the wilderness here. Yeah, because so like with the problem with the father's character here too, right, is that the big fire happens, everybody mobilizes to put it out. He lifts the bar on the gate. They get out. Him and his mom cross the causeway and they get out. He can't close the gate behind him because it's barred from the inside. So the father is going to, after the chaos dies down, realize that the gate is open and that his son and his infirm wife are missing. And he knows where they're going.
Start
right?
running.
Yeah, he knows where they're going. I know that we've kind of had a moment of trying to make the father more despicable than I think he probably would be. Yeah, like we just really have tried to justify getting him out of the script here. But I don't buy, based on the first 30 minutes of this movie, that the father doesn't just immediately pursue them. Like,
yeah, I think we all agree with that. Like even
Yeah.
from our blurbs, that like that seems like a real problem that they like. Again, you can address that with just a scene of him trying to leave, them reminding him of the rules about no rescue operations ever, and having to restrain him and put him in a like holding cell. I think is like the only way you could make that make any sense. Otherwise, that he's leaving.
Yeah.
And even that, he's consistently trying to escape that holding cell for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, and this is the last scene with the village, by the way. They get to the mainland, and then we don't go back here until the very end of the movie. This is it for the town. And again, we don't even see the dad react or anything. It's just, nope, we're done with this for now. We're going with the
he
duel
seemingly
here
doesn't
now.
even notice that his son is gone until he reads the letter
It's
at the
kind of
end.
the implication.
Yeah.
I mean, surely that couldn't be, but that's sort of the way they play it. It's kind of implies that he's like, wait a minute, that's where they went?
I thought they were just hiding in the basement.
It's insane that we don't even get a quick reaction shot.
I mean, really, it's kind of insane that he doesn't do anything. Like he's just fucking about for the rest of the movie. But yeah, anyway, we're moving on.
We're in movie number 2 now.
Movie number 2.
What's the immediate next thing?
I mean, you already said that
the
mother realizes they're in the mainland when they're already up a hill somewhere.
Yeah, she's like, wait a minute. This is bad. We shouldn't be doing this.
This is not my bedroom.
And then he's like, oh, well, the tide's in, so we can't go back now.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm just trying I'm trying to imagine what would have happened if she noticed while on the causeway. She'd be like, no, we're going back. Because as we're going to learn, when she is lucid, she would not want to be doing this whole mission. That's made pretty clear in terms of what her motivation is when she's actually, cognizant of what's happening around her. So I guess lucky for him, he didn't notice, and she didn't notice or come to until it was too late. So now they're off on the mainland and they're making their way towards Dr. Kelson. And golly, do they take a long time before they finally get to him.
Yeah.
Well, before as they're on their way, he tells his mom, they have a nice little character moment where she asks if your dad is silly with you. Does he play around with you? Does he goof and joke? And Spike kind of says like, oh no, he's never like that with me, which, I can buy. I can believe that, right? And she sort of justifies it by saying, I guess he wants to make sure you're ready, that you're prepared.
That you're tough like him, she says.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they have a nice moment, and then he says, here, you get some sleep, Mom, I'll keep watch. And he, falls asleep, as you might expect someone who's not used to this sort of thing to do. And he almost gets got by one of the goobers, the gobblers, the big
Harkonnens,
the Harkonnen, who tries to eat his bootlace first, which is a little a little silly, and
That's-
I like it.
This is one of the scenes that bugged me because I was just thinking the whole time, why are you camping on the ground floor? Why are you not going up to at least the second floor and barricading a door or something?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
they
that's
found an abandoned building and they said, good enough.
there's an
Gonna camp out
altar
here.
here, and we can have maybe a moment. We can have a maybe symbolic moment. Who knows?
And so it starts to eat his shoelace at first, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not a worm. And then it goes and it starts crawling up
That-
closer, and
I
it's
found that
gonna...
a bit. I found that amusing. It just starts.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Ew.
It's so used
Yeah,
to
it's-
eating worms that it goes for the shoelace before the human.
That's kind of funny,
But-
yeah.
Yeah, I like.
It also spits it out like it's disgusted too, which I did find that amusing.
Yeah. And so then it's, oh, now it's going to eat his face. Look at him, it's about to, and then we hard cut away. God, the way this plays out is
something
so
grabs
strange.
it with like wraps its face in like a tarp, or a jacket, and pulls it away.
Yeah.
Right. And I thought for a second that the dad had found them, had tracked them down.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I was like, of course it's the dad. Who else could it be? Everything else
I
would be
mean,
silly. Maybe the
I thought there was
doctor.
a
Maybe it's the
yeah,
doctor.
that's the thing. I thought there was a possibility it was the doctor who found them, which would have been super lucky. But
Yeah,
no,
well,
it turns out it's just
dad is
it's
the most
too early,
obvious
and
choice.
it's too early in this Heart of Darkness journey for it to be the doctor at this point. We're
Yeah.
we're only 40 minutes in.
No, we're an hour in already.
Oh, we're
at
an
this
hour.
point.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, is it weird that honestly, I find the mom becoming lucid as she was sleeping and is in perfect time to save her son's life being more convenient than the
Nope,
doctor?
not even a little bit. That is a valid point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we see, then we hard cut before we reveal that. They wake up in the morning and it's there and it's dead. And they're like, huh, how did that happen? And the editor's like, well, I'll tell you. And then the editor shows that she actually
I
woke
gotcha.
up from, she just became lucid and awoke just in time to grab it and slam its head against the altar over and over again, killing it. Not waking up the boy at all.
I was
guess
gonna
he was
say
just really
without
tired.
Yeah.
Spike waking up, she just stealth kills
deep
the thing
sleeper.
perfectly.
Yeah.
And
And
there's just 10 seconds between him waking up and them showing her the flashback to her killing it. It's why?
yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I-
show it.
It's really weird.
that's
Is
a
it
strange
just-
choice.
Is it just so that does he know that the audience will go, oh, maybe it's the dad, and then it's it wasn't
Yeah.
the dad. Fuck you. Is that what he thinks he's doing? I don't understand. I don't understand. why
It's
you
not
would
like
play
it's
it out
gonna
that.
come. It's not like she's gonna come and save the day again later.
No,
This is the only
Yeah.
time that
no.
it happens.
It's
I
also
like
the-
a lot of the creative editing trickery in this movie, but this was one where I was like, that was a strange choice.
Also,
I
the
don't
way it is
understand it.
framed, if I remember correctly, because the mother is lying down, so they're not next to each other when they fall asleep, and then they fall asleep and they're next to each other, cuddled together. And I was like, oh, maybe it's some antagonist group that just kind of saved them, but now bound them to see what they're sneaking around for or whatever.
Could've
They've been
that too.
Yeah.
positioned, they've been positioned in that way to be talked to or whatever.
I mean, if anything,
But,
if you wanted
no.
to establish the tracksuit mafia,
Yeah.
you could have this. You could have little moments of them sort of saving.
Have it be a
this kid's
tracksuit
life.
that's on the head.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And then
we've
just,
done quite
actually, that wouldn't have been bad. Just have it be a tracksuit that is over the thing's head, like a track jacket, and then never explain how that body got there until the end of the movie, where it's like, oh, they must have saved them.
Yeah.
That would have been
I
odd
kinda
as
like
well.
that better.
But
That would have been strange, but it would have at least given us, something to,
Context, yeah.
Yeah.
for-
But no, yeah, 10 seconds pass and we reveal that actually the mom killed the thing and then forgot
So-
about it promptly. Or did she?
And it-
Because she
or
looks
did she?
Or did she? Because she looks at the body and that's when we have the flashback. So I don't know if this is a memory of hers triggering. It's not really all that important, like I said, because it's not going to come back. But yeah, I don't know. Is she? I guess she's just either she forgot or she lied about having done it. I don't know.
I
He's
think
like
she forgot.
Yeah.
Zenitsu from Demon Slayer, where she gets super deadly when she falls asleep. Weebs know.
Well,
What
it's just
I'm talking
something I want mentioned, and just something to keep track of as we go through the movie. One thing I realized is that basically the kid never really gets to do anything super badass and heroic. He gets his first shot, he gets his first kill, but then basically every other dangerous moment he has later in the movie, he's saved by someone else. And then
Mm.
I mean, yeah,
ultimately
it's true.
we have this, like, on paper we have this hero's journey about this kid, facing this horrible, cruel world and having to grow up and become a man and all that sort of stuff, but then we never really give him any of those moments.
He kind of
they
just
save-
turns into it at the end. Like,
Yeah, it's set up, but then I feel like they're just trying to do that in the second movie because he's like, I'm out on my own now. I'll come back when I'm ready. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but
Yeah.
but this is just one of many examples in the movie where he's just saved by someone else at every opportunity, and I just think that's kind of a narrative waste.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is right after this when we get the soldiers?
Soldiers, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes, we have a B plot now suddenly. That was kind
Well,
of jarring to me at first.
It's not very long though.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's
I
okay.
know.
You won't need to pay too much attention to it. It's not going to last long.
I'm just I was more shocked that they got annihilated by these infected while they all
Yeah.
have guns,
God,
automatic
ammo
guns.
burning was blowing my
Oh,
mind.
they just fucking
Just because you have a full auto firearm doesn't mean you need to have it on full auto when you're fighting unarmored people with no guns of their own. Save your ammo, man. Aimed shots.
One of them is going to complain about that later, actually.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
ironic.
This is just a really, really horribly executed action scene. It's got some cool visuals, but everything they do in terms of their strategy and tactics is just awful.
Yeah. Well, and
Makes
this
no
is also
sense.
the part where they incorporate some of the camp that's going to come back towards the end of the movie, because one of the soldiers gets his head and spinal column ripped out, and then the alpha uses that to beat some of the others to death, which felt very Kong x Godzilla to me a little bit. Like where he grabs the little monkey and whoops the other monkeys into submission with him.
that was funny.
It was a strange choice, I think. Needless to say, Ricochet in this universe, I guess, is not a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in a canal, some kind of runoff thing.
A viaduct kind of thing.
Yeah, and they're being swarmed. Some of them are getting bit and turning, and they kill each other. They kill the ones that are infected, and 3 of them make it through to like a gated sewer. They close a gate and allow the infected to sort of pile up on top of it, and then they start shooting them through the gate.
Again, very video gamey.
Well, very video gamey, except that in a lot of video games that I play, that shit won't work.
No.
You get lucky if you get a couple hit kills through that, right? The ricochet off of that in that tunnel, that seems riskier than just leaving it open and allowing them to bottleneck into you. I don't know.
I mean,
especially when you've got it's not like it's not like 1 or 2 of them either. At first they have 5 guys with all with a proper rifle. It's man, create a fire line. You guys got this. Honestly, I think the thing that created the most danger for what you would say is normal real person battle tactics would be the ones dropping from the top of the canal.
Yeah.
Because it's well, then all of a sudden one can be on top of you. So maybe moving and not just standing your ground, firing some aim shots, saving your ammo, and actually killing them as opposed to just trying to outrun them would be the better idea.
Yeah.
But
we have a couple people in our chat basically saying it doesn't noobs in the military coming to patrol Britain in this world doesn't make a whole lot of sense, just because the fate of the entire human race is kind of at stake here a little bit. You'd expect them to at least have pretty pretty good training, you know, some idea of what you should do. And now, granted, once it gets into the fire of combat, who knows what's going to happen, especially since they're not doing routine, you know, missions setting foot on this island. But, you know, you would think that at least more than 3 of them might make it out in this, or more than 1, I guess, like would make it out of this. But, you know, they don't, so that's fine.
Well, they go inside.
Yeah, they get inside, they
And
turn on the lights, and we get the scene where the Alpha rips one of their heads off and beats the others with it. And
Yeah.
I really hated that part, that scene in particular, because they're all walking down the tunnel. They see nothing, they see nothing. They hear a sound behind them, so all 3 of them turn around for just like a second or two, and they figure, oh, there's nothing there. They turn around again. Oh my god, there's the Alpha, and it's tearing someone's head off. What?
Very sneaky.
Also,
Alpha.
I mean, as strong and fast as the Alpha is, the moment when it is tearing your buddy's head off would be the time that everyone then uses full auto and just unloads into its skull.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
guys, you understand that one is the biggest threat, and he's got a moment where he's busy. Use that moment.
Yeah,
well, he's in his kill animation, so take your shot.
Yeah, he's got iframes from the kill animation.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, it's a glory kill.
Yeah. Now I think this is another instance too, because like they don't all light him up, but at the same time, I think we're kind of playing a little fast and loose with how durable the virus is making these alphas, because they are just like, they're big. It's like he'll mention later, Spike will, that it's like steroids.
They're on steroids.
It's like they're on steroids, but like these are bullets, man. Like these are full auto firearms. I don't know if
a fully automatic rifle will kill like Conan the Barbarian era Arnold. Like no problem.
What? That's bullshit. You're lying.
You're lying.
Doesn't matter how many steroids you're on.
It's bullshit.
Even if you add PCP.
But yeah, so that happens, and now we're out of the soldiers for now. We're away from them for a bit.
Yeah, we only see one escape.
Yes. And so we're back with Mom and Spike as they wander the countryside, and they are attacked by some runners, by some speedy zombies, some speedy boys. And they make.
Well, don't they have their little moment? Oh no, wait! The moment in the field where they do like the funny faces, that was earlier, wasn't it?
That was in the church. That's when, like, right before the goober comes and tries to slurp up his shoelace.
I think here she has her like mental breakdown state for a bit, where she sees like this angel statue thingy.
Yeah.
And she imagines she's talking to her dad.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
So I did like that moment, actually. The dialogue in that moment actually seemed very genuine to me. And like,
do you recall what it is? I just remember something of like, this is like here forever. Did we go ahead in time or back with the memories? I just don't remember the exact.
I don't remember the exact words, but she basically she thinks at this point she's kind of slipping in and out of reality. She thinks Spike is her dad, and she addresses him as her dad, and then talks about the angel. Yeah, it talks about the angel and how you said it was going to stand forever, like the pyramids or Stonehenge, and like because that way, looking at it is like looking into the future. How many years did we travel this time? Is it thousands or more? She has a hallucination of her father like holding her shoulder, and I like this moment, actually. Like, I thought that was that was a pretty interesting way of getting her mental state across, that she's deteriorating and that this is sort of her like baseline, essentially.
Right.
But I thought that was kind of interesting. We'll get on a little bit later how I think that this, because in isolation I really like this, but given some of what happens with her later and how lucid she gets, at the convenient time for the script, I'm not. I don't think it gels, but that's for when we reach the doctor, I think.
Right. This is where Spike gets his one kill.
Yes.
When this the one I guess the poster infected comes running or walking, and then he kills him.
Alien clone.
Yeah, so this is the zombie that looks sort of like Cillian Murphy. Gets
Yeah,
like,
but it's
Cillian
not him though.
it's not. Yeah, it's not him. This is the one that like kind of everybody sort of freaked out about. They were like, "Oh my god, is Jim a zombie?" No, he's safe for now. This is a different guy, and Spike kills him. And more start coming. They start chasing him. They get to a gas station. It's a Shell station with the S ripped off.
It says hell.
So it says hell. That's a very Alex Garland thing to do. Yeah, and they.
I mean, you
At the
could
end
almost
of,
call it a
28
trope.
days later.
Yeah,
Removing a
Yeah.
letter to make it hell or
I
something
mean,
else.
it's at the end of 28 days later. Their hello message says
Yeah.
hell when Jim's
Yeah,
kind of
see,
in the
yeah.
coma.
Man,
Yeah,
I
that's-
can't believe, by the way, that we didn't bring back "hello" as a catchphrase in this movie. What a missed
well,
opportunity!
right at the end, Jimmy
Yeah,
does it.
that's two sequels in a row that forget to say hello.
Oh, Jimmy does say
Jimmy
it.
says it right
There
at
you
the
go.
end. Yeah,
Good old Jimmy coming through.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Jimbo, let's go.
So yeah, they go to get into the Shell station, and it's the doors are barred, and it's not looking good. They're being chased down, but they manage to get in, and there's a rather mystical looking vapor in the air.
Yeah.
They start coughing immediately. It's not it's not pleasant. It looks cool. I'll give them that. It looks kind of neat. Reminds me a little bit of the flower shot from the first movie. So that at the very a little mystic, but that's fine. They get in. The runners come charging in after them, and then one of the soldiers opens up a sunroof on the building, I guess, and he yells at them to get down, and he shoots his gun in, and everything explodes.
Yeah, I didn't love this.
So two things. One, why is there vaporized gasoline inside the
Well,
station?
he says
Because
it
I'm
was
pretty
benzene, which I mean,
whatever
like,
it is. Why is that inside? I'm pretty sure that most of the time the tank is like below the station where the thingies are, right? At least that's what I know.
Below the pumps.
well, I mean, and that's what I meant. That like he
The
did
pumps,
it. Like
yeah.
Eric says, it's benzene that's built up in there, not gasoline. So I mean, I don't know why there would be like a stockpile of benzene inside the Shell station either.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
I gather that it was like, I don't know, like, I mean, isn't benzene some kind of like a preservative? Like, I mean, again, like
Well, maybe this is like a translation thing because benzene is fuel for Germans basically.
Oh
no,
okay,
he says
well,
that in English and in the.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but I thought it was just what is
Oh, we call
petrol. Benzene is petrol. Petrol.
Yeah, we call it gasoline in America. So.
Yeah, I mean, I use both because I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, if I look at the translation, it goes for all of them: petrol, gasoline, fuel. Like,
Yeah.
So
why is there like a vapor cloud of this built up inside the station?
yeah.
Anyway, moving
Next
on.
question:
Next
Why are they
question.
still alive?
Yeah.
Why are
Next
they still
question.
alive? That's the big one.
There's the big one. He shoots into it and it all blows up, but because they're on the floor, I guess they escape.
yeah,
the fire
I-
knows not to
again,
touch the
I didn't
floor.
love this. I was like, well, I mean, I feel like they might not have made it out of that one.
Because my thought here is it blows up enough to explode the windows out horizontally. So you would think that like it's gonna go vertically down to the floor too. Like
I mean,
unless
even that, like that kind of explosion would create enough concussive force to kill them. I think.
Mm.
yeah, I
Like,
would
I mean,
assume.
Yeah, that would have
yeah.
liquefied their organs.
And to suck all the air out of the room, etc. Yeah, the combination. I
They
mean, it's a
definitely have a bad
big
time now.
explosion. It's a It doesn't just light the air on fire and then kill some of the zombies in the
By setting them
process.
on fire as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it explodes the building. They should be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
I've got no justification for it. It weirded me out too. Especially I thought that like the same scene could have just been accomplished with introduce a guy with a firearm into the situation and save
Yeah.
them from the
Yeah.
5
Yeah.
or 6 runners,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Easy.
Yeah.
you could have just had them come in and shoot them all. Like say get down, boom, 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 boom. Okay, you're safe now. What are you two doing here?
yeah, that would have worked.
You
Way
just thought it
better.
would be a cool scene, and it didn't really care.
They just wanted to blow something up again, and they did.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know when exactly this happens, but the soldier guy at some point asks him, "What is wrong with your mother?" And the only thing I was thinking is like, "You just blew them up. Why would you even? Why were you asking what's wrong with her? She's obviously probably concussed or something." Obviously, they're talking about her like mental condition. And
Yeah, I
being
guess
like,
I guess you're right. Like it seems like
But I
he
was
has to
just like,
just
why-
assume that the
why is it-
explosion didn't really
Yeah.
didn't really do that much to them and wouldn't.
Yeah, they escape by lying on the floor. So here we go. Now,
Keep that
now
in
we got a
mind
new
in case
guy.
I'll get
Yeah.
exploded.
If if you're ever in danger of being exploded, just lie on the floor, stupid. You'll be fine.
Wasn't there a similar thing in Panic Room? I don't know. That's like a deep cut, but don't they just
Oh,
can blow up
okay.
the whole room? But they're like under like a blankie or something, like a fire blanket.
Yeah,
I don't
Well,
know.
I
I
was
haven't
gonna
seen
go
that
on.
movie since it probably came out, but that's like one of the one scene I always remembered. And even back then, was like, I don't think that's gonna work.
I don't know if that's how that works. Yeah, Oh god, I remember that.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
I don't
say
remember what the
Resident
reasoning was.
Evil 2, the
many
movie.
Hollywood writers assume that the danger of an explosion is the fire and not the
Yeah.
force, because it's the shock wave that will kill you more so than the heat from whatever fire byproduct of the explosion is created.
The
It's
ground.
the force or the shrapnel are your bigger problems.
Someone in chat just said the ground effect makes you immune to explosions. That's how all those people survived Hiroshima.
Oh god.
Jesus.
If we're talking a nuclear explosion, there's even more problems with that. You're in a lot of trouble if it's a nuke.
Oh,
Too soon,
God.
dude. That was just... Oh boy. Anyway, we got a soldier man here now.
Yeah, we got Eric.
Eric.
The Viking
Eric.
soldier. He's entered
Hell
the
yeah.
chat, and he's a little confused. He doesn't know why he saved them. He could have saved his bullets by not blowing up the gas station, which, you know,
I mean, yeah.
Well, I think
guess.
the reason was because he's like, okay, what now? Where do you live? Where can we go? It's like, I don't know. I'm 12. It's
Yeah.
basically what he says.
I'm
Like,
12, man. I'm going to a doctor.
Yeah.
We're
I just
going
got
that way.
here.
I mean, like, I guess it's like, no, you do have a home, and it is quite safe, and you probably could admit Eric into your community, because, I
Well, they
mean,
don't
he might
recommend
have
that.
some combat medic training, because
Yeah.
Yeah.
he at least needs to know combat first aid, which...
They get there
No.
eventually. He
Yeah, when
eventually
they-
does conclude, oh, well, you can stay with us at my home. But for now, he's just like, we're not going home. I'm looking for a doctor. And it's like, fucking great. That's
Yeah.
no help to me.
Yeah, I'm leaving, by the way. Goodbye. It's like, oh.
Yeah, Eric
I don't know. Did
is
they just
an
go
odd character in
after
that
they-
he's they sort of introduce him as like he's basically a comic relief character for the next 15 minutes or so.
And you know,
Yeah,
to
kinda.
his credit, I
Sort of.
do find the scenes with him kind of funny. I
I did laugh. I did laugh a little bit on the things.
The picture of his
there's-
girlfriend one gave me a chuckle.
That's
I feel like.
that
Yeah, that one
legitimately
was
a great
great.
joke.
Yeah.
What's wrong with her face?
There's a
I know a
girl
girl
who
who eats crawfish and her face pops up. He just snatches the
shot
phone
across
away.
the bow at lip injections.
When he's talking about his
that's
buddy who's a truck driver for delivering things that people order online, and he's like, "Oh, you don't know what online is." But yeah, no, I could have been. Point is, I could have been driving a truck instead. Like, I was like, "Oh, Alex Garland's actually like getting back to writing kind of fun comic relief."
Amusing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, that's
It does.
a rarity these days.
Yeah. The only
'Cause you get, like, a li-
downside to spending so much time with Eric and some of these comic relief scenes of him being like, oh, like culture clash between what the rest of the world is like and what Britain is
Mhm.
like. Like there's some humor to be drawn from that. There's some interesting things, in terms of, just like seeing that the rest of the world is basically normal except for here, which is like this, post-apocalyptic, almost medieval setting again. Like that's kind of interesting, but we do spend a lot of time on this that just feels like filler before we get to the doctor stuff, and then we rush through the doctor stuff, and the whole time I'm like, where is the dad? Is the dad coming back? And so
Yeah.
in isolation, yeah, some of these jokes I quite like, but in the context of this movie, it's looking back on it in hindsight, I'm just like, man, we spent a lot of time on Eric
Yeah.
and making jokes about that. It's like, okay, is that the best use of our time? I'm not 100% sure it is.
Yeah, that's fair. Because that's basically all we do for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, well,
They
until
walk
we
through
get
the
to
woods.
we walk through the woods. We see a scene of some infected bathing in the river, and there's a big old pregnant one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Can't wait to see
oh,
where that
that's-
goes.
I was see, listen, I didn't expect we get the scene we get here. So I was like, oh, someone got infected while they're pregnant. That's kind of sad. Anyway, I'm sure this is never going to come up ever again, right?
No, I like legitimately. I was terrified because I watched Men that Alex Garland directed, and I was like, please don't do it. Please don't. I can't relive this. I cannot relive this trauma of watching this shit happen.
Well,
again.
what happens to Men?
Well, in Men, there is a very close up shot of a pregnant man giving birth to himself in excruciating.
Can you say that? Can you run that by me one more time?
yeah,
that sentence?
Yeah, take it nice and slow, Hugh.
Well, the villain of the movie, who is All Men, played by Rory Kinnear, gives birth to himself aggressively towards our protagonist.
It is shown in
graphic detail.
Because
it's
aggressive. I can't just add aggressively the second time around.
Does he kind of unfold?
Metal. It's
no,
so
like
aggressive.
it is an aggressive.
You
like
have to understand.
You have like he is trying to attack this woman, and what his main skill, his option of attack, his class is to spread his vagina and birth himself.
What?
Wait, Hugh, how many times did this happen?
3.
Wait, that's
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That is
thought
how
you're
the
fucking
movie
with us.
then ends. This is a
Well,
real movie
what
that
is-
Alex Garland wrote.
And directed.
I guess
question alone.
that doesn't
how many
happen
times
here.
does that happen?
It happens 3 times in the sequence at the end of the film. So I was quite worried as soon as I saw a pregnant zombie and remembered that Alex Garland wrote this movie.
Oh God.
I was
Making my puppy
begging.
inward
I was
sneeze.
there are no atheists in foxholes. I was begging God to not have let him do this. And
Wanting
thankfully
the shit.
he chose the tamer route this time around.
Oh boy.
What you're saying is
Slaughter,
watch
you
the
got any
movie
thoughts
while
on this?
heavily drunk.
Oh, okay. I think I have
Someone-
composed myself now.
Someone in our chat just came into the conversation right at that moment. I'm so sorry. There's a movie called Men.
We covered it
Also
on our
written and
channel.
directed by Alex Garland. We covered it on our channel. You can watch us talk about it. It's awful, and it has one of the wildest endings I've ever seen in a movie ever. Not in a good way. Thankfully, this movie was better than that.
What a ride! What a
Yeah.
ride!
What
They
movie are we covering
Traumatized
today
Mark.
again?
28 years later, and
Oh, yeah,
they
okay.
walk through the woods, have their little back and forth. Oh, well, he's like, oh, everyone was calling me like, I don't know, weak or something. That's why he joined the Marines or whatever they
Him
have
and
there.
his truck
Maybe.
driver buddy had a disagreement
Yeah, exactly.
about wasting your life.
Yeah, and then you already said that he's like, man, I should have rather been a truck driver because this shit sucks.
Yeah,
Not
well,
that
and
I'm
stuck in
I like
traffic
that
right
this
now.
gives a
Stranded on
little
here.
bit of world building to the fact
Mhm.
that, like, if you even manage to just, like, get stranded on this island, you're fucked. Nobody's coming for you. Even the rest of the countries do not, like, even
Mhm.
if you're, Norwegian or Swedish or anything, they're not coming for you. Like, you are stuck. You got to make do. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I like it, considering what we talked about earlier, where it's like I don't know why you can't like provide support. I don't know if it's really believable that they're not interested in reclaiming the British mainland.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. He's stuck here now, and he's
Yeah.
trying to resign himself to life amongst the savages. Is basically his arc. His phone dies, and the last thing he sees is a picture of his girlfriend with her lip fillers, or his fiance with her lip filler, and that's yeah. I bet you he wishes that was going to be the last thing he saw before he died. But
Mhm.
yeah, so they wind up following some screams to a train after all of this. If I'm
I just had a
right.
random thought with this character being here. Because if the dad would be here now, we could have had some other interesting things we could have done. Because
Yep.
he would probably be thinking about resources all the time being here. And I'm pretty sure he tells him that he's the only one who's left from the people who stranded here. And I feel like
Yeah.
the dad could have maybe chimed in. It's like, oh, wait, so you mean there's a couple of guns and
Guns,
ammunition
yeah.
around that we
Yeah.
could grab at some point? And maybe make that even a thing they do in this movie? Or maybe keep it for the sequel or whatever,
Man, that's a really good idea, actually.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
remembering
Yeah,
they're there.
Guns
Yeah.
are
Maybe trying
useful.
And yeah, there's a thing that happens a little later that makes me wonder, okay, but he did drop his rifle, so maybe try to get
Yeah.
that because it might help you
Mhm.
fight Samson.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, just another missed opportunity, I think, because these weapons are just going to be forgotten and won't be a thing anymore because those were a little side plot thing. Ow, I just hit my finger. I'm done.
No, they absolutely should have at
Yeah.
least thought of that.
Yeah.
If he refused to go back there because he didn't want to see his buddy's dead bodies, and so he was an obstacle to that, maybe, but it should have been a thought.
You could have also warned them about the big-dicked alpha man that's chasing them, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
That
yeah,
might
I mean,
have
like
been
he
worth it.
knows the
Would-
he knows the things that exist out here at least a little better than Spike does. So
You gotta
It
wonder
would've
though,
been-
like would people that don't live there know about the different classes?
well,
Well, he
'cause
ran
imagine-
into one.
he ran into one who
Well,
ripped
yeah,
his buddy's
but I
head
mean,
out and
do you
beat
think
his
he
friend
would
to death
even
with it.
necessarily know that like that's like I mean he obviously wouldn't know the term alpha is kind of what I'm saying. Like he might
Yeah.
have just thought that
Yeah.
was a particularly big normal
Well,
zone.
he
Yeah.
does make a note about. He's like, you call them alphas, like like he says something like that derisively to Spike when he brings it up. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, he says something about like alpha's a dumb name for it. You should call it a berserker or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. You should call it a berserk.
I'm a Viking.
Yeah, I'm a Viking. Maybe I could be berserker.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they hear the
Typical
sounds
Swede.
of what sound like infected zombie screaming. Now the directing and the editing is very odd here because they're all walking together. The mom is just
Mhm.
barely in front of the other two.
Not
And then
too
when
far
we
away.
cut, she has wandered into like an empty train following the sounds of the screaming, and they're way behind her.
Yeah, she
For
teleports.
no real good reason at all, because otherwise they would have prevented her from doing what she's about to do. But it's just such a lazy way of separating them. Like he couldn't have thought of any way of separating them. Like
I'll be right back
like
because I don't want to miss this discussion.
because when Eric is like, showing him the phone and stuff like that, that might have been an opportunity for her to like wander off or something like that. There's
Mhm.
other ways you can do it, because otherwise, like, they're following so close, and he wouldn't let his mom that far out of his sight if there's nothing distracting him at all. But then the huge gap forms between them, just so we can,
Yep.
concoct this scene on the train. So they go onto the train, and the mom is wandering forward, Like, what's the sound of that screaming? And what does she find but a pregnant zombie lady?
Mhm. Yeah.
And she's screaming and, she's going through it, right? Because she's giving birth to this baby. Now, I do like the notion of because setting aside how this is possible,
Right.
miracle zombie baby, sure, whatever, we're going with it. I do kind of like the idea that the zombie's kind of so preoccupied with doing that it's not initially just immediately lunging at the mom, because it's like, going for something a bit more that's distracting her from just pure rage, right? But I hate everything the mom does here. I really do. I think it's so bad. So she reaches out with her hands, like, here, hold my hands. We're gonna help you deliver this baby. It's like, what are we doing, guys?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Why would you
This
have any
is
reason
so-
to assume that this baby is not going to come out infected? Like,
There's no reason to assume
There's no
that.
reason for it. That's the thing, yeah.
It's never said explicitly, but it's treated like like sisterhood. I'm gonna help this fellow woman out in her time of need, and we're gonna hold hands and we're gonna bond. I'm gonna help you deliver this baby that you like has been mentioned. There's no reason to think that it's not going to be infected. There's no reason to think that holding the hands of this zombie won't result in it biting and hurting you. Why are we doing this?
But
But this is
you got any
even go
thoughts? Would
further,
you
I
hold
think
the
she-
hands of the pregnant zombie woman?
She's lucky she didn't just get scratched by the firm grip they have
Yeah.
immediately.
Yep.
I'm also not
I
sure
gotta
I'd
say,
buy.
if a male zombie was passing a kidney stone, my first thought would not be to hold its hand. And be like, "It's okay, we're gonna get through
don't
this."
you worry, brother. We're gonna make it through this together.
Also,
Oh, that's so funny.
I'm just-
okay. If they heard a zombie screaming and she had already sort of wandered ahead of them, and we concoct a reason to actually separate them, and she finds a zombie giving birth, and she just watches from a safe distance because she's like, "What the hell? This is crazy." That's way better. As is, when she's like, "No, I'm going to help you out. Hey, I'm here with you. All right, just hold on to my hands." Like, this is a zombie, and that's going to be a zombie baby. Miraculously, it isn't, because of the magic of the
magic
placenta,
of the
as we'll get
placenta.
into. But
Allegedly, it's not. We don't know. We haven't seen that baby do nothing.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, this whole scene.
And again,
I'm still thinking
I'll
about
point it-
helping a guy pass
You know
a
what?
kidney
We'll get to the
stone.
placenta talk later, but yeah,
I'd
off
rather
the bat,
not.
that I was just thinking that's the only possible explanation, but they have no reason to assume that this kid is not infected, because even if, let's assume the placenta was filtering the virus and making it so that the nutrients it was getting through the umbilical cord from the mother was not infecting it, there's still blood in the birthing, and it still has eyes and a mouth, and it's like,
Yeah.
well,
Yep.
it could still get infected on the way out, though, right? Unless we're definitely going on faith that it is fully immune, like this is an immune child that just will never contract this virus.
Oh fuck! We think this is
And-
what they're going for in the end.
Well, I mean, there's no other.
mean, yeah.
Otherwise, that kid's infected on the way out
Oh.
for sure. It's not just it isn't infected as it's gestating. It's not infectable at all. Otherwise, there's no way that kid's getting out of there without an infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's that. There's also the fact that it could be a carrier.
Yep.
They don't seem to consider that. Maybe,
Flashbacks to 28 weeks.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be difficult to test that with no medical equipment unless you just say, okay, how about you kiss this old person that's on death's door and see if they become infected, and then we'll just shoot them if they are, and then probably you.
I just realized that this kid delivers a fucking time bomb, essentially, to his own village. at
Possibly,
the end.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Quite
Potential
possibly.
time
again,
bomb.
I think the only reason, I mean, even from the writer's standpoint, unless they're saying that, yeah, this kid delivers this baby to the village and it ends up destroying everything, like killing everyone that he grew up with and knew, they have to be asserting that this is just a fully immune child, that the mother's placenta created a cure that just like it filtered the virus and therefore gave it immunity to that virus, and this is a fully immune person, not even like the carriers in 28 weeks, full immunity, because yeah, there's no way it's not contracting it during the delivery. I'm sorry.
I'm sure that's. I agree. I'm sure that is where they're going. I'm sure this is going to be like the miracle child in the next movie or the movie after that. It'll have to do.
I mean, we
with
know
immunity.
Alex Garland is a fan of The Last of Us, so
Yeah.
maybe Ellie here. I swear to God, if they name the kid Ellie.
They name her.
No, they already named her.
They name her Ela at the end of the Isla.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. It did get a name.
Yeah, so this like power, like someone in your chat said, the power of motherhood, like this weird bonding moment that they have
According
with the
to Alex
zombie.
Garland.
I don't think it works at all. Very odd,
Yeah.
and none of their actions really make sense. They should be way more cautious about every aspect of this.
Yeah, like
But
Eric is.
Eric has the right idea. Eric's like,
What?
hey man, that's a zombie baby. I'm gonna kill it. And they're like, no, it's
Yeah.
not
Well,
infected. It's
I
like,
mean,
you don't
Eric
know that.
fucking lights up the mom because she lunges at
Yeah.
Spike's mom,
Which
in an
is,
enclosed train
like-
car. So that kid's hearing is fucked. Like already, like we're
yeah.
done. Like that's a deaf baby, which explains why it doesn't cry at important times
yet-
later in the movie when shit
That's
is
pretty
happening
funny.
that should probably cause it to cry. But he lights up the mom and kind of has this moment where he goes like, I'm gonna shoot it. You got it. We got to kill it. It's a zombie baby. Backs up a lot in that
Pretty
scene.
reasonable.
Yeah, it is a
And then he
reasonable
back-
thing to do. He backs up the whole time though. He keeps taking steps back, and I kept asking, thinking to myself, why are you backing up? You got a gun pointed at him. Why are you walking backwards? Why
You
are
already
you
have enough
retreating?
distance between.
Like
yeah.
you have plenty of distance, and the answer is because he has to get to his mark. So-
yeah.
It's the most telegraphed thing I've seen in a long time. Like it was so obvious. I was sure they were going to try and subvert it somehow. But nope, they just did exactly what you think. He keeps backing up. He keeps backing up until he's in that sort of like clearing between train cars where there's like an opening overhead. And oh my gosh, she gets yoinked by an alpha. Who could have seen this coming?
he
Goodbye,
gets his
Eric.
head ripped off.
Yeah, he gets his head ripped off. Bye, Eric. It was nice to know you. Thanks for showing up. Having some fun laughs and then being gone from the movie.
Yep.
I thought it would
but
have
he
been cool if the alpha just jumped straight on top of him and crushed him.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean, it
know.
would have been. It certainly would have been something. I still don't really like that he, backed up to allow it to happen. Like that just.
Oh, of course.
yeah.
That's just.
If the alpha had just kind of like ripped through the side of the train, I would have been okay with that. I think.
Or come from the other side, something.
Yeah.
So the alpha also looks at the lady that just gave birth and is now dead, and just picks it up, and then drops
Yeah,
her.
they do a little bit of a Zack Snyder Army of the Dead thing here, where like
Oh,
the
don't.
zombies have relationships and can form attachments. I guess.
Well, the implication is that
like-
this is his baby,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Eh.
and so he cares
Well,
at
I
least
mean,
somewhat.
I guess if any of the infected are going to think to engage in sexual activity, it's probably going to be the one that can think the most. I imagine.
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah.
Like,
it wouldn't be
I-
one of the crawly ones, that's for sure.
But yeah, it's
Yeah,
got
I-
like
Oh my
this guy's
God.
got a foot long dong. He's gonna use it. All right, like come on. The virus gave you one thing that's worth having.
Yeah, level of consent was probably ambiguous, but I mean, he is effectively a berserker, so I guess that's fitting.
Well, time to escape.
yeah, well, he's
Whee!
chasing him through the train with Eric's severed head firmly in his
Yeah.
grasp.
Yeah.
Yeah, like wielding it like a weapon, but still opening doors, not like smashing through them or anything, like sliding them to the side. Polite British, as you might expect. And they get out of the train cart barely by the skin of their teeth, and Dr. Rafe Fiennes appears with his blow darts, his blow dart gun, and he tags Samson pretty good with one of them, and he immediately
And-
stops in his tracks.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get into this.
Okay, so Eric is killed while holding a loaded rifle.
Yes.
The immediate threat chases them, let's say, 200 meters down a train car, not
Mhm.
super far away.
No.
And then that immediate, extremely dangerous threat is entirely incapacitated. Why would you not go get the rifle and just mag dump into Samson's head while
Yep.
he's like
Yep.
not a threat? I was
You
just
don't
like,
even-
wait.
You don't need the rifle, but you could. You could just, he's right there. He's incapacitated. Kill him.
He's stun locked.
Yeah.
He's stun locked. He's just standing there. He can't move.
I mean,
Yep.
let's say you're worried about using your pocket knife against the giant berserker.
Use an
because
arrow.
even if it's known to, well, maybe, but like, I don't. I just think it's like the rifle is right there, man.
But
It's
no,
not
yeah,
gonna fall,
I'm
right?
with you on that. I mean, look, if the morphine is affecting him, right? Because what Dr. Rafe is going to tell us here is that Samson has been around these parts for about 3 years, and that's why he's named him, and he knows everything, like all that. What possible reason do you have for not just like loading up one of those blow darts with a lethal injection of morphine
Mm-hmm.
and taking care of him within those last 3 years? Why leave him alive?
I mean, to like maybe impregnate other infected and possibly create immune babies.
You know, if maybe, but he doesn't seem
The
very
doctor
aware
doesn't-
that
that's-
that's going to happen.
No, he's
Why?
surprised. Well,
He's
hold on, because
surprised.
when he finds out, he's like, "Oh, interesting. I thought that might be possible. Not, I've been hoping that's possible because I've been trying to facilitate it by not killing him." You know what I mean? He's just like, "Oh, I thought that might be theoretically possible."
But
It's not
I guess
implied in this
I-
movie at all that he has any reason to keep the alpha alive.
But I
Mhm.
just think that like even if Kelson does, why is Spike not being like, oh, here's my opportunity to actually be the giant killer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I've
I
got
agree.
one dead to rights. And I've got a weapon
If-
that I know is going to be able to kill it within like a short jog.
If this was an experiment thing, and like someone in our chat is mentioning this, that's how you make this make sense, right? Like that actually would, if he gave that line delivery and said something like, "Yeah, I've been kind of hoping that this might end up happening," right? That would go a long way to erasing this problem of keeping him alive for 3 years, because as it is, there's no good reason other than that, which it doesn't seem like he's been attempting to facilitate, you know? Like that
yeah. But if he said, because either way, Spike should be like, "All right, well, we should kill him now, right?
Yeah.
Because he's incapacitated." And Dr. Kelson would have to come up with a reason not to, and that would be interesting. But you'd have some conflict there, and the movie
Yeah.
doesn't want to have conflict here. The movie wants us to like be on board with him being a nice, friendly guy,
Mm-hmm.
immediately, so we can really quickly facilitate everything that's going to happen next. But as it is, it's just like, why aren't we killing him? There's no reason. Kill him. He's the most dangerous thing anywhere near us right now. We should kill him. He's right there.
100%.
We've got a couple messages in our chat saying like it would also justify why the dad doesn't want to hang out with the doctor, because he's not into the zombie hanging out with the zombie breeding weirdo. It would also make sense why he's there in that moment, because he's there for the birth, not to just save them as a Deus Ex Machina. There's a lot that would add to moving forward, and they decide to either sidestep it or like not mention it, which is not a particularly strong choice.
He waved though he's evil. True.
And if the dad was here for this interaction, right? Like then there could be some conflict between them where it comes out that like it's not just because he waved. It's the dad was trying to hide the idea of zombie breeding from his kid because he's not really into letting Spike get into that weird realm of esoterica, right? That all makes It just makes it work so much better if it's done this way. It's not difficult. We've figured it out. Come on, Alex.
And I'm German.
So eugenics are kind of your thing. Yeah.
Wait, what? I'll cut that out. It's fine.
It's staying in on our end. Leave it in.
No.
Anyway, so now we're with Dr. Kelson, and he's gonna take them back to his, safe lair where he hangs out. And they come to a river, and he says some line here that I didn't quite understand, like that the river helps keep them away.
It's something like that, and like the ropes
even
that he
remember that
has across the riverbanks, like it helps keep them away. I guess because alphas are smarter than regular zombies, but not smart enough to realize that if you just hold on to the rope, you can cross the river. But although, like, the river's current can't be.
It seemed pretty shallow.
Yeah, it
You
can't
could
be
just
that
run across
strong. That like,
I just found that
if they
strange.
can run the way they did at the beginning of the movie when they're crossing the causeway, you would think he could just like run across it.
What if Samson summons some ravens? What happens then?
Yeah, that's a good question.
But this ties into the larger question, which is when we first meet Dr. Kelson, he says, please excuse. Well, first of all, Ray Fiennes, he's excellent in this movie. He's excellent in basically everything. So when he shows up, I'm like, hey, that's nice. I like you. You're fun. So one of the things he says is like, please excuse my appearance. Like he covers himself in iodine because the virus, it works as a prophylactic, he says, and the virus doesn't like iodine at all. So
what
presumably,
what's iodine even do? Like I have no
It's a
idea.
disinfectant.
Oh, okay.
So my understanding here is that this isn't like a repellent for zombies or anything. It's just that if he were attacked, being like totally coated such that he's as orange as he is, in iodine would help keep the virus from infecting him, right?
I guess.
That's what the movie seems to think, unless I'm missing something.
I don't know, man.
I was more thinking it would work like a repellent that they can't like, I don't know, trace him, smell him, or something of the like. I'm not sure.
The way
It specifically
he
says the virus doesn't like.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming it's for if he gets like blood on his skin, then he doesn't have to worry about that infecting him. I think it's less about being bitten.
Well, yeah, but normal people don't have to worry about blood because, when the blood gets on his mom's forehead, as long as it doesn't get into her eye, he wipes it off in time.
Well, but if the blood gets on his skin and say like might be moving towards a scratch or something he knows that if it's soaked in iodine, at least he doesn't have to worry about that blood getting in his mouth or anything.
Okay,
like
yeah,
that,
I can see that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's more believable
because I mean it's I don't know if it makes them less likely to want to bite him, which seems like less of a good plan. Because it's like, what did you do to test that? I thought it was more just like splashback and things like that. He has to worry about less because, especially if he's got it all over his face, it means if he gets some in his eyes, as long as it hits his eyebrows or eyelids before actually getting into the eye itself, he might still be okay.
Yeah, because I was thinking if it's like to protect from bites, the teeth are going past the skin. That's the whole point of a bite. It seems like you would still get infected anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it just ties into an overall question I have is like, how is he surviving on his own out here?
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
Yeah, he's just been living here all this time alone for 30 years. Come on.
Because they don't even show us they don't show us like a shelter he's built or anything. It just seems like he's just chilling here in this skull forest. Bone temple, yeah.
Well, his fortress, his moat is the river with the ropes.
But it doesn't even seem like a very strong river. I mean, it's something for sure, but like I don't know.
Buy it working against maybe like the weaker ones, right? Like they just lose their footing and get swept away, kind of thing. But like, I
Well,
guess
I
the
mean,
alphas,
we
I don't-
find out
yeah.
later that Samson has no problem getting there.
Yeah.
Well, this is I mean, like it's been 3 years. Like at this point, if he can, if he can show up and find your hidey hole like that, you should have killed him by now. Like there's no. Anyway,
And also, he leaves that little island or that little hill surrounded by a creek, frequently it seems. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, just think of how much you have to do to survive on your own in the wilderness for 28 years in terms of hunting and foraging and building a shelter. And, like, I don't believe it. The movie makes it seem like he's not really a survivalist. He's just a weird doctor in the woods who's making his little temple, like he's a monk or something like that.
Yeah, he's like a
Not like
a witch doctor
Yeah,
priest kind of. Yeah.
yeah.
You don't
He
really
doesn't
think
even have,
about
like,
it, but
like a wolf companion or something.
you almost don't really think about it when watching the movie, but like that he also has to survive winter. He needs to stockpile food and water to survive all that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And other
that's a good
supplies, of
point.
course.
The infection holds winter back.
You know what? You know what?
It's the iodine, I think.
You know what would have helped a lot of this for me is if he used to be their village's doctor and then he sort of went mad and went off to go do this thing, like recently, like within the past couple months or maybe a year. Like he was their doctor for a long time, and then he sort of like was committed to doing this thing, and it's sort of gone stir crazy and decided to abandon them. And so he hasn't been here trying to survive on his own for 28 years because that's a little crazy based on what we see. And it would also explain, like, it would make more sense of the like, we don't have a doctor thing. Because as it is, it's like, oh, we just don't have one. It's like, well, you would,
I mean,
but if they,
then I mean, Spike would know that they did have one, like if it was any time recent, because
Yeah, I mean,
he's not 6, right? Like he's
Sure.
old enough that he would remember a couple years ago, no problem.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, okay. But then that can solve the problem of the only reason the dad's like, hey, don't go talk to him is because he waved at me one time. You know what I mean? If he lost his mind,
I hated that. I'm
I don't know. There's
definitely not
something you
defending
could
that
do
because
there.
I really don't think they gave us enough to have Aaron Taylor Johnson be like, yeah, and that's why we never go anywhere near him. It's like because he waved at you politely. Like, what do you mean, man?
something
That's the
something
reason.
there something in there. Maybe it's a little longer than a year or two, but I don't know. Because as it is, I just don't really believe that this guy's living on his own and totally surviving for 28 years and devoting almost all of his time to collecting bodies and burning them so he can build his little temple.
Yeah.
You'd spend most of your time hunting and gathering firewood.
Yeah.
We're finding a wolf companion.
Something. Anyway,
yes. What's next?
Well,
I guess they start
as they're
chilling.
crossing the river. Well, there's a nice little moment where after he explains that he's covered in iodine and why, yada yada, Spike says he calls him Sir, and then Ray finds this moment where he's like, "Ooh, Sir, oh, what good manners you have!" Like he hasn't been called Sir in such a long time, and he's like, it's a little reminder of civilization.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a nice little moment. I like
But they
it. And
didn't
then
have him be like one of those guys that's like, actually, it's Doctor.
But as they're crossing the river, Spike looks out at the giant pillars and it's like, what's that? And he's like, oh my gosh, I've been waiting 13 years for someone to ask me that. And that's a nice little touch as well. It just showing that there's this guy who, has not really had contact with people for a very, very, very long time and has been hoping and dreaming that he'd be able to share this little monument to death and the remembrance of those who died as a result of everything that happened. And he's looking for an opportunity to share it with someone, and he finally has it. I like that.
Yeah, I like the characterization that we're getting for him here. I like his memento mori thing.
Yep.
Like
yeah,
it fits.
it maintaining structural sensibility, structural stability was the only kind of problem I had with it, because it's like he does
Yeah.
actually. That's like the elements might get. It's like, well, I mean, like, are you using like concrete or something to hold this together? Like, how is it not just all falling over all the time? But I did like the thought behind it.
I liked that they did us the service of putting a ladder in one of the shots, because at first I was like, like with 28 Days Later, it especially in the church where it says repent, the end is extremely fucking nigh. You have to get up pretty high on the wall to do that.
Hey, I mean, you can build a pretty sturdy ladder out of some femurs.
You know what? I
probably
bet
can.
you could. He has a regular ladder though, which is nice. Nice to see that he saved that.
Drop the ball on making a femur ladder.
Well, at least it looks
gotta
like he
have
has like
extras,
a wood
right?
core for a lot of it.
Sorry,
Say that again?
So
Sorry, say again, James.
it looks like he has like a wood core in a lot of it. Like he has a bunch of wood staked in the middle to hold all of it up. He just ties it all.
Yeah, it kind
together.
of creates like the steps at the end too that Mike uses.
So it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just a bit weird.
It's just a bit weird.
And that's also kind of the thing I mentioned earlier too at the beginning when we did our little blurbs. The reverence he has for the people who have passed is something I did really like. The whole thing about, all these skulls were people. Those were eyes that once saw. Those were mouths that once spoke.
Mm-hmm.
And I did really like that part.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
And it's brilliantly performed by Ray Fiennes, as always.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my interest definitely peaked again at this point, because I was like, oh, okay, this is
I'm
nice.
happy. I mean, I think, was he in any of the trailers? Because I mean,
Yes.
if
he was.
I just didn't catch that it was him. So it being Ray Fiennes was a nice little surprise for me. I was like, oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a bit like when we see Brendan Gleeson in the first movie. It's like, hey, I know you.
Woo. Yeah, it's like we got a good performance coming here, don't we?
Yeah, and
What's
he
next?
he thinks that the reason Spike has come to him is because of the baby, right? He asks, is this the reason? She'll need milk. Water will only keep her alive for a couple of days, so that's a big deal. The magic of the placenta and all that. And he asks, "Is this the reason why you came to me?" And he says, "Well, no, my mom. I came because of my mom." And he goes to examine Isla, and this is where we determine. He does his exam. He determines that Isla has cancer that has metastasized. It might have spread from her brain to her body, or her body to her brain. Either way, it is bad.
She's fucked.
Yeah, once cancer's in the lymph nodes, it's getting everywhere.
Yeah.
Even says like, I don't know how long, but it's gonna be over soon.
Yes, and he says, I'm very sorry and all that. What do we think about the point where she says, "Well, I thought it might have been cancer, but I was a little too afraid to tell you," to her son?
Yeah, didn't love it.
That one didn't bother me so much, but it's okay until we leave the island, right?
Yeah.
Like that she thinks that maybe she has cancer or something like that, and that it's incurable or something like that, but she doesn't say anything to her son, even when she has moments of lucidity. Sure. But then she's had several moments of clarity since they've gone on this journey, where she's been like, no, this is a bad idea, we need to turn back. And then she just doesn't mention why, because she thinks she has a very strong reason to believe, as she just says, that it's terminal and that there's nothing that they can do. And she just didn't feel like telling him. And this is like a super risky thing that they're doing that's probably going to get them both killed. I just don't like that choice.
I also think that, like, I mean, there's an older woman in their settlement, right? Like the lady that's, I guess, the de facto leader.
Yeah.
And it's only been 28 years since the collapse of society. I'm getting all these timelines correct?
Yes.
About right to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think at least that woman, if no others, would know a thing about like self-palpation for breast cancer that maybe even if you don't have a doctor, that would be something that, you teach the women as they get,
Mhm.
like, older, to be like, "Hey, just so you know, if you start having symptoms of illness and you're noticing a, like, lump in your breast, things might be getting really bad, and we might have to think really hard about how we take care of you." So, I mean, like, lack of ability to treat is one thing, but I mean, wouldn't having the ability to diagnose breast cancer, which is like not a terribly difficult one to find on yourself, or at least find suspicion of, it's like, I mean,
I mean,
because then
maybe
also,
it
like, I mean,
wasn't breast
even
cancer,
There's a
you
there's
know?
a
well,
chance
no,
that it
he
wasn't
does
breast
say
cancer, right? Like
no,
it
he
could have
says that
been.
he finds that he found like a palpable tumor on in her breast and in her lymph nodes, and
Well,
so
he
that's why he
says he
says he doesn't.
doesn't know if it started from the breast and spread to the brain, or if
But I
it
mean, if
started
there's
in
a
the
Either way,
brain and
palpable
though,
spread to
like
the
mass
rest of
yeah,
the
in,
either
like,
body.
way,
that's the thing. Like, you still would be able to find that, especially as you're starting to have like more dramatically increased symptoms. And I think
Mhm.
them knowing that also would have given Aaron Taylor Johnson some means to say, "Look, man, she's got cancer. We even if we find a doctor, it's not gonna do anything. Like, you got to
Yeah.
understand, man. Like, this is what your mom has. It's how long she has to live, not whether or not she's gonna live."
yeah. I
And
think
I don't know.
my biggest complaint with this, or my biggest criticism of this, is that there are enough people, including Aaron Taylor Johnson, on this island who probably like they know what cancer is, and even if
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
haven't dealt with it directly, there's enough adults on here on this island who should be well aware of what she's experiencing given the symptoms. I mean, like we're already like the whole idea that they don't have a doctor at all. There's nobody doing any medical examinations even a little bit. Like that already is a stretch. So there's that. And then the extended lucidity that she has here at the end to sort of just be like, well, I think I kind of in my heart of hearts always knew that this was probably what was going on, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I was afraid, and now I'm not because I'm gonna, walk off to allow, to death, and I've lived a full life. Like that, just I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't like I don't like how it goes here. You
Hmm.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
why you
and I
wouldn't
think
go with there was something important that I needed to tell you, but I just couldn't remember. It kept coming
Yeah.
and going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
And the other thing is because we're going to rush now to, you know what? Actually, maybe it's better that I just die peacefully. We're going to
Mhm.
rush through that. But I feel like it would have been stronger for that moment that's coming up if she was deteriorating more rapidly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like physically, she was in more pain, and all that sort of stuff. Because basically, since they've been on this journey, except for, thinking that her son is her dad and all the weirdness of that, she's been walking around and more or less just fine for most of it. Her condition has not actually seemed to get worse over the course of this journey.
Mhm.
She almost seemed worse at the beginning when she was in the bed. So there isn't
Yeah.
really an escalation of that either. And I think that wasn't a
man,
strong decision.
never underestimate the power of vitamin D.
Yeah, well, hey,
Yeah.
that is true. Maybe she just needed to go outside, go on more walks.
She needed something to live for. Otherwise, a broken heart might have done it.
Yeah, and I think that, like, that's kind of why, like, I'm sort of okay with her being uncharacteristically lucid through this whole thing, because I guess it's somewhat sobering to just really understand the situation that you're in, and it might have kind of
Yeah,
given her brain some
I guess I can
reason to
kind of buy
work
that.
more than it has been.
I don't know. I think I would have liked this revelation more if there was any point during this journey where maybe she had tried to get him to turn back without revealing the full scope of everything to him. Like if we had established moments of lucidity before this, I mean, really most of what we've seen
Yeah.
with her is just kind of her slipping in and out of
Mhm.
memory and reality, and it's not she kind of has been sort of loopy this whole time. and I just I don't know. I feel like it would have worked better for me if there was something more to grasp onto there.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
some times where she says, even if we find a doctor, it's not going to matter, and him being like, "What do you mean?" And then her being like, "Dad, the angel." Like,
Yeah, even little
Yeah.
things like that, like where he could,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree, where he could like read into it as like, "You're just having one of your episodes, Mom, you crazy kook."
mhm.
You know, something like that would have been nice. I think this kind of is just a little, I don't know, it's just a little too a little too quick. It doesn't build enough
Yeah.
for me.
Now we talk about it, just my mind goes back to The Father, that movie, where you have like the
Yeah.
Yeah.
escalation really, really badly, and that's why this movie, that movie is like incredibly emotional and effective. And effective. I didn't say ineffective. And effective. I just realized it kind of sounded like that because I just slurred my words together because of my situational disability.
But it is very, very effective in that
Yeah.
particular movie.
Yeah.
By the way,
And
anyone
yeah,
here or in the chat who has not seen The Father, go check it out. Excellent movie.
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
great movie, Anthony Hopkins.
and
Very,
yeah, I
very
was almost.
emotionally difficult movie, but
Oh yeah, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I was kind of shell shocked of all the things that happen here at once in like 10 minutes. It was like, oh, we're doing this. Oh, there's the cancer drop. It's like, okay, cancer sucks. That's always kind of sad. So now we're probably gonna take some time for them to have like a couple of last days or something, or we have to do something else. Something comes up.
Okay,
Like,
so
nope.
I really did like the part where he kind of gets up because the kid is. Spike has not experienced this before, so I liked the part
Yeah.
where he's just like, no, like it was so hard to get here, it took so long. Just tell me what it is that we need. There's got to be something in one of the hospitals. We can just go get it, you know? Like, tell me where it is,
what's
and I'll go
Yeah.
what's the
get it.
medicine?
No, I enjoy this. I just mean like the thing that happened. Like we immediately go to the
I was agreeing with you. It's like I like this
Yeah.
bit, but then immediately they dose him with morphine
Right,
to
right,
calm
yeah.
him down. Not enough that not enough that it would knock him out, right? Like enough that he'll just be, calm and
Yeah.
accepting of this. Which okay, sure, but they immediately dose him with morphine. His mom says goodbye and walks off, and then she's dead. And
Mhm.
it's a little quick. We're rushing it. It's a little rushed. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I just had a thought, but it's gone. Damn it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Miss Slaughter, any input on the mom cancer stuff? No, it's a cheery topic, so
I didn't really care that it was rushed because like I imagine growing up in a world like that and like trying to take like a few days to spend time with your mom in that mainland area is kind of risky and like there's not really any good times to be had with that, especially at the risk of being run down by infected at any point. So I feel like that was a good moment in time to just do that and like rip the band-aid off because she seemed like she was ready to go anyway. It may have been a little rushed for the kid, but what better time than then, right near the memento mori like totem and the doctor and stuff instead of, just leaving the area to spend some more time and possibly giving your mom a brutal death versus, just
yeah.
the doctor peacefully taking her out. And, it's like, and because he even made it a point to, he says there's many deaths, some better than others, but, this one can be peaceful and loving. And I think it was the right time to do it instead of risking her being torn to shreds and infected. And then that's more trauma on Spike because he has to witness his mom turn and then has to put her down like a sick dog. So I feel like it was a fine choice, in my opinion, to just peacefully put her to sleep and then have Spike put her skull at the top of the pile and give her a like good spot, like at the head, because she obviously meant the world to him. So I think
Yeah.
it was fine.
Well, at the risk of getting some Canadian healthcare jokes, I kind of agree that euthanasia was probably the best bet.
Well,
in this
I just want to
situation.
make it clear. I'm not advocating for like anything else besides. Like, I'm not advocating that this was the wrong decision. I'm just saying that.
Right. I'm just
plot-wise,
saying
we've-
anything else
yeah.
would be risky. So I feel like it was a
Well,
good
I'm not
time to
saying that
just rip
anything
the
else
Band-Aid
was
off of it.
like necessary. I'm just saying that plot-wise, we kind of sped through this development. Is yeah, that's all I'm getting at. Not that
Yeah,
it
this
comes
was the
pretty
wrong
quick.
choice.
Did we? I had to step away for a second. So,
Hmm.
did we talk about drugging the son to make this happen?
I mentioned it that they drugged the son. Yeah, that they hit him with the morphine to calm him down.
That's
yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's a little
I
ethically
underst-
dubious.
I understand why the doctor thinks this is the right thing to do. I understand why Isla thinks this is the right thing to do. Drugging the kid, because they only drugged him because they know he would interfere if he wasn't drugged, and he's
Mhm.
so drugged and loopy and out of it that it's not even clear what's going on. It's like we didn't really let him come to terms with what's going to happen. We just drugged him so we could speed past it, and I think
Yeah.
that feels kind of gross, honestly.
Yeah, I actually think that, especially because this movie is primarily character development for Spike, who like presumably is going to continue to be the protagonist through the next two movies.
Yeah.
Having it be that he accepts that his mother does prefer to just die peacefully here and now, consciously, and like understanding it and being able to stop it, but choosing not to, might have been better than just taking it out of his hands by drugging him.
Yeah, definitely that. Also, you're really missing out on like a little opportunity for some drama here because I mean, they drugged him because he wouldn't have agreed to it. And so if you had a little bit of an argument here where like he's trying to, push back against this, and either one thing that would help this, as I mentioned already, is if she was in a more rapidly deteriorating condition. Like if she was clearly in a lot of pain, even if she was like kind of clear-headed to a degree at this moment, like if she was in a lot of pain, that would maybe help him make this decision. But also, I feel like you got to have the conversation between the mom and the son about this, where she needs to convince him. And even still,
Convince him
even
when
if
he's not
even
on drugs is also like,
Yeah.
the big thing.
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they don't convince him, they just drug him and then push right past it. And then the other thing is, if you're going to like hand him his mom's skull immediately after killing her, like I don't know. Like one thing that would help this for me, you don't drug him at all. You convince him, and like maybe intellectually, sort of logically, he gets it, but emotionally, he's distraught. First of all, you have an opportunity to give the kid some moments to really act here, right? Because this has been his whole thing. He's risked life and limb. He's blown up his relationship with his father and the people back at the village in order to save his mom, only to find out that his mom can't be saved and now she just wants to die anyway. He would not come to terms with this that quickly. Even if he has a conversation with his mom and she convinces him that this is what she wants and that this is better than the alternative, he should be very, very, very distraught over all of this. And that would be strong narratively to have him, like maybe he agrees to let it happen, but he's just sobbing uncontrollably while it happens or something like that. That would be way stronger. Instead, they go, well, he probably wouldn't be okay with this, so let's just drug him and then we can push right past it. And then while he's still kind of under the effects of the morphine, he just gets handed his mom's skull and is like, huh? Want to put it on top of the pile? It's just
I guess the logic is that because he's already done the ritual of placing one of the skulls on the monument, like with Eric, that he understands what it means and that it's not like, oh, here's the skull, isn't this super creepy and like disgusting and psychotic? It's more, no, you're doing this to put them to rest.
Yeah, but it's
just
a little
enough
different
on
from like a
everything
guy
else
he
that
met
I
a
would
day
blame
ago and his mom.
Oh, no,
who he
like it
moved
absolutely
here,
is. He also sort of places it with a lot more reverence. But I guess the point I'm making is that it's not his first time placing a skull on the monument, which I don't
Sure,
know,
it's just the
offers the blow a
capstone
little
on top of everything.
Yeah, but
else.
it's also a little weird to have him carry around his mother's skull. It's different than their ashes. Like, I would be weirded out by looking at my mom's skull on my desk if I brought it home. Like, yeah, I feel like it was a nice spot for it to just leave it on the the memorial of everybody else.
The larger problem for me is that he would not have been so quick to come to terms with this, and the movie is aware of it. That's why they just bypassed it by drugging him, and I think that's kind of scummy.
It is kind of crazy. Like, if you think more about it, he's just kind of out of it. He's like, doctor, what's going on? It's like, here's your mom's skull. Find a nice little spot. It's like, oh my god!
Like, he was like, well, okay, I guess that's what I'm doing right now.
I mean, he wasn't completely knocked out though. He was just calmed down. So I think the doctor's intention.
He's under the influence.
Well, yeah, but his intention was to make it easier on him. Even though it does come off as scummy, it's like, so he's not freaking out and just having a absolute meltdown, especially in this really sensitive area on the mainland. You know, you don't want to lose your wits. You want to, keep it together. So I think that's maybe where he was coming from. That's just a theory, though.
He's so loopy and zonked out in that scene. It looks like he doesn't quite understand what's happening. Not that he's come to terms with it, and that's the big issue for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
they did it because they knew he would interfere with it.
And that it's sort of a shortcut to bypass an actual emotional beat in the script for this character.
That's the other sort of meta narrative reason.
Like, that's the meta narrative problem that I have with it.
And that contributes to the overall feeling of like, man, this was quick. We just kind of
that whole scene still is very emotional, though. Like, I would be just adding
not
more
if you
emotion.
have a major problem with the whole setup of it, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't know.
Like, or you could be over analyzing it. It really depends on how you look at it. Like, I did find it just on the surface to be really emotional. It's a kid who really loves his mom and has to come to terms with losing her to cancer.
He doesn't come to terms with it, though. That's the problem.
Well,
he gets drugged
also imagine living in this world too. Like, you have no idea of being in those people's shoes and like how they process things. And how jaded they can become and cynical they can become versus the average person. Like, these people that live in total isolation, their little community seems all tight-knit and cute and stuff, but they probably don't have a lot of hope. So it's probably quicker for them to, rush through emotions and processing and just, get up and go.
I really don't think so. I don't think that goes any way to explaining this situation.
I mean, I'm kind of halfway
you can't
between
say for sure either because you don't know how it was written with the intention, but it can be. It's open to interpretation.
I can say for sure that based on everything we've seen of this character, that he would not have come to terms with his mom deciding to die in that moment that quickly.
Yeah, but you're also in survival mode, so that changes your brain.
He's not in survival mode right now.
In the mainland, you're permanently in survival mode.
Like, he is probably in there the entire time. But I think that, like, I'm sort of like at a middle ground between you guys in that I like the sequence and I think that it is sufficient, but I also do think it would have been better if it involved a more thorough discussion that had Spike really wrestling with things. So I don't know. I think it's just like
we just basically skipped a major character moment for the main character. And it's one of the only few and impactful character moments that he really has in the back half of the story. And I think that's a waste, and that really undercuts my emotional experience of what he's going through because we just sort of zoomed right past that because we drugged him instead.
Yeah, I just want to throw in really quickly, too, that he brought his mother all the way out here. Then she walked off in the darkness, and the doctor came back with her skull. And, like, that's... I don't know, man. That's one of those things that I feel would be extremely shocking to someone.
Yeah.
Like,
traumatizing even, perhaps.
Mind you, he's so fucking drugged out. He's hallucinating. Like, so
yeah, but when he comes to, he's still gonna.
Like, the real question isn't is just did gas pedaling through this result in the best this sequence could have been, and I think I'd answer no, but I think it's just that it's what they were, I guess, hoping would be the effect, that it's like, well, if this kid were totally lucid, then we would have to go through a scene in which we actually convince him prior to this, but we don't want to take that much time. So him being drugged makes it so that we can get all the effects without having to do the work, which I think is it's a big problem with a
Emblematic
lot
of the
the
movie as a
writing
whole,
in
yeah.
this movie. Yeah. So, but
Yeah.
I mean, as far as just the event itself goes, it's like, well, if the kid was drugged and these things were happening, would he react the way he does as presented? I'd say, yeah, probably yes. Still, like, I mean, I think that if you're
I mean,
going to do it this way, then I think it's still effective enough. But I do also think that yes, it would have been much more effective if we got a true sequence of character, like conscious character development prior to it happening. So, but I mean,
just
yeah,
him,
like we don't all
him
have to
dealing with the
agree on
emotions of
everything
that,
here.
and not. I mean, he looks so zonked out.
I
It's
just
incredible.
would have preferred, like, if this had been done with good character writing as opposed to just being like, well, and we hit him with the morphine. Like, even if you hit him with the morphine to calm him down and use that as the opportunity to have a conversation later after he's not zonked, like, add an extra scene after he's come down from the high where his mom and him can have a conversation or something like that. I don't have a problem with where it goes. That's like where it goes is the natural conclusion. It's just
Yeah.
the fact that it is all done while he effectively does not have agency to create that character that character decision, right? Like we
Yeah.
skip the moment for the drama. And that's what bugs me about the drugging him aspect of it, because we just kind of zoom right past something that could have been a really strong. This is the conclusion of his arc right here, and it happens while he's essentially under the influence and he can't do much about it. And that's
removing his agency is a very good way of putting it, because that's exactly what happens here.
Got rid of the whole Eric stuff, to be honest, or at least more of it, and then put more time in this one. I feel like,
Yeah.
because I do like the scene in Isolation as well. I think it's pretty emotional, of course, but yeah. I mean, I don't think I need to repeat everything you guys all said. So, yes.
So he puts his mom's skull on the top of the pile, and he faces her towards the sun. And you know what? I like that bit too. I like that this is the conclusion of where we get to. I think that this is minus the middle bit where we fast forward through it. I think that we've got, like, the beginning is good, the ending is good. It's the middle bit we take issue with, but we're moving forward now. He puts his mom's skull up at the top, facing the sun, to give her the hope. That's nice. We then cut to Samson attacking them in the doctor's hidey hole.
There is one thing I want to mention really quickly about the skull pile. I know the doctor said that, it's not held together by anything, it could come apart. That kind of, like, just slightly undercuts it for me, because one bad windstorm and her skull's on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
The part when he knocks them over and he goes, "Oh, it's not precious in that way. You don't have to worry about that."
Yeah. But then you spend so much time showing him climb up and facing it towards the sun. It's like, yeah, I really like that moment for the meaning it has, but I just can't help but think, yeah, and when we have a rainstorm next week, it's going to get blown off.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was saying, that like I almost would have preferred if there was an element of adhesive of some like concrete or whatever it would end up being. But yeah, it might have made this moment land a little bit better. Just like, well, yeah,
that is a bit of an undercut to the emotional core of that last scene, I think. Yeah, you're right.
Although I guess, I mean, it might be less about this being your mother's resting place forever and more just you placing it as like a ritual has value to you, right? So that it's it's not necessarily that this skull is going to be here forever. It's that you put your mother to rest facing the sun. Just kind of like, I mean, when you spread someone's ashes, those ashes aren't going to be like exactly where you spread them forever, right? It's more about the ritual of bringing them to the place where you know they'd want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so then we cut to the doctor and Spike and the baby in the little underground hidey hole that the doctor has as Samson charges across the river and immediately finds them where they're hiding. I think this is like the big moment too, where I think you're supposed to realize that this is clearly Samson's baby, right? Like, because he wants
Yeah,
the
if
child.
it wasn't clear before. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Right,
and
now.
this is the moment that I was talking about. I saw somebody in your chat, Metal, who said like deaf babies can still cry. The baby's perfectly silent in this scene the whole time, and I assume that it's because it can't hear any of what's happening around it, because Eric unloaded a magazine right right in its fucking ear. So Samson freaks out and is like trying to pull the bars off of the hidey hole, and then he ends up getting his hand in there and starts like yanking the doctor up through it. And again, I was struck by the idea: why haven't you killed this guy yet? It's been 3
Yeah,
years.
He's clearly not your friend.
Like, this isn't.
Yeah.
This doesn't. So why haven't you
iodine
killed him
does
yet?
nothing.
They jab him with a morphine needle, and he falls asleep, and he starts snoring. Why are you not going to kill him now?
Wait, he started snoring? Really? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the end of the scene is him snoring as they're like
It's
getting ready to go back home. As he's like,
They're
I
like,
think
Yeah,
you
it's
better
almost
run
comical.
before he wakes up. It's like, no, you better kill him right now.
maybe we just kill him. I don't know why. Yeah, I guess we're creating an antagonist for the next couple of movies. It doesn't make
Probably, yeah.
it doesn't make any fucking sense. Just kill him. There's no point. He's
Yeah,
way more
but don't-
dangerous alive.
But don't think about that anymore, because he tells Spikes, "Time for you to go home, I think." And then we cut away, and that's it for the Doctor for this movie.
Which, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think we can all agree that we might have needed more reasons why Samson is not being killed at any point in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's out
I
of
mean,
it now,
you can't-
so we don't have to worry about it. But like, yeah,
It's
he's
such,
gone.
it's such an obvious thing that they set up from the beginning, that like, oh, he's called the giant killer, but he doesn't like that because he hasn't felt like he earned it. So maybe later in the movie he gets to kill a giant? No.
Nope.
He just never does. He has 2 opportunities to kill a giant and he just doesn't do it.
Maybe in the next one. Maybe in the third.
God damn it.
It ends with a lightsaber battle against Samson. That's where we're going.
But yeah, so he decides to leave. Spike does, and he brings the baby all the way back to the island, pretty much off screen. Takes the baby all the way back, puts it in a basket out front of the gate, and I had a moment here because he puts the baby in the basket, and then we cut to him like drawing his bow, and I had looked down to sign my bar tab at this moment, so I saw him put the baby in there. I looked back up after signing, and I saw him pulling the bow back and letting the arrow go. And for a hot second there, I thought he had shot the baby.
Oh,
I was like,
Oh boy.
oh, what the fuck? Turns out, no, he was fishing. He was fishing, guys.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's cool. He left a note, though, on the baby that basically explains the baby, like, I'm gonna do walkabout. I'm gonna have, I don't feel like coming back yet. I'm gonna walk around for a little bit and see what the mainland has to offer. The baby's name is Isla, and this is
She's
where
from an infected, but she's not infected.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, she's from an infected, but I swear she's cool. Don't worry about it. They only find it because the baby starts crying, right? So, that's overnight.
Mhm.
But this is where the dad sees
I
the
guess
letter.
all the sentries were asleep again when he just walked all the way over
Yeah,
the moat and
Yeah.
hung the baby there.
yeah. He
and-
walked
and
across the causeway, and none of the sentries saw him
hanged the baby. Yeah.
putting a baby on the fence or any of that. Yeah. And the dad finds the letter, and he seemingly realizes, wait a minute, my son's been gone this whole time. And so he runs out into the water because it's high tide and he can't get over there yet. But he wants to make a show of how much he cares. So he runs into the water screaming, "Spike!" He could wait a few
Very
hours.
sad.
and like go
My
out.
God, if they had Aaron Taylor Johnson die here because he just like went out too far and got
He
crushed
got
away by the
pushed
current.
away by the current.
Like, really?
Oh my
This is what
god.
you're doing with
Wow.
them?
At least, well, they didn't do that. So I think we can hope that he'll be back in the next one. You know, and that maybe we'll have some of what we were looking for from this movie in either of the next 2 installments.
They won't. I don't have any faith that they will at this point. It's crazy. I mean, I would like it if they could actually do the reunification with the father, but I don't expect them. Based on what they had the father do in this movie, I'm just like, oh, all hope of that is dashed for me.
I gotta believe that they want to give him a redemption arc, right? People love redemption arcs.
Does
Sure.
Alex Garland like redemption arc?
I hope.
Well, you guys probably know
hope
better than
so.
we do.
Lately,
I did want to.
So, first of all, if he wants them to take care of the baby, he should not have said it came from an infected, because they would probably be like, well, hell no, we're not bringing that in here.
Time to throw it in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, if he really cares about that baby surviving, he should probably stay in the village to advocate for it for that reason. Also, I don't see any justification based on any of his behavior so far that he wouldn't just go back to his village at this point.
Yeah, that's one of the
Just
parts I really hated is, oh, I'm just going to hang out on the mainland, even though I almost died in every single encounter I had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that. It doesn't, because we didn't get to see him, you know, taking on a big enemy and winning, you know, as opposed to what we saw at the beginning of the movie. It doesn't really feel like he's come into his own as a warrior. It doesn't really feel like he's come into his own as a forager or a hunter or like a survivalist or anything like that. He's
not
just
even a little bit.
hanging out a little bit, and
I killed like 2 of the infected in the gas station before they got blown up.
To set up
Maybe
something
that's
like,
why he stays though, because he feels like he wants to get into that part of himself.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. That it's like, I'm gonna mold myself as a warrior out here, but how well that would go, that's up for debate.
Yeah,
probably
very,
not
very
well.
poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where
I don't know. He could be like a child, like Newt in Aliens. Who knows? We'll
Yeah, I
see.
mean, like Newt does pretty well on her own. For
I mean,
quite
he's-
some
She
time.
does.
He's about
Yeah,
to
better
get
than he
trained
does.
he's about to get trained as a ninja assassin, so I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna get his own tracksuit and his blonde wig, maybe even a tiara. Who knows?
His
Might
iced
get some
out
grills.
chains.
To set up something like this, you really need something of like a conflict between the people in the village who aren't really concerned with what's on the mainland and they just want to stay away from it. I mean, they'll go out there to, you know, forage and stuff like that, but they're not really interested in what people are up to on the mainland. And then he sort of like, you need some sort of conflict between that and like, oh, there's people out there and maybe, you know, we could join with them, or maybe, you know, there are people trying to build back civilization out there on the mainland somewhere. And then he decides he's going to go out there and just sort of see what's out there and see what people are doing. You know, something like that would
Or
help set
maybe
this up.
stay and learn how to be a doctor.
Or something
Ooh.
like that. But it just seems so aimless. This, like, I'm just going to go hang out on the mainland and do what? I don't know.
Well,
Be
and I mean,
alone.
again, I think that like we kind of hit the nail on the head with like the proving himself as a warrior thing. That I think if this entire movie he was consistently getting him and his mom out of more and more dangerous situations and improving and doing well and making fewer mistakes, I think this ending might have worked better. But as we kind of pointed out before, he gets saved almost every single time by someone else. So
Yeah,
it's like, well,
even in the
I
final
mean-
minutes of the film, he's cornered. Like, he's fucked without the tracksuit mafia saving him.
Tracksuit mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, like he
and I
would
mean,
have
like-
died there. Like, yeah, that is.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say though that like you might have the like again like kind of like Miss Slaughter's point that maybe he wants to learn and feels that this is the best way to do it. But I also kind of think that that's a bit of a problem because it's like, well, I mean, don't you think you would learn better by like reconciling with your father, or if you don't want to, even finding other experienced hunters and be like, yeah, I'm going out every day. Like I'm not I'm not going to school anymore because this is what I do. It's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life, and my school is on the mainland.
I mean,
And so you either agree to continue to teach me and develop me, or I'm going out on my own.
I mean, bottom line, whether you're a child or adult, it is stupid to go to the mainland alone because you
Yep.
will get
Yeah.
ambushed. So that's why it's just like he's just being a kid who didn't think all of this through again. So
Yeah, which I mean, and that kind of undercuts the idea that like this experience is what matured him, right? Like it makes it less of a coming of age story where he learned some real lessons, and more it's like, no, I'm going to keep on doing the thing that I did that almost got me killed several times over.
Yeah, he didn't actually come of age in this movie. It is how it seems to me.
Yeah, well, and
Ultimately,
like we've had 2 hours to show him sort of like learning something that might like, because by the end of it, when he says he's just gonna like hang out here and like experience the mainland for a bit, he needs to just do walkabout, right? I don't mind that as a conclusion if we've seen him grow as a person.
Yeah.
We haven't really done much of that. Like he hasn't, learned to overcome obstacles all that much, really. Like the biggest one, the biggest maturing moment was when he had to let his mom go, but he hasn't really he hasn't become a giant slayer. He hasn't learned really better about like how to fight or how to stay alive in this environment. I just we had a lot of opportunities for this to happen, and it just none of it metastasized into a full on. None of it metastasized into a full character arc. So by the time we get around to this, I mean, me personally, while I was watching this, I was like, okay, well, I mean, like, I don't feel confident in him. Like, I don't feel like he's got this. I feel like he's gonna die. Like he's going to die if something doesn't come about, and he is.
I mean, he should have died several times over already. So it's
If somebody doesn't come to save him, he's going to die.
Blown up.
Yeah, like without that last scene in the movie, it's perfectly reasonable to expect him to be dead at the beginning of the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would like my main character for the next couple movies to at least even if he has to surmount more difficult obstacles later in the next couple movies, I'd like to at least believe that he took something away from this experience that can lead him towards that.
Yeah.
And by the end of this one,
he switched off his targeting computer and blew up the Death Star using the Force. Like, you're not a Jedi yet, but like we can see that you're getting there.
Yeah.
The things that you shared in the Discord, those are pretty funny. Do we want to mention those?
Oh, sure, go for it.
The first one especially.
Danny Boyle says all nudity and 28 years later are prosthetics due to child labor laws. That's a great headline.
Yeah. Wait, did the audio cut out for anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear most of that. Sorry.
Oh, Danny Boyle says all nudity in 28 years later are prosthetics due to child labor laws.
Is that real or is that a joke headline?
Hollywood Handle, I think that's
Hollywood
that's
Handle.
thing.
No, it seems to be real. It seems to be from an interview.
Oh, well, then if I was the Samson actor, I'd be like, bro.
Why you gotta do me like that?
You couldn't let me use that at a bar for a month? Like, come on, man.
Here's a quote. As Boyle explains, this was a salutary moment via our intimacy coordinator that when you have a child of 12 present, all genitals, male and female, have to be fake. They can't be real. The Child Sex Offenses Act would put me in prison if I allowed him to see real genitals. And then he laughs. So he has to look at absolutely false photoreal genitals created by a prosthetics company. So,
I mean, I get that's a pretty good reason, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, but also it's like it's just nudity with no sexual connotation. Yeah. So that's kind of like that's so much extra work they had to do just to make prosthetics, just to look at something the kid already has, you know?
Yeah, you're basically just like, no. A real penis, that's illegal. Look at this incredibly accurate rendition of a fake penis instead.
God damn.
The penis isn't real, it can't hurt you.
Oh god. Anyway, you said something had to happen so he doesn't die, and oh boy, something does happen.
Yeah, he's
There
cooking
at
a
the end.
fish, and some runners come charging around looking for the meat, and he basically gets backed into a corner. He kills one or two, a couple of them, but there's too many on the way. He gets backed into a corner, and the grown-up version of the kid from the very beginning, the cold open of the movie, shows up.
It's Jimmy
Jimmy in a tracksuit.
and
with
a tiara
and a
and
tiara
like gold
and a bunch
chain.
of and like he's iced the fuck
Yeah.
out, and he's got a whole crew with him. Who like at first I thought they were geriatric like retirees, you know, like old people. And
I thought they were Eastern Europeans.
they show up with like golf clubs and weapons of all kinds, and Jimmy very politely says like, well, I mean, with your permission, we'll handle the rest of them from here. And they do a couple of crazy flips. They make some wild Bruce Lee noises, and
yeah.
they do. So like they saw one zombie's head off with a giant garrote as like a pair, and none of them again wearing, you know, eye
Masks.
shields or masks or anything like that. So
You don't need those moves. Come on.
Yeah,
Not when
like,
they're spraying blood everywhere. Yeah.
like it becomes like a Guy Ritchie movie all of a sudden. Like, it's just, like the tone
Yeah.
dramatically shifts to something that has never before been seen in this, I guess, franchise at this point now.
Well, they're doing flips like they're in the Power Rangers.
they're making
You know,
like,
like-
they
Yeah.
are doing like
They're on
kind
They're
of
on
like
wires.
noises too,
Like there's
yeah.
wire work happening. Like why are they jumping like that?
Where did they raid for those fresh tracksuits? That's what I want
Yeah.
to know.
Yeah, you have to earn those. You have to earn those.
Yeah.
I guess they figured out dyes, so if they got faded, they can just, you know, freshen them up a little. Like, either that, or they just found like a warehouse and just like there's a bunch of them vacuum sealed.
This
Every
is a
couple months, they
wild,
change the
a
freaking
wild
tracksuit.
tone shift for this movie too, because like we've had
Yeah.
snippets of camp, right? Like when Samson rips the one guy's head out and then starts beating his other friends to death with it. That's kind of campy and schlocky. That's like about as much as we're gonna get.
But it's
This
also something that
is
I guess
wild.
fundamentally you could see a big rage monster doing.
Yeah,
Sure.
Whereas, like, I don't know that I ever would have imagined survivalists in this world doing parkour while wearing multicolored tracksuits and lots of bling. Like,
Especially for it to just end right there too. You're just like,
Yeah.
oh, it's like getting socked in the mouth and being like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I did a quick Google because I was curious if that was actually on purpose with the Jimmy Cavill.
Oh,
Savile.
Jimmy
Savile?
Saville.
That was on purpose, apparently.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess it sort of has to be, right? Like,
According to 28 Years Later director Danny Boyle and screenwriter Alex Garland, that's by design, and that reference hits on key themes of the film. I'm not really sure if I get
What?
those, to be honest.
What?
that, like, I don't know, that there's potentially a monstrosity inside everybody. Like,
Is it because
I'm
somebody
hoping
drugged a
it's
kid?
not weird like Jimmy
Yeah.
Savile was, because the
Mhm.
first movie had that weird militia that was trying to take women into sex slavery.
Yep.
So I'm hoping this isn't him taking the kid into their weird groomer SA cult. So, but it could be as dark as the first movie like that.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah,
know
'cause
if they
that-
would go that route with a blockbuster film.
That would be
That
wild.
is a pretty dark note to end on. The implication of that.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I'm
Also just pacing wise, this little ending here, it'd be one thing. Okay, if we're trying to establish what he's going to go on to do in the next movies, you know, he meets up with this other clan of people and joins forces with them, yada yada. You know, if he's backed into a corner and he just like sees this guy and he's like, "Hello, like how are you?" Like, or he meets him and then we cut. That's one thing, but this is like
Mhm.
a full sequence of like really
Yeah.
over the top, like stupid action, and then it finally just ends. It's like this is so
Yeah.
strange.
Like, almost if it was just him, and instead of there being an action sequence, it just says, "Hello, nice to meet you. My name's Jimmy," and then cut to credits. It would have been like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, so he's met the cult leader guy. He doesn't look
Mhm.
like we expected him to look, but I wonder how this goes." would I think almost be more intriguing than being like, this is a faction that jumps to a universally different tone. Like this takes place in a different universe. And however many years it'll be before there's another movie, I guess wait and see, because you're not getting any more information about how this pans out. It
I
was
hope
just
it's
bizarre.
not a long time because they filmed both the sequel and the first one back to back, so it's already
did they?
done. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
it'll probably
pretty
be,
sure
like,
it's
next
supposed to
year or
come
the year
out like
after.
January of next year.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay, that's
then,
not
you
too
know, that's
bad.
less of a problem then, I suppose.
Yeah.
They Lord
That's
of
what
the
I heard.
Rings did.
Don't quote me on that.
I mean, like honestly, if it's any time within the next 2 years, I think that would be reasonable because that's basically the pace that we've got TV shows at this point. But yeah, I think that for such a dramatic tone shift, when like I'm assuming I was also wondering whether or not this movie's performance would dictate whether or not there even is another one. Would like in the point we had earlier about a first part in a trilogy having value in telling its own complete story. This is like the strangest thing to go out on if you have any intention of wanting the audience to get that feeling, you know? Of
Yeah.
just like this one was its own great thing, but I can't wait to see what happens next, as opposed to what the hell? Like, I mean, I'd really like to know where this goes at least. And I think making the wait less long is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think they chose something bold so it would live rent free in viewers' heads, being like, I have to see the next one because I need to know why that was so weird and why they left off on that note.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I gotta admit, like, I didn't love this movie. I am pretty curious to see where that goes.
I just can't believe the Jimmy Savile choice.
It's
That's just
that is
bonkers.
That is really
nuts.
strange.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what that's gonna entail to. It's yeah,
I was pretty disappointed with this movie. Like I said at the beginning, because there is so much that I like in small little snippets and details and scenes in isolation and elements to the story that I think this could have been an excellent movie if we did a better job of making sense of all these pieces and if we followed through on what we set up at the beginning. So I was pretty disappointed with this movie. But that said, I will probably check out the next one because I just have to know how fucking weird we're getting.
oh, for sure.
You
Yeah.
know, I
Yeah.
don't even expect to like
Yeah.
it, but I need to know what
Like-
happens now.
And
'cause
that's the thing. It's a bizarre must see cliffhanger because it's like it's not that I have to see it because I think it's going to be awesome. It's just like I
just
I
have
want
to know what the fuck
why.
is wrong with them that
Like,
they
I wanna
decided
know
to
the
do
answer to
this.
why.
Because
Where
the
are you
next one
going?
is not even made by the boys, right? That's
Is it
different
not?
people, right?
it's
or
a
did I-
different director. I think it's still written by Alex Garland.
Oh, okay.
It's being passed to a director named, is it Nia DaCosta?
I
I think that
yeah.
sounds
so,
right.
yeah.
I think I
Nia
heard that name.
DaCosta.
Yeah.
She
where have I
directed movies such hits as The Marvels.
Oh
You might have heard of
no.
that.
Are you kidding?
Oh no.
The Candyman remake
seen that.
thing.
Jesus.
I didn't see that
Yeah,
one.
I didn't see that either. So.
That's terrible.
And nothing else I recognize. So
Oh.
that's fun.
I mean, you had me at the
Oh.
Marvels. That's
I mean, honestly, like at this point, unless it's like, granted, if it's like a horror movie and you say Sam Raimi, then my ears might perk up. But if you tell me it's any director of a modern MCU movie, even if it's not one of the particularly bad ones, I'm still gonna say, oh no, when we're going from Danny Boyle, right? Like it's like,
yeah, I'm
okay, well-
disappointed that the next one won't be Danny Boyle because I think his direction is probably the best part of this movie.
yeah,
And instead, the one person that it will continue through of the main writer director pair is Alex Garland, and he's the one I have the least faith in. So
oh boy.
I'm looking at its wiki page and it's saying that Cillian Murphy is in the next one. I thought he was only supposed to come back for the third one.
which
So-
I mean, off the bat, I'm not crazy about him entering this universe again.
I
But
don't.
Yeah,
I don't
speaking
wanna
of
see
like
him.
conclusive stories, I really like 28 Days Later and don't think it needs any kind of follow up with its characters.
Yes.
I like thinking that
Yeah.
Selena and Jim,
Happy
they
ending.
went off to another country. They got married. They
They're
adopted
hanging in
Hannah.
Norway, man.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that's fine to be like my headcanon for it, and like I would prefer there to not be more.
Well,
I
put it on
just
the
don't see
pile.
any. I just don't see any reason for him to come back. It's not like he has special or unique knowledge that only he has in the past
he just
30
he
years.
lives through
Yeah,
a bad
and-
situation. That's his ability.
What is
I
he, an
think they're
expert
just
on
going to make
alphas?
them
Like-
cross paths because of where they ended up looks exactly like the mainland, I think.
And also the
I mean,
fact
yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that really sucks for is that it sort of asserts that the hello thing and flagging down the plane did nothing for them.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, because the assumption
not
after the first one is that they would have been rescued. That's the
Yeah.
implication.
Mm-hmm.
So
They,
So then
they
being
probably have to
stranded
like
on the
construe
island,
something where it's like, yeah, we were put into Paris, but then they blew Paris up, so we had to go back to the British mainland or
Well,
something. I
I guess
don't know.
I gather the reason is just going to be it's like no, they saw us, but they're like yeah, no, we're not. They never.
that
came
would be
back
so
from it.
annoying. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Well,
would
I
be-
mean,
that'd be
honestly,
one
if
of
they're
those
still
things.
there, then like, what else could it be, right? Like,
I have no
even
idea.
giving like giving Alex
Well, you know what they
Garland
could
most charitability as we possibly can. It's like, what can you do to have Jim and Selena still be there that doesn't involve them not getting rescued at the end of 28 Days Later?
Nothing good, but what they could do is have him just play a completely different character.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, honestly, yes, I'd be.
I would be fine with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cillian Murphy's a good actor. Just give him a new role. I'm fine with it.
Hello,
Because that's-
I'm Prim.
I'm Bob. You might know my brother Jim. They call us Jim Bob. Only one word
That's
together
also-
though.
So what do they call the next one? Right? Like, is it? What's the?
It's called 28 Years Later, the Bone Temple.
The
Oh,
Bone
But we
Temple.
got the Bone Temple already.
Honestly, I thought they were going to go with 28 months later and just have it be 28 months after 28 years later.
Oh, that would be confusing. 28 years and 28 months later. Oh, or maybe 28 years and 28 days later. There you go.
Ooh.
Now we're talking. That's not
Okay,
confusing
no.
at all.
Yeah, no.
Just change the number. It'd be like 54 days later. Fuck it.
29 years later.
Start it right where this one ended and call it 28 seconds later. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, yeah.
Later.
You just have it pick up right at the
Just like,
the
have
conclusion
show
of
the ending of this
Tracksuit Mafia.
movie. Fade away when they shake hands. Have a title card pop up that
Title
says
card come up
28
28
seconds later,
later.
and then just like continue on with the story.
No, have that cut be when Jimmy's saying something, and then 28 seconds later it cuts back in when he's like mid sentence. We're having fun here.
I love fun.
Yeah,
Well.
that's 28 years later, guys.
That's
Yeah.
that.
That's
And
it.
we've concluded our arc.
We did.
Yeah.
We completed
Yeah.
our arc. And what if we learned that 28 days later is really good?
Reigns supreme.
Yeah.
Keeping it all positive. 28 Days Later is an incredible movie that everybody should watch.
Oh, 100%.
And, you know, despite its flaws, we talked a little bit about some of the problems that Days Later has, but it's just so thematically coherent compared to this movie and compared to Weeks. I was just thinking about it the other day again, and it's just like Alex Garland would never write something like that today. I mean, obviously, but like, okay, so 28 Days in particular, about it's sort of about, among other things, right? So they're doing tests on chimpanzees. They're trying to find some way to sort of like inhibit rage in human beings in order to stop people being so violent and everything like that. And it goes horribly wrong, and it maximizes rage. And then the virus spreads out to everyone, and then rage destroys society, right? And you have the people left in the rubble, and they think like, oh man, there's no hope. Like, how are we gonna rebuild civilization? There's no hope. But then they sort of have this little found family thing. They come together, then they start to feel more hope for the future. And then they come across these people who like, oh, maybe they have a cure. Maybe they can start to rebuild civilization because they have resources and security and all that stuff. Oh, but it turns out that they're actually, you know, they have dastardly plans that involve killing the men that want to step in the way. of using the women as sort of like breeding slaves. So that's not good. So what does Jim have to do? Jim has to sort of become rage for good.
Yeah.
And like he has to embody rage for a good cause in order to save his like friends and sort of save this little, family in this world that's being built again. And like, I don't know, it's just so simple and effective that like the movie's about rage. It's about how rage destroys society because people were trying to mess with nature and trying to make people like docile and peaceful, and it goes horribly wrong, and then ultimately has to sort of become rage in order to defeat the villains of the movie. It just has such a nice, coherent thematic arc to it that neither weeks nor years has anything approaching as far as I'm concerned. Like it's just so solid, just feels tight and well constructed, almost like it was a fluke. Honestly, I'm starting to believe it was a fluke.
Well, and I mean, I don't think a story like 28 Days Later ever really needs to be a fluke. It's just I think when you're doing something like a post-apocalypse movie, sometimes you don't need to tell a very complicated story to tell an effective one. Right? Like, because I think that like one of the problems that this movie has is that it's trying to do a whole lot of stuff, and some of it works and a lot of it doesn't. When I think, if like, as kind of I was saying, that one of the things that sort of disappointed me when I got to the second half hour of this movie is I was just like, well, why not? Like, could it not just be a story about a father and son stranded because their route home got blocked off, and them having to like maybe interact with some infected, maybe interact with an alpha if you want to create the new enemy still, maybe interact with Jimmy's cult or other survivors that might be more nefarious, and just have that story of survival be all you're doing. But I think the problem is like a lot of writers these days are so reluctant to do anything that simple. It's like,
Yeah.
no, this needs to be a setup for a multi-film series in which we're doing all sorts of very unexpected, crazy stuff that the audience would never see coming. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're also taking a lot of risk on there when maybe just telling a relatively straightforward story that has some good characters and some tense situations and good drama and maybe a few interesting questions is enough. And I guess that's like it's my problem with a lot of modern Hollywood movies. It's just like, guys, like just calm down, just do a little bit well. Don't worry about doing everything
too if like we had a story about a son and a father with a tumultuous relationship trying to get to a doctor to save the mother who can't be saved, and the son coming to terms with that and sort of coming into his own. Like we could do it that way too. Like we don't even have to throw all that second half out with the bathwater. We've got a really good foundation here. And then
you don't need Eric if you already have like the strong protector character to be like the one that's getting the kid out of binds. And then you could either kill the father or have him get incapacitated in some way that forces Spike to have to become a little bit more reliant and competent once he's been through some of the other challenges. Like there's so much you can do with that simple premise, but I think that just so many writers are afraid of the simple premise. It's like, no. There needs to be a bunch of things that the audience will never see coming happen. And I think the problem with doing that is you end up making choices that seem strange to a lot of the viewers.
I definitely think he bit off more than he could chew here, and he has like way too many variables than he can actually manage to juggle. Like his best work is still 28 Days Later and Ex Machina, which all things considered are pretty simple stories, streamlined.
Good movie, Dread, extremely simple. Just get to the top of the tower.
Yeah.
And like extending this into a trilogy artificially, before you even have, one foundational story to really set it on is another bit of a problem, right? Like it has to be 3 movies. It can't just be we're going to make one really good one and see where it goes, or even just 2 really good ones and see where it goes. We're going to have to do 3. So, there has to be set up for something that's going to happen in the next one, and it just works to the detriment of the first installment,
Yeah. And it works to the detriment of the first movie in this movie, which I still think I just wish was the whole thing. You know, as you mentioned,
I don't know.
like him and his
I
dad.
guess for me, I kind of still think at least at this point, 28 Days Later is still pretty safe. Like I can silo it off from any sequels.
I think
pretty
we're talking
easily
about the
because-
first 30 minutes of this movie, right? Is that what?
Oh,
you-
okay. Sorry
yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, that's what I was saying. But
Oh,
but to
no,
your
I
point,
thought you
yeah.
meant it hurts 28 Days Later. I was like, I don't know.
No,
I think
no.
28 Days Later, I'm okay
Not
with
yet.
it existing in its own
If-
little world.
it depends on what they do with Jim. They could
Yeah.
ruin
Oh
that.
god.
They could. Hopefully they don't.
Yeah.
Well, we'll criticize it for that when it happens, but I don't want to jump the gun
Yeah.
on that because I'm
Yeah.
sort of hoping it doesn't, or that they manage to just have Jim still, like, be a compelling character that has a good story and doesn't turn into a gigantic asshole or something.
You know, it'd be pretty funny if Cillian Murphy is in the third movie, but it's just because the movie randomly cuts to him and him and like his loved ones just hanging out in Norway or somewhere like that,
Yeah.
living their
Watching on
best
the
life.
news. They're
Yeah,
watching-
they
Yeah,
watch
they're
on the
like-
news something about the
just-
tracksuit mafia that's taking over Britain. I was like, oh, good
And they
thing
go,
we're not
"Oh man,
over
that's
there, eh?"
terrible." Anyway, what do you want for dinner? And then
God, yeah, I don't know.
Then his phone rings and he just goes, hello, and then it cuts to something else.
hello, you said it.
He
said the thing.
God. I mean,
Well,
what is there to add?
So
You
concludes
guys already
the calendar
complained-
time arc.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already complained about the whole franchise thing and trilogy stuff, so I don't really have anything else to add because you guys already said it. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm Gucci.
Well, thank you everyone for
All
joining
right.
us.
Yeah,
We really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thanks for
Uh,
joining
Super
us
chats.
too. We both joined each other.
Yes.
yeah. We crossed the stream.
We crossed the streams and no one died, so that's good.
No one died. Not yet. I mean, the day's not over yet. You don't know what happens.
It's true.
I might
That's
trip
true.
on my way to the bathroom or something.
Hi, Jojo.
You'll die like that one guy in the first Final Destination movie where like evil water comes out and makes you trip.
And then disappears as if it's attempting to hide the murder weapon. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I was thinking of World War Z, where the scientist runs up the ramp, slips, and shoots himself.
Oh boy.
The movie's, I hate that
Well,
movie so
before we
much.
get out of here, what is everybody up to? Promote the thingy-majigs, as we do. I just go with my pictures here this time. James, did you start a YouTube channel yet, or?
I don't do nothing, man. I don't know. I just come
Awesome.
here and yap.
That's perfectly acceptable. Good stuff.
All right, catch James next time he's on our show, I guess.
Pretty much. Cree, what's going on?
Oh my god. I finished my Jurassic World Dominion video and it got hit by copyright, so I'm going to be
Oh,
spending the
goddammit.
next few days trying to solve that and hopefully
Hooray.
getting it out
Universal
for
Movie
Thursday.
Nice.
Universal,
Fuck, sir.
like the worst.
Fight the good
Yeah. I was looking at all the claims. There's a lot of big sections, even though, there really shouldn't be. There's one part where they claimed literally 2 seconds. I'm thinking, how the hell do I deal with that?
Yeah, it
Still
gets
frames, I guess.
annoying.
Yeah.
Well-
Besides that, I'm working on the remake of my Fallout 3 video, which analysis, which I hope to have out at the end of July, early August area. So, yeah.
Oh, some bold
Right here
plans
first,
there.
everybody. Fallout 3 remastered coming soon. Not the
Yeah.
game,
Oh
that's
god. Oh god, I'm not looking forward to the remaster of that
No,
game.
I was referring to your video. I
Oh.
was just trying to bait it as if it was a big announcement.
Yeah.
You saying it's not?
It is. You know what I meant. Stop.
Well, there you go. Links are down below, of course.
Hooray.
Well, Cap, where are you guys doing stuff? Oh man, I wonder where you guys are.
Hello. Yes, you can find us on our channel. We've been
Wow.
simultaneously streaming on our channel this whole time.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after that, we're gonna do a special July 4th related themed stream. We're gonna be talking about HBO's John Adams miniseries with
Paul Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti in it.
Wow, you got
So,
Paul
yay.
Giamatti on your stream? That's
We got
awesome.
Paul Giamatti. We got America. We got everything you could possibly want.
Hell yeah.
So
What
that's
about
what we'll be
Brendan
doing then.
Fraser
I don't
in
know.
Canada? You don't have those, do you?
Don't have what?
I said Brendan Fraser in Canada. I don't know. I just thought of a beloved Canadian actor. In
No, this is our
well,
Independence Day. You have your own. This is ours.
Ours is 3 days earlier, actually. It's July 1st.
Yeah, but no one knows about
Well, you
it.
can watch
so-
The Mummy on your day, and we'll watch ours on ours.
I'll watch The
Nice.
Mummy any day. That is a
We'll
good
probably
movie.
be streaming next Sunday as well, though I don't know on what yet. So you'll find out eventually. But yeah, check out
Sweet.
our channel. We have videos and stuff. And
Oh,
yeah, that's
well,
long
those
and short of it.
links. That link is also down below, of course. Miss Lauper, what is going on with you? You're probably streaming and stuff.
Yup, exactly. What's up? Saturdays and Mondays on the Night Dive Studios channel, and Tuesdays and Thursdays on my channel.
Hell yeah. What are you playing at the moment? What's going on?
The Gex trilogy on my
Oh,
channel,
nice.
and then on the Night Dive channel, I just started Silent Hill 2.
Ooh.
Oh, you finished
You're-
up the Half-Life stuff?
Yup, all of it's done,
Oh,
even
okay.
all the expansions. There was a lot of
Nice.
trauma in the process of that.
Raven home. Raven home.
No, Half-Life 2 was great. It was mainly Half-Life 1 that was suffering. Because I didn't play Black Mesa. I played the original.
Yeah.
The original's really good though.
No, it's
Uh,
jank. It didn't age
Zen
well.
can be a
If you
little
played
rough.
it back when it came out, you might have said that. But now going back and playing it is just awful. And I played it with mods too, so that's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
That is tough.
But yeah,
Hi, Rocky.
go check it out, of course. Mark, what's up?
If you're slobbering, I'm getting kissed by a chihuahua. But
All right, there you
And that's
go.
what he's
Link
got
down
going
below.
on. All right.
that's what I've been up to. It's a male chihuahua too, so it's kind of gay. I love him though; he's a good boy. But anyways, I guess yeah. No, on my channel, I made a video on the 3 adaptations of Berserk. It's not doing particularly well, so if you want to give it a watch, that'd be awesome. But other than that, I guess if you're listening to us on Cap's channel, you can find me on Metal Commander's channel every Sunday at either 11 a.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. depending on who we have for guests and stuff. But we shift our times sometimes, but we're here
Dude.
pretty much every Sunday talking about either a movie or a game. The only ones that we have hard booked now are in advance. So I think it was August 30th, whatever the Sunday is of that weekend. We're doing the original Metal Gear Solid 3. And then the following week on September 7th, we're doing the remake and making the difference comparisons. And then on October 11th, we have Silent Hill F that we're going to be covering. So we've got the game ones booked because those ones involve more planning. So we gotta
Wait,
book
you
the
have
dates in
stream
advance.
plans booked out till October?
Well, I mean, just because
No,
we
only
wanna
those
make
two.
sure that
Everything
yeah,
in between is a
technically 3, but
mystery.
That's,
yeah.
that's so
We
much
don't
more
know what we're
planning than we
doing
do.
next week. So, like, well, I mean,
Well,
that's the
we
thing.
mostly
There
have
was
like
one
the
time
big
where we had
things.
about a month planned. in
We,
advance.
we mostly
That's
know
big
like
for us.
we got like the big things that come out that we're
Sure.
interested in that we do. It's like, okay, those are probably going to be booked. Everything else in between, we have a list of random movies. It's like we could check this out, and people recommend us stuff to check out.
Oh,
And then
yeah, I saw
Yeah.
you guys. I didn't get a chance to watch the stream, but I saw you guys covered. What's it called? The Outlaws.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun.
The
And
Korean
apparently
movie.
there was like 3 more of them.
Yeah,
I
they're
didn't
called like
realize it was a
Roundup
series.
something.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you guys
those are
have seen
those are
Train to
fun
Busan,
movies.
it's
Yep.
Chad Dad open hand slapping a bunch of gangsters and it's like,
Yeah, he punches criminals real hard. It's
Yeah.
a lot of fun. I like those
Yeah,
movies a lot.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. That was a fun one for sure.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's basically what we do in between. Just go to the grab bag and see what catches the eye. Or sometimes I just don't know, or we just don't know, and then something random comes up. Or I just go to this list and go like, stop. And then wherever my finger points, that's one we might do.
or we
good.
forgot a movie that we intended to cover was actually coming out in theaters that weekend. It's like, oh crap, yeah, we got to do this movie this weekend.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's what's up. Well, as for me then, I mean, I'm finally done with all of the Last of Us arc, so I can put that in the rear view mirror. Almost had a stroke saying that for some reason.
Got it.
Yeah, I
Did
got
it.
there. That's fine.
I'm proud of you.
So now I'm just gonna go back to a video I've had been editing way before that. So that's gonna be next on the docket. So next thing that releases is gonna be a fully edited video with like all the editing and not like short editing like with the rando rants. So that's what's up. And then I'll probably do like a gaming stream or two this week and see what's on. I might play some Terranigma, like an old SNES game, because I don't really have anything big game-ish going on right now that I'm super interested in. Obviously, Lies of P is there, but I'm still burned out on Souls.
Souls games.
I can't. I just can't be bothered right now because I
It's
need to
good.
do a full playthrough. I need to buy the game, then put the time. Then I just don't feel it already.
And say for
I'm
sure
almost-
it's good. I think Leah, the legendary stalker, is a good new character. She's sort of the thrust of the main plot of the DLC, and it's yeah, some good bosses. I enjoyed it
Nice.
quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll probably play it eventually, but I'm almost mad that they shadow dropped it because I wanted to plan around the DLC drop
Yeah.
to just get the game going. But there it is, and I played it on Game Pass when it came out, and it's not on Game Pass anymore. So whoopsie.
Yeah, that always kind of hurts.
Yeah. What about Expedition 33? I've been playing that offline actually. that's
Well,
that's
if you're,
my
if you're
that's
looking
an
for
alone
another,
time game for me at the moment. I
if
need
you're
to.
looking for.
Yeah.
Sorry. No. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just I'm currently in Act 3. I picked it back up last week or this week, like in the middle of the week, and it's like, okay, let's quickly see what's up and get some progress done. But then there was like 1.5 hour of dialogue because I just started Act 3, so all the people wanted to talk to me, of course, in the game. And I was like, okay, what's now? Okay, let me see. Oh, I have all the abilities to traverse the map now. And I was just kind of flying around. It's like, oh, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, whoops, it's midnight. Oh, well, guess I'll continue another day. So I basically
Yeah,
didn't do
some of the end
anything.
game bosses are pretty tough. Like they're more difficult
Yeah.
than the final boss for the most part. But
I
I was
found a
just gonna
couple of
say, if you're
areas
playing
where it's still
JRPG,
yeah.
I was just gonna say, if you're playing JRPGs and looking for an older game to play, I've been replaying Xenogears, and yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what's up.
And
with
that's
that,
what's up.
Hi, puppies.
And with that, I don't want to hold anyone any more hostage than I've already done. Thanks for joining, everyone. It's been a hoot. And
Thank you for the invite.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Always
Thanks
nice.
for joining streams.
And with that, I will bid you adieu,
Goodbye.
everyone. And
Goodbye.
we shall see you next
Later.
time. Goodbye.